Brian Lane, 1917 to 1942, was an RAF officer, fighter pilot, and author. He was awarded the DFC for bravery during the evacuation of Dunkirk, and his abilities were recognized in his promotion to squadron leader in September 1940. In December 1942, he failed to return from a mission over the North Sea. He was 25. Author's note. The title of this book no doubt tells you what it is about. The name Spitfire first becomes a household word during the Blitz of last year, but before this these wonderful aircraft had given us valiant service at Dunkirk. In this book I have set down the experiences of a fighter pilot in a fighter squadron, myself. I have been with the squadron since the beginning of the war, first as a flight commander and later as CO. I never wish to meet a grander bunch of blokes. We went all through Dunkirk and the Blitz, which followed a couple of months later, and in telling my story, I have tried to answer the question of the man in the street. What's it like up there? And to give you an idea of what a fighter pilot feels and thinks as he fights up there in the blue. To any members of the squadron who may read this book, I hope I have not left out any of their pet exploits, but if I have, I hope they will bear with me and remember that I have had to write in odd moments after release, etc., and under the difficulty of carrying on with the job in hand at the same time. So few, Mr. Churchill said, but no debt here, as he would have you believe, rather few so lucky to be able to get on with the job while less fortunate folk looked on and awaited their chance. I think he was really referring to our mess bills anyway. In conclusion, I should like to pay tribute to the men who design and build our fighting aircraft. Our successes are their successes, for it is they who have placed in our hands the finest aircraft and equipment in the world. To them we owe a special debt of gratitude. How to shoot a line. Shooting a line doesn't necessarily refer to shooting Huns, although sometimes it is much the same thing. By writing this book, I am shooting a line, in other words, talking about myself and what I have done. Usually, however, a line is a semi-deliberate exaggeration of a humorous nature, a tall story about yourself, if you like. If you write a book or get your name in the paper, that is a ginormous line, the strange word being evolved from gigantic and enormous. Some people shoot lines unconsciously all the time. That is, they swank, and everybody soon becomes browned off with them, i.e. fed up. The lad who swanks is looked upon as a poor type, whilst the popular chap is a good type. There is a lot more general slang, but I won't trouble you with it since you won't find it in the chapters which follow. Instead, I'll deal with the technical terms which may prove difficult to understand. First, take the aerodrome. This is occasionally referred to as the drome, but more usually as the deck. Deck also means terra firma in general. As opposed to dry land, the sea is called the drink. The correct term for an aeroplane is an aircraft, or in slang, a kite. To run over the kite, first let's take the undercarriage, invariably referred to as the undercart. Then there are the flaps, which are the hinged portions of the wing near the trailing rear edge, which act as air brakes and reduce the landing speed of the aircraft. An aircraft stalls when it has insufficient forward speed for the wings to maintain their lift. If you skim a flat stone over the water, it skims until its speed drops, and then it sinks or stalls. It is very much the same with an aircraft. The flaps reduce the stalling speed. For instance, a Spitfire stalls with flaps up at 69 miles per hour, and with flaps down at 63 miles per hour. Not an awful lot of difference, you may think, but it makes a world of difference in landing. And you would never get into a small aerodrome if you didn't use the flaps. I have used the word wings several times above, but the technical term is mainplanes, as opposed to the tailplane. The cockpit is often called the office, and the column control just the stick. Rudder bias refers to the trimming tab on the rudder. By winding the bias control one way or the other, moves the tab and gives port or starboard bias. The elevators on the tailplane have a similar device on them. These are necessary as the trim of an aircraft varies with its speed and altitude. The trimmers relieve the pilot of the strain of pressing on the stick or rudder bar all the time. Another thing you'll find in the office is the RT control. RT is the wireless equipment, consisting of a transmitter and receiver, with a three-way switch control. Transmit, off, receive. Now let's take off. Once airborne, i.e. off the ground, you retract the undercart, shut the lid, i.e. close the hood, and put the prop or fan into course pitch, which on an aircraft is much the same thing as changing gear on a car. By the way, the prop is never called a propeller. The correct term is air screw if you don't use the slang words. Now, supposing you meet some Huns and manage to get on the tail of one of them. If he isn't a very experienced pilot, or if the machine is not very manoeuvrable or well armed, he is easy meat or cold meat. You press the firing button and give him a squirt. If you are unlucky enough to get shot down yourself, you bail out, step out, or take to the silk. If you land in the drink, you are wearing a Mae West, which is a life-saving waistcoat which gives you curves in all the right places. A parachute is called a brolly or a jump sack. Well, now you know. And if I were to say that I nearly lost my prop today, I wouldn't mean that it fell off, but that I nearly stopped the engine. Which would have been a bad show, wouldn't it? Chapter 1. Luck. I am told that I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, which, they say, is a sign of luck. I have certainly been lucky all my life. When the Hun was plagued with his vile disease a generation ago, I could not lend a hand to cure him, my sole activity in this direction being when my nurse showed me what she called a zeppelin, and I blew a very immature raspberry at it. It was probably just one of our own blimps at that. In 1939, when the plague seized Europe again, I had another tale to tell. My luck was in. But first of all, I must go back a bit to the year 1935, when my story really begins. I was then employed by a big electrical firm, my job being to supervise a dozen or so girls turning out hundreds of electric bulbs. Quite a responsible position for an 18-year-old. It was always rather a mystery to me how I got it. However, the experience stood me in good stead. I learned a lot about human nature and women, if not much about the manufacture of lamps. I was not really surprised when one day the powers that be informed me that the period of my employment coincided with a decline in their profits, and that if I would kindly leave them, they could get along better without me. I complied with this request, and went home to my lamenting parents with the additional news that I wanted to try for the RAF, which was then in course of expansion. To want was one thing. To get there another. I filled in and sent off form after form, asking every conceivable sort of question, and then sat back and waited. Nothing happened for a bit, so I started to make a nuisance of myself at Industrial House. So that they shouldn't forget me there, I paid such frequent visits that the sergeant at the door began to greet me like an old friend, and was always ready with a facetious remark. But at last I received a notification to report to the selection board. I imagine a microbe on a slide under a microscope feels much the same way as I did before the board, but apparently they liked the look of me, for they passed me on to the doctors. A week after came a letter to say I had been accepted, and telling me to report to the elementary flying school at H. Then followed 2 months of bliss. For me, but not for my instructor, a gentle giant with the most amazing capacity for beer of anyone I have ever met. He could drink any 2 men under the table with ease. But no matter how much beer he absorbed, it never seemed to have the least effect on him. He always turned up bright and cheerful in the morning, which was more than I could say for myself sometimes, and nothing ever seemed to disturb him, not even my flying. I remember once going up with him to do aerobatics. He started to show me a slow roll, when halfway through came a muffled oath down the speaking tube, and the aircraft did a most amazing manoeuvre, coming out the right way up. I heard my instructor laugh, and then he said, "I've forgotten to do up my ruddy straps." Shortly after I went solo, my luck was on one occasion hard put to it to save me, but it held. I was doing circuits and bumps and feeling like a young god, as one does at this period of training, when I was rudely disturbed by the terrific sight of another aircraft heading straight at me, mere yards away. I never stop being amazed at the speed at which the human brain can work in an emergency, and somehow I and the other pilot just about avoided the fatal collision. I say just about, because we did hit each other, the undercarriage of my kite knocking most of the other chap's rudder off. If there had been 2 instructors in the aircraft instead of 2 beginners, they would have both been killed for sure. But God looks after drunks and fools, and we lived to fly another day. The instructors were very kind to us about this incident. Apart from telling us to say our prayers twice that night, they left it at that. My own instructor, who was away at the time, merely remarked when he returned that he always missed all the fun. The most long-suffering folk in the world, instructors, and the finest psychologists. A harsh word or a raspberry at the time would probably have upset our nerves. After 2 months, we completed the course, and with 50 hours flying to each pupil's credit, 25 solo and 25 dual, we were sent to a service flying training school at W to complete our training on service-type aircraft. Here again we found the finest instructors and training in the world, and we were passed out and posted to squadrons. I had applied to go to a fighter squadron and had been trained on Furies to this end, so I was tremendously pleased when I found I had been posted to a Gauntlet squadron. The Gauntlet being the latest fighter in the service and one of the most wonderful aircraft ever built. It was almost the last of the biplane fighters, and a perfect joy to handle. Some months with this squadron, during which time I received training in operational flying, and then I answered the call for volunteers to go to a new squadron, which was forming at N. The first person I saw when I arrived there was an old school friend, Jackie, who had been at St. Paul's with me. He was to be my flight commander for the 2.5 happy years I spent with the squadron. Our first CO was Mac, a Canadian, and one of the best, who was one of the finest pilots in the service. He later took over one of the flights, and EJ succeeded him. I am sure that we were the happiest squadron going, for EJ was a perfect CO. I never heard him annoyed with anyone, and he never needed to be, for we would all do anything for him. And in addition he had a fine sense of humour, which never deserted him. Time passed, and after the crisis of September 1938, the squadron was re-equipped with Hurricanes, a grand kite, the Hurricane, and one which was to do magnificent service in the near future. March 1939 came and went. Mussolini took Albania, August, and the drums of war were beating. Hitler screamed his peace over Danzig, and then it came. War. Now, in their true perspective, we saw those years of training and flying. That unending stream of new pilots, those mock war operations. They were not just a game or the means of a livelihood, but experience now to be tested to the utmost in the grim new reality of war. We quickly fell into the new routine, standing by all day and half the night, waiting for a blow that did not come. A few days after war was declared, I was posted to my present squadron as a flight commander. And although I didn't want to leave a very happy squadron, still a change does everyone good, and I soon settled down among another grand bunch of blokes. This time, flying Spitfires. Chapter 2. First Blood. It was a queer war. Everybody said so. The experts said it was going to be a war of attrition. Maybe that was their word for it, but it was still a queer war. The Luftwaffe's expected blows on this island did not fall. Goering contented himself instead with raids by single aircraft against the convoys round the coasts. So, for month after month, we patrolled the shipping. No doubt frightening away many Huns, but never so much as catching sight of one. One day in October, however, excitement ran high in the squadron. B Flight were on patrol over a large convoy off the east coast, when the excited voice of Wilf, the flight commander, came back over the RT saying he had sighted what he thought must be a raider. He was right. It was a raider. But alas for him, the Navy put up a barrage which turned the Hun back, and he was cheated of his prey. When the flight came back, the remarks of the pilots about the senior service were neither respectful nor complimentary. The winter came on and activity grew less and less. With the spring, however, single Huns began coming over in larger numbers for the purpose of making attacks on shipping or to carry out high-flying reconnaissance work. Our luck in A Flight seemed to be right out, for it was B Flight which drew first blood. On the 10th of May 1940, Wilf with a section of B Flight was sent up after a reconnaissance machine over the east coast. They intercepted him and saw it was a Ju-88, at about 20,000 feet. The section formed a line astern and turned into the attack. The Hun saw them coming and put his nose down, going hell for leather towards the layer of cloud at about 5,000 feet. Wilf and Flight Sergeant S managed to give him a squirt, and then he was into the cloud. A game of hide-and-seek followed, and Wilf told John, who was flying number 3 in the formation, to go beneath the cloud layer in case the Hun should come out below. As luck would have it, this was what actually happened, and John was able to deliver a good attack, closing to about 50 yards and giving the Hun all he had got. The Hun disappeared in the clouds again, and the Spitfires returned to the aerodrome. John came in a few minutes later than the others, touched down and came to rest in the middle of the aerodrome with his engine stopped. We all went out to him to see what was up, and although he personally was all right, he had a bullet hole in his oil tank and several more in the wings and nose. The German rear gunner had put in some good shooting, and John had come back from 30 miles out to sea with no oil pressure at all. He had only just managed to make the aerodrome before his engine seized up. This was the first action in which the squadron was engaged, or as Michael, our adjutant, put it in the squadron diary, the first shots to be fired in anger by the squadron in the World War of 1939. A few days later came the news that the crew of the Ju-88 had been picked up in the North Sea. The rear gunner claimed to have shot down one Spitfire. He was nearly right. Just about this time we heard that the squadron was to move to France at short notice, the first Spitfires to be sent overseas. This meant terrific activity for us, all in order to be ready for the great day. But the great day never came. Thanks to somebody's foresight up top, we never went to France but moved south instead to relieve a squadron down there, and incidentally to take part in the Dunkirk evacuation. Although events were moving rapidly, King Leopold had not yet given in, and I don't think any of us fully realized what was so soon to happen around that one-time peaceful gateway to the continent. It was at 5 o'clock in the morning of May 25th that the squadron took off and headed south into the gathering dusk. Nature herself might have been warning us with that grey sky that all was not well and that a stern task lay ahead of us. As we circled our new station and glided down towards the ground past the innumerable balloons of London's barrage, each standing out blackly against the sombre grey of the sky, it was already getting dark. The sections landed and taxied in to their dispersal points, and their pilots climbed out. As they stood silently about waiting for the others to come in, a curl of smoke rose here and there from a cigarette. Apart from the cracking noise of the cooling exhausts and an occasional remark in quiet tones, the only sound was the distant drone of a tractor bringing the tanker out to refuel the silent aircraft. It was very peaceful that evening of early summer. though so few miles away on the other side of the channel, hell was going on. Having seen the aircraft refueled and ready for the morrow, we walked up to the mess, the sergeants giving us a quiet good night as they left us to go to their own quarters. As we got nearer to the mess, we could hear rounds of laughter and talking floating out across the lawns to disturb the silence. As we went in, our eyes blinking a protest against the sudden light, all was noise. Snatches of conversation hit our ears. I gave him a squirt and he broke up and went straight in. Bill should be back soon. I saw him put down on the beach and get out, so he's okay. Went into the drink. A destroyer picked me up. Lucky for me it was going the right way. This from a pilot disguised as a seaman in a blue sweater, trousers and monkey jacket, which the Navy had given him when he was rescued. I wandered off to the bar to get a drink. A rather dishevelled officer stood there with a glass in his hand talking to the barman. He turned as I came in. "Good Lord! Well, I'm damned!" It was Ian, who had been at FTS with me. I hadn't seen him for years. He had left the Air Force and gone back to America some time back, but here he was again, once more in uniform. We had a lot to talk about, and I found that he had just returned from France. He had been shot down out there, but had managed to get back to his aerodrome, only to find that his squadron had left for England. After sundry adventures, he managed to elude the Germans, get to the coast and find a boat to bring him over. But except for the clothes he stood up in, and a French tin hat he had taken from a poilu, who would never need it again, he had lost everything he possessed. He was very proud of the tin hat. "Rather distinctive, what?" he said. After supper, the CO called us together in the writing room, and introduced the CO of one of the other squadrons on the station, who gave us some tips on the sort of thing we might now expect to get. It was while we were thus engaged that an orderly interrupted the talk by calling Squadron Leader L to the phone. When he came back, he told us, "They wanted an aircraft to go over to Dunkirk and drop an important message, but the weather's too thick. Never have found it in the dark. I told them so." The long shadow of Dunkirk had fallen across our path, and tomorrow would come the reality. It was now getting late, so we gradually drifted off to bed. We had to be up in the morning in time to take off on patrol at 7 o'clock. I don't know about the others, but I slept like a log. Chapter 3. Dunkirk, First Patrol. Save for a layer of hazy cloud high up in the sky, throughout which the sun shone mistily, the next morning dawned bright and clear. We ate our breakfasts in silence, and not much of it at that. Eggs and bacon don't sit too well on an excited stomach. Smoking, talking, 14 pilots assembled on the tarmac, wondering who would be the unlucky 2 who would have to stay behind. We had brought 12 aircraft with us, and 2 extra pilots had come down by road the previous night. The section leaders alone looked quite happy, for they knew they were definite starters. For fairness, we drew names out of a hat, and face after face lighted up as its owner's name was called. In my flight, the unlucky one was Flight Sergeant Yu, and he stood looking at me with a hurt expression on his face, for all the world like a dog who had been told he can't come for a walk. I went over to try and console him, but he just shook his head sadly and said, "Well, I'm damned, sir." I couldn't help it. I burst out laughing while the other pilots shot humorous remarks at him. "Go on, Grumpy, you'll live to fight another day. Don't get too drunk while we're away." And that was why, from that time on, one flight sergeant was called Grumpy. We, the lucky ones, got into our aircraft and started up. The fitters fussing round the cockpits, polishing mirrors and windscreens, which were already spotless. A pat on the shoulder. "Good luck, sir. See 'em off good and proper." And they jumped down to guide their pilots out onto the aerodrome. As we turned into the wind and opened up, I noticed a lonely figure walking slowly back along the tarmac. It was Grumpy. The CO was leading the squadron with a section of A Flight, myself with a section on his right, Wilf with one of B Flight on his left, and Eric with a section, above and behind us all, the rear guard and lookout section. We set course for Calais and climbed away south towards the thickening clouds over the French coast. Our instructions were to patrol Calais, Dunkirk at 17,000 feet. As we went higher and higher, we kept running into straggling wisps of cloud, thin misty stuff which shone dazzlingly white in the light of the sun above. Below, the earth showed through as a dark mass, the channel a slate-grey ribbon, with the reflected sun showing like a streak of silver paint down its middle. We crossed the English coast at Dover. Ahead rose up a great black pall of smoke from Calais, drifting out in a long trail across the water. To the left, another inky column showed the position of Dunkirk. There was something infinitely sad and terrible about that towering mass of smoke. I cannot describe just how I felt as I gazed, fascinated on the dreadful scene, but I know that a surge of hatred for the Hun and all his filthy doings swept over me, and I felt that no mercy must be shown to a people who were a disgrace to humanity. As these thoughts were racing through my mind, the CO turned and we flew up the coast towards Dunkirk. We were at 18,000 feet, just below the layer of high cloud, and turning at the other end of the patrol line, we gradually lost height towards Calais. Suddenly, from behind a bank of cloud, appeared 21 Ju-87 dive bombers, heading out to sea over Calais and looking like some sort of strange bird with their big spotted undercarriages and upswept wings. We turned in behind them and closed to the attack. The Huns flew on unheeding, apparently suffering from the delusion that we were their own fighter escort, until the leading section of Spitfires opened fire. Panic then swept the enemy formation. They split up in all directions, hotly pursued by 9 Spitfires, while Eric and Co. kept watch behind us. I picked out one dive bomber and got in his tail, staying there as he twisted and turned this way and that, trying to avoid the 8 streaks of tracer from my guns. Finally, he pulled up and stalled, rolled over, and then plunged headlong towards the sea out of control. I felt happy. I had often wondered what it would be like, really, to shoot at an aircraft and bring it down. Now I knew, and it was definitely exhilarating. I turned to try and take stock of how the fight was progressing. 2 other Stukas were spinning down, and several Spitfires were wheeling about over Calais looking for more targets. I soon found one for myself, a Stuka just starting his dive onto the town. I plunged after him, firing at long range in the hope of putting him off. I saw him release his bomb, and then he was away as fast as he could go, heading east over the trees. I had turned and climbed up over the town again when Eric's voice came over the RT. "Fighters! Fighters!" A pause, then, "My God, there are hundreds of them!" This was an exaggeration, but there were about 50, and I couldn't help smiling at his tone of voice. There weren't many Stukas left now, but Eric turned and tried to hold off the German fighters, Me-109s, while we completed the rout. But before we could complete this job, the 109s were down on us. A burst of tracer fire came over my left wing, and I turned violently as a grey-painted shape with black crosses on it flashed past. I saw the pink blur of the pilot's face turned towards me as he passed, and then another darker shape, only yards in front of my airscrew, flashed after him. It was a Spitfire after that 109. To my left I saw Watty, hot on the tail of a Hun. As I watched, I saw another Me-109 get on Watty's tail. I switched on my transmitter and yelled a warning to him, at the same time turning to try and cut the second Hun off. Even as I did so, I saw a flash on the Spitfire as a cannon shell hit it. The Spitfire went into a steep dive, smoke pouring from the engine. I circled and saw a white puff as a parachute blossomed out far below. The noise of machine gun fire behind me suddenly reminded me that I was still in the game, and I found that 3 Messerschmitts were honouring me with their undivided attention. An awful feeling gripped the pit of my stomach. I knew I had very little ammunition left, probably only enough for 1 burst, and 3 to 1 wasn't so funny. I pulled round in a tight turn, the aircraft shuddering just above the stall. I knew I could outturn the 109s, but I had very little petrol to play with now, as well as being short of ammunition, and obviously it was time to go home. The leading 109 was firing short bursts every now and then, his tracer going behind me as he strove to get his sights ahead far enough to hit me. I remember I was cursing at the top of my voice. I was in a jam. I was frightened, and I was furious with those Huns for making me frightened. Something had to be done, and done quickly. I tightened the turn still more. The aircraft flicked as she stalled. I rolled over on my back and out into the reverse turn, a trick I had learned at the FTS. This manoeuvre temporarily got me away from the Huns, and I dived hell for leather towards the sea, flattening out as near the water as I could, and then opening the throttle wide. I was beginning to breathe again, when rat-tat-tat behind me, and Tracer appeared over the cockpit, the bullets churning up a patch of foam in the water 100 yards ahead. It was then that I remembered the automatic boost cutout, a device giving maximum power from the engine for use in emergency. I pushed the lever down and felt the surge of power from the Merlin in front of me as the aircraft accelerated. Twisting and turning, I managed to keep clear of the Huns' bullets, very nearly hitting the water several times while doing so. One of the 109s had evidently climbed up to one side and now came diving in at me from the beam. I turned towards him and gave him the last of my ammunition at point-blank range. I think he went straight in, for as I drew well away with my superior speed, I could only see 2 Messerschmitts behind me. At last I saw the white cliffs of Dover. Never a more welcome sight than now, and feeling sick and rather limp, I throttled back, climbed to clear the cliffs, and flew on to the aerodrome. As I circled, putting everything out before coming in to land, I noticed 3 other Spitfires already on the ground refuelling. I had barely touched down when another appeared from the south, roared low over the aerodrome and came in. My crew came running out to meet me as I taxied in, caught the wingtips and guided me up to the tanker. With a sigh of relief, I switched off and climbed stiffly out of the cockpit, whilst an army of armourers fell on the aircraft and reloaded the guns at top speed. A crowd of airmen and pilots surrounded me. Questions were shot at me right and left. Before I could collect my wits and answer, the intelligence officer pushed his way through, handed me the green combat report form, and guided me to the tailplane. "Come on. The report first, please. You can talk to the chaps afterwards." Slowly I tried to sort out all the thoughts racing through my head and remember the sequence of events. "How many did you get first? I want the final score." "I got a Ju-87, and I'm pretty certain I got a 109 as well." "Good show," he said, and made a note in his little book. At last I had finished writing out my report, and more pilots had returned. After a while no more came in, and 10 pilots trooped back to the mess, smoking and talking for all they were worth. "I saw one of our kites spinning down. Nobody stepped out. I saw Watty go down, but he got out. Eventually we decided it was the CO we had seen spinning. Sergeant P had seen that the pilot who bailed out was wearing black overalls. Watty had been in black overalls, the CO in white. Rather sadly we reached the mess, to flop down somewhat exhausted in an armchair, have a well-earned drink, and count the score. 7 Ju-87s, and 3 109s certain, and 1 Me-109 probably destroyed. Not bad for the first show. Our casualties were the CO and Watty missing, and Eric unserviceable with a crease across his forehead made by a bullet from one of those Me-109s, and a flesh wound in his arm. "I thought I was dead," he said amidst the roars of laughter. "Then I saw some more tracers coming past me, so I came to the conclusion I must still be alive." A very near thing, but with an Me-109 to his credit, he was more than quits. Chapter 4. More Patrols. In the meantime, the NCOs and crews were working like the blazes, patching bullet holes and checking everything over, to get the aircraft serviceable for the next patrol. I had only 2 bullet holes in the wings of my kite, and 2 strikes on the tail where bullets had been deflected. Those Huns must have been darn bad shots, but some of the other aircraft were worse off than mine. one of the other sections having 17 holes in the fuselage. By lunchtime, we had mustered 7 aircraft, and soon after we managed to get 9 serviceable. A quick lunch and we were down on the tarmac again. As acting CO, I was leading the squadron this time, and 9 Spitfires taxied out and took off, the thundering roar of the Merlins reverberating across the drome. We circled and climbed away southeast, the sun shining and glinting on our wings. It was a lovely afternoon. Several broken layers of cloud hung across the sky, the lowest being at about 9,000 feet. As we neared the French coast, I decided to patrol below this bottom layer, as it was obvious that any bombers knocking about would be flying below it in order to see their target. And at the same time, it afforded us protection against a surprise attack from above. We flew up and down that stretch of coast which was to become so familiar to us. Half an hour passed, and still nothing happened, though we scanned the ground below eagerly for bomb bursts and the sky above for enemy aircraft. Suddenly a shout came from the lookout man. 8 109s right above. We had come out into a clear patch just north of Calais, and the Huns had evidently emerged from the clouds now behind us. I looked round but could see nothing. "Where are they?" I said. "Where are they? I can't see them." "Right above us. About 1,000 feet. Look out, they've seen us, they're coming down." I pulled round in a steep turn to the right, the rest of the squadron spreading out in a line astern behind me. By this time we were over a convenient patch of cloud, and as I circled I saw a Spitfire dive into the cloud with a 109 on its tail. It was G, who was leading his section. I turned to follow, but the Hun pulled up clear of the clouds and climbed away inland. I opened the throttle wide and climbed after him, keeping a good lookout behind in case anything was after me. The sky was clear of aircraft. Half a minute before there had been 17 aircraft within that small clear patch. Now, in the miraculous manner which defeats the logic of the eye, there was only that Hun and myself. I was overtaking fast, just below and behind him. He obviously had no idea I was there. Carefully I manoeuvred my sights onto him and then slightly ahead to get the deflection. Then I let him have it. It must have given him the shock of his life if he knew anything about it at all. His aircraft lurched, fell almost over on its back and went screaming vertically down. I half-rolled and followed him in case he was shamming, although I knew I had got him with that one carefully aimed burst. Down I went, watching for him to pull out, but he never did. I suddenly realized that I was perilously low myself, and doing a fair rate of knots as well. I had lost sight of my Hun and realized that he must have hit the ground by now, for he had been well below me and still in a vertical dive. I pulled back on the stick and felt my head droop forward. At the same time, everything went purple and then black in front of my eyes as I blacked out. I came round again, climbed out to sea, and made once more towards the clouds. Looking at my watch, I noticed that only about 3 minutes had elapsed since the beginning of the fight. It had felt like a quarter of an hour at least. I wondered how the rest of the chaps had got on. The English coast slipped by underneath me. Ahead, the tower of Canterbury Cathedral shone in the sun, and the estuary glinted beyond. I came to M Aerodrome, circling to see if anybody had landed there to refuel. Yes, there was a Spitfire just landing. I dived and flew low across the aerodrome, noting the letters on the fuselage as I flashed by. It was one of ours. A glance at my petrol gauge showed that my fuel was getting low, so I came in and taxied up to where the other Spitfire was parked. As I switched off, G walked over to me. He was swearing like a trooper. "What's the matter with you?" I demanded. "Did you see that little swine on my tail? Well, he got young B. I saw him spinning." "Blast him," I said. "I got him anyway, so we're quits. He climbed up after you went into that cloud and I tailed him. He never knew what hit him and went straight in. Did you get anything yourself?" "Yes, I got one of them after I came out of the cloud. A flamer. Good show. That's 2 anyway." Another Spitfire came in and taxied towards us. Out stepped young B. We looked at him as though he were a ghost. "Didn't you go into a spin when that Hun had a crack at you?" asked G. "Oh, yes, but I came out and everybody had disappeared, so I came back." G and I looked at each other. "I wish you wouldn't give people such frights," said G. "I thought he'd got you." One by one, more Spitfires came in. I got on the phone to our own station to see if anybody had turned up there. None had, which meant 2 were missing. Michael and Sergeant I. But after the aircraft had been refuelled and we had been up to the mess for a cup of tea, we flew back to our own station, and found that news had come through that Michael had parked down on the beach at D, with a bullet in his knee. Sergeant I was still missing, though. The following day was dull, with huge banks of grey cumulus cloud cutting off the sun. But in the afternoon it cleared, and the evening turned to perfect summer weather, without a cloud in the sky as we took off after tea. The operations room had rung through to tell us that there would be hell over Dunkirk this evening, and it was with a tremendous feeling of excitement that we climbed up over the aerodrome and settled down on the now familiar course over the Thames for Dunkirk. Once past the estuary, we could already see, miles away, the huge black column of smoke from the burning oil tanks, rearing up nightmare fashion into the quiet evening sky. Soon we were out over the sea, and in a few minutes came to Dunkirk. Turning eastward to run up the coast to Nieuport, past those rolling yellow sand dunes and beaches, on which a chapter of British history was beginning to be enacted. The sea far below shone blue and gold under the westering sun. Above us was the deep blue dome of the heavens. Anxiously we scanned it, looking for the telltale glint of the sun on a pair of wings, which would show us the enemy was above. Suddenly, just off the south mole of Dunkirk harbour below, appeared 3 white circles in the water near a tanker which was lying offshore. Bombs. Frantically I searched the sky to the right of us, trying to see the aircraft which had dropped them. It was the barrage put up by our anti-aircraft batteries which showed me his position. There was only one enemy aircraft. Thinking it might be a decoy, I called up Wilf on the RT and told him to stay on patrol while I took a section after the Hun. I turned away to give chase, but I think the Hun must have seen us, for he immediately turned inland, pursued by bursts of ack-ack. We crossed the coast, diving slightly, as our quarry was below us. Gradually we overtook him, to find the enemy aircraft was an HS-126. As we neared him, he began to turn and twist this way and that, the sun catching the dark green camouflage and the black crosses on his wings. I came up with him rather fast over Ypres, and gave him a short burst as he turned back underneath me. Although he had a far slower aircraft, he used his manoeuvrability to escape our fire and fought us off magnificently. And after another burst, I lost him as he dived away behind me. Feeling that we shouldn't really be playing with a Henschel miles inside Belgium when we were supposed to be guarding the Dunkirk beaches, I called up the section to rejoin the formation. Frankie, my number 2, was soon beside me, making faces, as apparently he had found the Hun again, but Grumpy was not to be seen. The 2 of us dived down and tore back at 20 feet over the peaceful Belgium countryside. I tried to spot signs of either Germans or our own troops, but not a soul could be seen. Cattle, browsing in the fields, seemed to be the only living things in a deserted landscape. We passed over farms and villages, all equally deserted, and then the dunes of the coast showed in front of us. As we flashed over the beaches and out to sea, I saw hundreds of khaki-clad figures on the front and among the dunes waving to us as we went by. Under the huge black pall of smoke that hung over the town and drifted slowly out to sea, it was almost like full night. Out of reach of any German guns, we climbed up again, trying to find the rest of the squadron. I called Grumpy and heard him answer faintly. He was telling me his position, but I could not quite get what he said, though I did hear his triumphant voice repeating, "I got him! I got him!" Later on I had the story. When that Henschel had seen Frankie and me reform and turn back, he had thought himself safe, whereupon Grumpy, sitting unsuspected above him in the sun, had dived on him and sent him crashing into a field with his engine on fire. But to go back a little, we still continued our patrol, having fetched up with 2 aircraft of B Flight. But at last I called up the others and said we were going home, and we turned northwest towards our supper. As we came to the aerodrome in the dusk and sank down to Mother Earth, the balloons of London seemed to be made of gold and silver. The weather was still beautiful and calm. Soon after, the rest of the squadron arrived. They had been lucky. Wilf, searching the sky for a target and wondering where I had got to, suddenly espied a Dornier just ahead and above him. He attacked, and the Dornier burst into flames, plunging like a comet down into the blue water below. A few minutes later he saw 2 more, and a section between them sent down one of these on his last long dive to the sea. The ear-splitting blue note of his over-revving engines must have sounded like music to the weary troops on the sands, ending abruptly as he hit the water far below in a huge cascade of white foam. The other Dornier, the third, had suffered a similar fate at the hands of Sergeant J. And then, petrol getting low and no more Huns being in sight, they had followed us back. I pounced on Grumpy after we landed. "Why didn't you join up when I told you to?" I demanded. "I must have had my RT switched off, sir," he said with a sly grin. "You're a damned liar," I said, unable to suppress a smile. "You know perfectly well you heard me call up." His grin just got a bit wider. I added, "It was a good show, you're getting him like that, but you obey orders in future." He was still grinning as we said good night, before parting to go up to our respective messes. Chapter 5. First Wing Patrol. Up to now we had encountered two big snags. In the first place, we were operating at the limit of our operational range. We could only stay on patrol for a maximum time of 1 hour, and secondly, we were almost always outnumbered. The latter disadvantage was temporarily overcome on the following day, May 28th, when 3 Spitfire squadrons on the station took off together and patrolled as a wing. The Huns were now beginning to escort their bombers more strongly, and the idea was that the leading squadron of the wing should take on the bombers whilst the other 2 tackled the fighter escort. This was the first time we had tried operating as a wing, and on this first patrol we met with quite a fair measure of success. The weather was dull, with big masses of thundery-looking cloud covering the sky, the base varying from 5,000 to about 10,000 feet. We hadn't been on patrol long when the leading squadron dived away through a fantastic ravine in the mountainous black clouds and disappeared from view. Although we gave chase, we weren't able to find them again, but we found something else instead. As we emerged from the valley between the towering clouds into an open space, I suddenly espied, just above and in front of us, about 60 Me-109s and a dozen Spitfires in a tremendous dogfight. Climbing as fast as I could and keeping clear of the fight, I circled round the edge of this cloud arena until I had reached the height of the combatants. The squadron behind me then broke up and dived into the fight. As I went in, I saw 5 more 109s come diving out of a tunnel high up in the black wall of cloud on my right, and then another 5 and another. By this time I was well into the battle, and as a Hun crossed my nose, I turned after him and closed in on his tail. Glancing in my mirror, I saw coming round in a turn behind me another 109. I'll have to be quick getting the one in front, I thought, before his pal gets on my tail. I got my sights on and pressed the firing button. My guns fired, but only very slowly and spasmodically. I swore as another glance in the mirror showed me Hun number 2 just on my tail. Then I half-rolled and let the aircraft plummet down in the ensuing dive until the clock showed 400 miles per hour. Slowly I eased back on the stick, feeling my eyelids and head grow heavy with the pressure that was pressing me down in my seat. But now I was out of the dive and soaring up and up, the black wall of cloud in front of me dropping out of sight below the nose of the aircraft as it reached the vertical. I tilted my head back and watched the clouds on the opposite side come slowly down to meet the nose as the aircraft came over on its back at the top of the loop. Then I eased the stick forward and to the right and rolled out right way up. This had brought me out to one side of the dogfight and at the same height, and I cruised around trying to find the cause of the gun trouble. I looked at my air gauge, which showed the pressure in the compressed air bottle operating the guns, and it read 80 pounds. I swore again. No wonder the guns wouldn't fire properly. I wondered if I had been hit, a bullet might have struck a pipeline, causing a leak. However, I turned into the fight again to have another squirt and see what happened. A 109 saw me coming and turned to meet me. Tracer appeared from his guns and passed just underneath my starboard wing. Not a bad shot, as I was a rather awkward target from his position. I turned hard to the left as we passed and slowly began to come round on his tail. He suddenly came out of his turn and gave me a fleeting shot, but as I pressed the button there was a single crack and a single bullet sped on its way. That's a fat lot of good, I thought, seeing the Hun rolling away and out of sight below me. I pressed the button again, but nothing happened at all. There didn't seem much point in sticking around in the middle of so many Huns with guns that didn't work, so I dived down into the clouds and flattened out below them at 2,000 feet. Looking at my watch, I saw that only 5 minutes had elapsed since we first sighted the Huns. Suddenly, coming towards me, I saw 3 twin-engined aircraft. If these were Heinkels, I was going to look an awful twerp. But as I got nearer, I saw they were Ansons, and heaved a sigh of relief. The worthy Coastal Command pilots, however, apparently did not recognize me so easily, for they turned in line astern into a tight circle. I rocked my wings and circled round them. They still appeared suspicious, but eventually straightened up and continued on their way whilst I steered for home. As I climbed out of the cockpit, my crew came up. "Did you get anything, sir?" "Not a ruddy thing," I said in disgust. "There's no air in the bottle, it must be leaking," I added. "I only fired about 20 rounds before the guns petered out." Grimacing their disappointment, the men started in to check the air system. I was one of the first down, but one by one the others came in until all had returned. Good show. No one missing. I wandered round, talking to the others as they climbed out. Flight Sergeant S and Grumpy had claimed one each, both flamers. Several of the others thought they had got one, but they couldn't claim as they did not see what had happened to their opponent. As Wilf put it, "There wasn't time to see anything. I just fired when something came into my sights and turned like hell as something fired at me. What a party!" It seemed amazing that everybody had come back from that fight. I had a word with Grumpy and S. Grumpy was grinning happily, but S only made a face. "What's the matter?" I said. "I got one in flames and the poor swine got stuck halfway out of the cockpit. Rotten sight." He turned away to light a cigarette. Back in the mess, we learned how the other squadrons had fared. 2 pilots were missing, but the next day one of them returned. He had parked down on the beach at Dunkirk and had got back on a destroyer. He reported that he had seen 2 109s come down in flames and 2 more go straight in the sea. The leading squadron had sighted some Dorniers and given chase when we had lost them in the clouds. That evening the weather cleared, and after dinner I was strolling in the garden in front of the mess when Wilf, standing out on the lawn, called me over. "What does that remind you of?" he asked, pointing above his head. I looked up and saw a cloud of gnats milling around in the evening air, looking for all the world like that dogfight in the morning. We both laughed. Next day the 2 other squadrons went to another station and were relieved by 2 more squadrons, both of which had at one time or another been in the same station with us. They both had Grand COs in Squadron Leader M and Squadron Leader H. We were now the veteran squadron on the station, and after 1 or 2 wing patrols, during the course of which nothing was seen, it was decided that we should lead the wing to try and change the luck. For 2 fruitless days it seemed as though we were still going to be unlucky, but on June 1st, things really happened. Chapter 6. Dawn Patrol. On June 1st, the wing was on the dawn patrol. Still full of sleep, we rolled out of bed at 3:15 a.m. and staggered downstairs to the anteroom for tea and biscuits. Then down to the tarmac, to the rising and falling thunder of noise as fitters ran up the engines, to the sight of dim aircraft, shown up by the blue flames from the exhaust which stabbed the half-light. Still dazed with sleep, I climbed into the cockpit, tested the oxygen supply and the RT, and then taxied out to the far end of the aerodrome and turned into the wind, there to sit yawning whilst the other aircraft formed up around me. Thumbs up from each section leader, and I waved my hand over my head, the signal to take off and open up. A throbbing roar all around cut off the outside world as we sped across the aerodrome. The bumps from the undercart became less and less, until with a final bump we beat gravity and the green blur of grass slipped away beneath us. My right hand dropped to the undercart control, moved it back, and then felt for the pump. A few seconds later, 2 faint thuds told me the wheels were up, and with a confirming glance at the cockpit indicator, I reached behind me and pulled the hood shut. Changing hands on the stick, I closed the radiator and put the air screw into coarse pitch, throttling back to cruising revs, and then glanced at the rev counter, boost and oil gauges to make sure that everything was okay. As I turned left round the drome, I glanced in the mirror to see the rest of the squadron formed up behind me. 3 circuits and 2 other squadrons were in position. Squadron Leader M, Tubby to everybody, immediately behind us, and Robin, Squadron Leader H, bringing up the rear with his squadron. I straightened up and climbed away towards Dunkirk and the rising sun, circling as we left the English coast to pick up a 4th squadron of Spitfires from another aerodrome which had a rendezvous with us. Then out over the North Sea. 48 Spitfires, looking for trouble. When we reached the Belgian coast, I turned left to run up to Nieuport, past the packed beaches looking oddly like Blackpool or Margate on a bank holiday, past the hundreds of small craft lying offshore to ferry those heroic troops to the bigger vessels standing farther out. Every kind of craft was represented there. Thames barges, lighters, rowing boats, lifeboats, in fact anything that would float. Stretching back towards the cliffs of England was an unending stream of ships, some taking precious loads from the hell beneath us now to the comparative peace and safety of our island. Others returning in the opposite direction, back to the inferno, to save some more of that undefeatable little army. From 5,000 feet we watched the drama being enacted below us. Above was a thin layer of cloud, not more than 50 feet thick, through which the sun was just visible. Suddenly in front of us appeared a twin-engined aircraft, followed by 11 more, all heading towards Nieuport. I switched on the RT. 12 Me-110s straight ahead, I said, then opened the throttle and gave chase. The Messerschmitts evidently saw us coming, for they went into a circle and tried to get into the clouds. For once, the odds were in our favour, and 4-1 at that. I was still out of firing range when, to my astonishment, one of the enemy aircraft staggered and then plummeted down with a strange pendulum motion as its tail came off. None of my section had fired, and since we were leading and out of range still, I could not imagine how on earth the Hun had been shot down. By now we had closed with the enemy, and turning right I got on the tail of a Messerschmitt and chased him down as he dived away, the rest of the squadrons fighting to get a target. It really was pathetic. By our standards of training, those pilots should have never left FTS. Yet here they were, trying to fight 4 times their number and with no idea of how to do it. War is war, but I remember cursing the Hun for a cold-blooded devil in sending out pilots like these to fight us. Even as I cursed, I realized what a queer thought this was. We ought to be thankful for cold meat like this. I fired several bursts at the 110 I was after and saw his port motor splutter and stop. As he tried to turn away, I pulled round inside him and gave him another squirt, this time hitting his starboard engine, which was immediately enveloped in smoke. By this time we were pretty low, and as I pulled up, I saw him go down into the deck. Looking round, I was in time to see the tail come off another 110, and down he went too. Since every Hun in sight had a Spitfire on his tail, I climbed up through the clouds to see if there were any left up there. As I came out on top, I saw 2 Spitfires cruising about. As any Me-110s came up through the cloud, they jumped on them, sending them down again. Unfortunately for those wretched Huns, the cloud was too thin to hide in. There was no escape. I came down again, and as an Me-110 came towards me head-on, I fired, then turned to come back after him. But another Spitfire was on his tail before I could get there. A few seconds later a dull flash appeared on the ground below, followed by a huge tongue of flame. And that was another Nazi less in the world. After this there didn't seem to be any more Huns left, so I dived down almost to the water and came home, there to find most of the aircraft already on the ground. 2 more came in as I was landing, and the squadron was complete. The 2nd squadron came in by 1s and 2s, and the 3rd squadron in formation. The latter had apparently not seen much and had been unable to find anything to fire at. The first pilot I saw as I climbed out of my aircraft was Sergeant J. He was grinning from ear to ear. "How many did you get, sir?" he called. "1," I answered. "Only 1, sir? I got 2. I grinned myself. If people like you weren't so damned greedy, I might be able to get a few more. A car pulled up by the aircraft, and Crass, our intelligence officer, stepped out. "Good morning, gentlemen. Any luck?" A chorus answered him, whereupon he was heard to mutter a few remarks about the unearthly hour at which he was forced to rise, merely on account of bloodthirsty young devils whose idea of fun was a fight before breakfast. Having received our reports, Crass counted up the score. 7 110s had been accounted for, and 3 109s. I hadn't seen any 109s and said so, whereupon it turned out that Wilf, with B-Flight, had had a little private dogfight with some 109s, which had appeared out of nowhere. B-Flight had apparently made the best of it. As for the 110s, Sergeant J had got 2, and so had G, and Grumpy, B, and I had each got 1. Back in the mess it was still too early for breakfast, so we sat about in the anteroom swapping yarns. Tubby, M, who had been responsible for shooting down the first 110, told us a really stirring tale. Literally, I mean, for Tubby volunteered the information that the miracle had been achieved by use of his stirring attack. By stirring, it was discovered, he meant stirring the stick round the cockpit once his sights were on, thereby getting a hosepipe effect from his guns. This, then, was the secret of how to shoot down a Hun when at 1,200 yards range. However, another of his pilots had gotten ME-110 by means of more orthodox methods. 2 more pilots were missing, apparently shot down by flak. But any patrol that Tubby was on invariably turned out to be an amusing one, at any rate in retrospect when he got back to the mess. He was a great humorist, and now he improved the shining hour until breakfast by giving an exhibition of his actions and reactions on a previous patrol, when he had found himself short of oxygen. He had us all rocking in our seats with laughter. It was the first time I ever remember being convulsed with mirth at such an hour of the morning. Chapter 7. Dunkirk. The Last Patrols. Breakfast over, we went down again onto the tarmac. The order of battle was as before. Again we circled as we left the coast to pick up another squadron. Then out over the glassy sea, down the long line of ships, to Dunkirk. The weather had not changed since dawn, and as the enemy bombers would have to come below the thin layer of cloud in order to drop their eggs, I decided to patrol just below the cloud base again. As I turned off the harbour, I glanced back over my shoulder at the mass of aircraft stretching away behind. It was an impressive sight, and I only hope it cheered up those poor devils 5,000 feet below us on the shore. Nieuport slowly appeared beneath my wings, and I turned to run back down the coast. I had just turned again at Dunkirk and was heading back once more when something moving on my left caught my eye. I looked round in time to see an aircraft diving down towards the shipping off the harbour. Coming hard round, I dived after it, the rest of the squadron chasing after me. The aircraft flattened out over a destroyer for a moment and then turned, climbing towards the coast. As I followed, there was a terrific flash below, and a huge fountain of water was flung high into the air, to fall slowly back into the sea. As the disturbance subsided, I saw that the destroyer had completely disappeared. So the aircraft in front of me was a Hun. A blind fury gripped me. I was gaining on him as he strove to reach the safety of the clouds, but he was into them before I could get close enough to fire. I went up through the clouds in the hope of finding him, but he had disappeared. As I circled, waiting to see if he would appear again, some anti-aircraft fire inland attracted my attention, and I caught sight of 3 Dorniers just above the clouds. Easing the stick forward, I dropped down until I was almost in the clouds, and then began to stalk the quarry. I don't think they saw me until I came round behind them and came up into position to attack. The Huns were flying in Vic formation, and I picked out the right-hand aircraft, closing in behind him. I fired a short burst from about 400 yards in the hope of killing the rear gunner, or at any rate frightening him. As I closed in to shorter range, another Spitfire climbed out of the clouds to the left and turned in behind the left-hand Dornier. I grinned to myself, then concentrated on holding my aircraft steady in the slipstream from the Hun in front of me as the sights came onto his fuselage. My right thumb felt for the firing button on the stick and pressed it. A muffled brrp came from the wings, and I felt the aircraft check slightly as 8 streams of tracer spanned the space between us. The Spitfire bumped in the slipstream, and my sights drifted off the target. I stopped firing to correct the aim and noticed tracer from the Dornier passing over my left wing. Then, spang! And I looked down to see a shining furrow along the top of the wing, where a bullet had bounced off the metal, taking a sliver of paint with it. I fired again, and as the Hun seemed to rush back to meet me, broke away down to one side, muscles tense as involuntarily I tried to contract my body, half expecting to hear the sound of bullets hitting the aircraft. I made a good target for the German gunner before I got safely out of range. If he fired, he missed me, and as I flattened out, I saw the Dornier losing height very unsteadily and disappearing into the cloud. I dived down and searched frantically for him, as one more burst seemed to be all that was needed to put paid to his account. But I couldn't see a Dornier anywhere, so I made a few remarks about the parentage of the pilot and of the Huns in general, and turned out towards the sea. Crossing the coast again, a Heinkel passed just in front of me, and I tagged on behind him and gave him a couple of squirts as he climbed into the cloud. By this time my windscreen had become covered in oil, owing, as I later found out, to a leak in the air screw, and it was impossible to see through the glass or even use the sight. I was getting more and more annoyed, and when two more Heinkels in tight formation appeared above me, I had to open the hood, pull down my goggles, and peer round the edge of the windscreen in order to see what I was firing at. A terrific blast of air hit my head as I looked out, nearly knocking my goggles off. Closing in below and to one side of the Huns, I gave them the last of my ammunition, though without much hope of hitting them. But at least it had the effect of sending them up into the cloud, and as they melted like ghosts into the grey vapour above, I turned and dived down to the water and headed out along the line of ships for England. As we had run into the first lot of Huns only when it was almost time to go home, I was by now getting very short of petrol. 10 feet above the sea, I raced along past the strange collection of vessels heading from hell to heaven. A mile ahead I recognized a cross-channel steamer. I smiled to myself, remembering the long hours I had spent on her in happier days, crossing to the continent. She would take a good 2 hours more to get home now, whereas I would be there in 10 minutes. Just as I came abreast of the ship, the whole sea suddenly erupted immediately behind her, and only a few hundred yards away from me. I nearly jumped out of my cockpit with fright. I had been rudely awakened from my dreaming by a Dornier sitting about 2,000 feet, nearly over the top of me. As I looked, 4 little black objects left the belly of the bomber and came hurtling down towards the ship. I turned sharply and began to climb as hard as I could, feeling absolutely wild that the Hun had given me such a fright. He looked so insolent, sitting up there, throttled right back, and letting his eggs go in that deliberate fashion. Luckily for me, it hadn't helped him to aim accurately, but I felt like ramming him. I was not, however, forced to dwell further on this suicidal measure, for the Hun then turned back towards the French coast and climbed away as hard as he could, pursued by a burst of AA fire from a cruiser a mile or so to the northeast. Looking at the cruiser, I watched the flickering stabs of flame from one of her Chicago pianos. Though it certainly looked a wicked and deadly performance enough, I couldn't see whether the Dornier was hit or not. Once more I turned for home. On again up the line of ships, over the rusty wrecks on the Goodwin Sands, glistening like gold in the sun. And then the coast slipped by beneath me. I landed at M to refuel, then back over the peaceful English countryside to our own aerodrome. A myriad of silver dots ahead, the balloons of London, told me I was nearly home, and soon the aerodrome hove into sight. Usually I was never able to find it easily and spent the last few miles looking everywhere for a glimpse of some hangars. Finally, just as I was beginning to think I had passed it, finding it, as a rule, hidden from view beneath a nose or a wing. But today I hit it straight off for once. As I sighted the hangars, I put the nose down and dived across the aerodrome, to pull up in a climbing turn to the left round the circuit, throttling back as I did so. My left hand went up to the hood catch, pulling the hood open far enough for me to put my elbow against it and push it right back. The airspeed dropped to 180 miles per hour. I pulled down the undercarriage selector, and the little white indicator pegs in the wings came slowly out until I could read "down" in red letters on both of them. A glance at the electric indicator in the cockpit told me that the wheels were locked down. Then I opened the radiator wide. The speed had now dropped to 160 miles per hour, and throttling back still more as I turned at the downwind side of the aerodrome, I waited until the clock showed 120 and then pulled down the lever to lower the flaps. I felt the aircraft slow up, the nose dropping slightly at the same time. I pulled the control to put the air screw into fine pitch, then stick over to the left a little and back, and the aircraft was gliding into the wind towards the aerodrome. I pulled the throttle back and felt it stop. Then I remembered the mixture control was still forward in the weak position, and was preventing the throttle from being closed. I pulled it back and then closed the throttle more as a belt of trees slid by underneath, and the boundary fence came to meet me. A glance at the airspeed indicator, 95 miles per hour. OK. And I closed the throttle completely, easing the stick back as I passed over the fence. Back a little more still as the aircraft flattened out. Hold it. Then right back, and a second later some jolting and a slight bump from the tail. We were down. Pulling the brake lever to and fro, I eased the brakes on and off to slow down without tipping up the nose, and gradually came to a standstill. A glance behind as I put the flaps up showed me that no one else was coming in, and I turned and taxied to the dispersal point and switched off. My fitter jumped up on the wing as I took my helmet off. "Any luck, sir?" I grimaced. "Look at that ruddy windscreen." The fitter frowned and shook his head. "Sorry, sir. It's the air screw, I'm afraid. It's very bad on this kite." I climbed out, lit a cigarette, and wandered over to where a group of pilots stood talking to Crass and making out their combat reports. As I approached, Crass turned and held out a green form, but I shook my head. "No luck, I'm afraid. I pushed a Dornier back into the clouds, looking a bit shaky, but I couldn't find him again. He may have come down, but I can't claim. Bad luck." Everybody was talking and asking questions. Bit by bit I began to get an idea of what had happened to the others. G had got two, a Heinkel and a Dornier, both on fire. Leonard had got a probable, a Heinkel, and so had Grumpy, and Sergeant J and Sergeant P were missing. "Not so good," somebody remarked. "That damn cloud was just ideal for them. It was a bit thicker than it was this morning." Still talking, we wended our way up to the mess, to sit at our ease for the rest of the morning, drinking on the lawn. Robin had the best tale to tell. He had led his squadron after some Ju-88s up towards Ostend, and on the way back, having finished his ammunition, he had met a Hun going home. They passed each other at a respectful distance. A few minutes later, the same thing happened again, by which time Robin was getting a bit annoyed. When, a few miles out to sea, he saw another one, he couldn't stand it any longer, and charged straight at the Hun as if to ram him. They were both very low and over the water. To his absolute amazement, the wretched Boche dived straight into the sea. "Pity I hadn't got just one bullet left," he said. "I could have claimed it then." Next day we did another patrol, but all was quiet over on the other side. The evacuation of Dunkirk appeared to be complete. When we landed at the aerodrome again, we were overjoyed to find that Sergeant P had got back. A bullet in his oil tank had forced him to come down in the sea, and he had been picked up by a French fishing boat, the Jolly Mascot. Her captain was trying to get back to Dunkirk from England, but had got himself lost. P took over the duties of navigator and got his craft to the Belgian coast, where he took part in the rescue operations, finally coming back with some of the last of the BEF. A darned fine show. Another early patrol on June 3rd, and then the next day the last show we were to do before going back to our home station. At 4 a.m. we were taxiing out, and took off flight by flight. The clouds were at 200 feet and completely covered the sky, but we managed to rendezvous above them, and after circling for a while picked up another 2 squadrons. We then set course to pick up the 4th squadron from R, and more by luck than anything else, we met them just as they came through the cloud. Then the wing set off on the familiar course. The wind was southeast, and the smoke from Dunkirk stretched right to London, a black 90-mile trail. Over on the other side, there was no activity to be seen. A few derelict Thames barges, a sunken destroyer, an overturned lorry on the beach. Such were the only reminders of the conflict now over. Only the pall of smoke, greater than ever, now that our own demolition people had been around doing their particular job. The whole scene rather reminded me of a theatre after the audience has gone. Nothing to remind one of the show but the litter left behind. Yes, the show was over now. The enemy was within 20 miles of our coasts, but another show would be put on, many shows perhaps, and Hitler would never speak the last line. Chapter 8. Nocturne Militaire. On June 5th we took off from the aerodrome for the last time and headed away towards our home station. It was with some regret that we left. We had had a grand time there, and everybody, from the station commander downwards, had been kindness itself. Nothing had been too much trouble if it had helped us at all. Our stay had been very successful too. We had succeeded in destroying 28 German aircraft and probably destroying 9 others. This for the loss of the CO, prisoner of war, 2 pilots killed, Watty and Sergeant I, and 1 wounded, Michael. Eric and John had been slightly wounded, but were fit again. Not bad arithmetic at all. It was Eric and John who would be the next pilots in action, but more of that later. As we headed home, our thoughts were dwelling on leave. Woody, our station commander, had promised us 48 hours when we got back, and I think we all felt very carefree and happy as we came over the aerodrome, went into our own special formation, and one by one peeled off to come screaming across the aerodrome. One by one we landed and taxied up to our dispersal point, to be met by a smiling Woody and Squadron Leader P, our new CO. Then to the mess, for some drinks before lunch, with everybody shooting questions at us. We managed to answer most of them, I think, and cleared up the various tales which had reached the aerodrome of our doings down at H. A phone call to my wife to tell her to pack for 48 hours leave, and then lunch. I was drinking my coffee afterwards when I espied through the window a little grey Lancia come up the drive, a golden head showing behind the wheel. Good show. My lady hadn't wasted much time. A hurried farewell, and I dashed up to my room to collect my bag, and then we were away. It was only when I got into the car and we started off that I realized I was feeling a bit tired. It was not altogether surprising, since for 10 days we had been getting up at 3:15 in the morning, getting to bed usually about 11 at night. On top of that, we had done quite a bit of flying and fighting. It was rather like playing a strenuous game of tennis on a hot day. You don't realize how hot you are until you stop. All too quickly, leave came to an end, and we returned to the station to a rather inactive routine. Before long, however, the Hun began coming over at night, and one flight stood by during darkness each night. On June 19th, B Flight was on and sent up several aircraft to try and find these nocturnal raiders. I was over in the mess about 11 o'clock that night with Squadron Leader P. As we strolled outside in the garden, listening to the rising and falling note of the raiders' engines sounding high up amongst the stars, a Hun was just passing over the aerodrome as we stood drinking a late cup of coffee just before going to bed. Suddenly, high up above us, sounded a faint whistling noise which gradually grew and grew until it sounded like an express train passing with its whistle open. "Whistling bomb," somebody remarked. Nobody seemed anxious to get under cover, as they were more interested than anything else. The sound grew louder and then ended abruptly, as the bomb buried itself in the ground a mile or so south of the aerodrome, as far as we could judge. I remember hunching myself up a little and waiting for the explosion. No sound came, however. It was a dud. Suddenly, however, from behind the mess came 4 shuddering crumps, and the windows rattled. Those weren't duds. The activity died down for a while, and since I was off duty, I got in my car and went home. There was great excitement when I arrived, the family standing out on the lawn watching the searchlights and regarding the whole thing as rather interesting entertainment. Eventually we went to bed, and I had just put the light out and was drawing the blackout curtains aside and opening the window when I heard the unmistakable brrp of machine gun fire. My wife was out of bed and beside me in a flash. I looked out into the night, and there to the south 3 searchlights were groping against the stars, trying to find the elusive raider. As I watched, they stopped and a silver object gleamed brightly in their beams. There was another sound of machine guns, and a brief flicker of flame showed from the Hun. Then 2 white puffs appeared behind his tail. For a moment I thought it was smoke, Then I realized they were parachutes. The crew had bailed out. Another flicker of flame came from the stricken aircraft, and then it heeled over and plunged earthwards, a trail of smoke and flame behind it. The searchlights held the target still, the blue note from the engines echoing in the sky until the aircraft disappeared behind the trees across the road. There was silence for a split second, then a reverberating explosion and huge flash, followed by a red glare which lit up the whole heavens. Death of a raider. It was John who had been responsible for the destruction of this Hun. I heard the tale next morning. He had sighted his target in the searchlight beams and had attacked. In coming in close for the final burst, he had himself been illuminated in one of the beams, and a good burst from the German rear gunner had sent his petrol tanks up in flames. He managed to get out, but was rather badly burned in doing so, and he was not to return to the squadron for many months. The sequel to this was that Wilf had been chasing the same Hun, and had just closed into range and was about to fire, when there was a flash just beside him and a Spitfire went up in flames. It was John. Neither knew that the other was there. Meantime, Eric had also found a Hun illuminated by the searchlights and had chased his quarry for 20 minutes before he finally caught up with it. He had fired all his ammunition, but could not be certain that he had got it, only seeing it disappear beneath him in a dive. The next morning brought confirmation that a Heinkel had crashed into the sea just off the coast in the position he had engaged his target. A good night's work. The crew of John's Heinkel were brought to the station, and the officer who was the captain of the aircraft turned out to be a really nice chap, a gentleman. The same could not, however, be said for the rest of his crew. He was brought to the mess until the prisoners were taken away, and as young Leonard was away at the time, given his room to have a shave and a wash. Leonard returned at breakfast time and walked up to his room to get the shock of his life when he found a German officer at work with his own razor. I was perhaps even more surprised after tea, when my wife arrived to have a drink in the ladies' room with me whilst I was talking to our prisoner, for he told me he recognized her. At first I thought I had misunderstood him, but it turned out he had seen her in Germany before the war, when she had been over there motor racing. A few nights later on June 26th, A Flight was standing by. There were quite a few Huns droning about down to the south, but it was not until just after midnight that we were called upon to go up. I was lying on my bed in the dispersal hut listening to the snores of the luckier pilots who could sleep at any rate until I took off, when the phone rang beside my bed. I groped about and eventually found it. "Take off." "Okay." I tumbled off the bed and out into the night. Somewhere out in the darkness an engine started up, breaking the stillness of the night. I peered in front of me, trying to pick out the blue exhaust flames which would show me where my aircraft was. As I picked it out, a tender came rumbling past me out onto the aerodrome, the flare path officer going out to light up for me to take off. As I approached my aircraft, the fitter began to run up the engines, and I stopped for a moment to listen to the music of a Merlin at full throttle. There was something very impressive, almost awe-inspiring in that thundering roar, sounding much louder in the darkness now than in daylight. The fitter throttled back, and as the engine note died to a spluttering mutter, I bent down and clicked home the leg straps on my parachute, shrugging my shoulders to get comfortable in the harness as I moved to the aircraft. A heave onto the wing, and I stepped into the cockpit, settled myself in the seat, and did up the straps as the fitter handed them to me. "Okay, sir." "Okay," and the man jumped down to the ground. Turning up the cockpit lights until their orange glow lighted all the instruments, I glanced round, checking the coolant and oil temperatures and oil pressure, before running up the engine myself and taxiing out. Everything okay, and I jerked my thumb over my shoulder, waiting until a torch flashed from behind me to tell me the crew were holding down the tail and I could open the throttle. Slowly I opened to the maximum, checked the boost pressure and revs, and then pulled the lever back, waving my hand above my head as the crew came running back to the wingtips. Another flash from the torch, and I knew that the chocks in front of the wheels had been pulled away and I could taxi out. Out in front of me showed the faint line of lights which was the flare path. I switched off the cockpit lights to see better, and then flashed on my light asking permission to take off. An answering flash came from the first light, and I slowly moved forward, turning until I was pointing up the glimmering line of lamps. A glance round the cockpit to make sure all was in order, and I opened the throttle, gathering speed into the black wall of the night ahead. The last light flashed past just after I left the ground, and watching the blind flying instruments, I got the undercarriage up, reset the airscrew pitch, and closed the radiator slightly. My altimeter showed 1,500 feet as I glanced out of the cockpit to pick out the horizon, a faint demarcation showing where Earth met sky. The canopy of stars overhead was crystal clear, and I reckoned the visibility was good at 12 miles. It was dark, but not quite a blackout night. There was quite a good horizon, so I hadn't to concentrate on flying by my instruments. I switched on the RT and called up the controller. His voice came crackling back to me in the earphones. "Receiving you okay. There are some Huns to the east of you." I acknowledged the message and turned east, climbing towards a bank of cumulus cloud ahead. As I entered the clouds, a suspicious searchlight came on and groped about, trying to pick me up. It was very eerie, with the silver glow lighting up weird shapes of caves and tunnels inside the cloud. Apparently, the searchlight crew below became satisfied that I was a friendly aircraft and switched off. As I came out of the top of the cloud, all was dark again, save the stars overhead. At 15,000 feet, I flattened out and steered towards a group of searchlights obviously trying to pick up an elusive Hun. Cruising around just behind them, I waited, peering at the beams in the hope that I might see a faint silhouette, even if the EA was not actually illuminated. For an hour and a half I followed various groups of searchlights, but without any luck. Then a voice in my phones told me to come back and land. I turned and began to lose height, following the courses I was given until I was fairly near the aerodrome, down to 1,000 feet, and I began looking round for the flare path. Over on my left, a line of lights shone out. Good show. I was nearly home. Circling the aerodrome, I flashed on the light for permission to land. An answering light shone out and I began my approach. Wheels down, throttle back a little, 120 miles per hour. OK. Flaps down, and I turned at the downwind end of the flare path. A light glared out below me as the floodlight was switched on, lighting up half the aerodrome. I straightened up, losing height all the time, until my altimeter showed 100 feet. Opening the throttle a little, I held the aircraft at that height until I judged I was approaching the hedge, and then throttled right back. About 50 yards short of the floodlight, I opened the throttle a little and began to ease the stick back. There was a terrific bump. Blast! I had misjudged it. I was too low. I gave a burst of throttle to ease the aircraft down off the bounce, wondering if my undercart was all right. I had certainly hit the ground pretty hard. As I passed the floodlight, there was a much softer bump and I was down. Running down the flare path, the left wing began to sink, so the undercart couldn't take it. I wasn't altogether surprised. Lower and lower the wing sank, until the tip touched the ground, and the aircraft slewed round. The nose dug in, and we came to a shuddering standstill. I switched off and climbed out, feeling furious with myself, and walked back towards the tender coming to pick me up. As it stopped, I climbed in and sank down in the seat, feeling very tired. The flare path officer came up and climbed aboard. "Bad luck. You certainly hit the ground with a wallop." "You're telling me. I nearly swallowed my teeth." I sat back as we drove to the huts, cursing myself. A fine example I was setting to the rest of the flight. A flight commander is supposed to be past that sort of thing. Next morning the CO spoke to me. "Bad luck, that show of yours. I am not altogether surprised, though. You'd been flying all day, and then on top of that a couple of hours at night. You were just too tired." I got some comfort from that, but I still felt a twerp. Chapter 9. A-Flight has some luck. July and August came and went, and the autumn was beginning to draw on, but we still had no action. The Blitz had begun down south, and we were beginning to wonder if we were going to miss it. Up to this time, the squadron had been going out each day to an aerodrome near the coast to carry out convoy patrols, etc. August 16th found us at sea, basking in the sun and hoping some Hun would come in and give us something to do. Nothing much had been happening all day, and as tea time approached, we tossed a coin as to which flight should go up to the mess for tea first. I lost for A Flight, and we stayed there on the sunlit aerodrome until B Flight should return. After about a quarter of an hour, the telephone rang. The squadron was to return home. I told them B Flight was up at the mess and asked whether we should go off by ourselves or wait for the others to finish their tea. No, A Flight was to go off now. We took off and circled the aerodrome, climbing for height. Then Woody's voice came through. "Climb to 15,000 feet. There might be some trade for you on your way back." We set course and climbed up through the sunlit haze and broken cloud. We flew on for some minutes until I judged we must be near the coast. Then from behind a bank of cloud sailed 5 Heinkels. Then another 5, and another, and another. A steady stream of aircraft appeared from the cloud, reminding me of a huge chorus coming out onto stage from the wings. There must have been at least 150 of them, Heinkels and Me-110 fighters, and way above showed 12 thin white pencils of smoke, the top escort. The leader of the formation must have seen us a few seconds after I sighted his formation, for the Huns turned out to sea, thin trails of black smoke from their exhausts showing that they had opened their throttles wide and were on the run. "Keep an eye on those buggers above us," I ordered. Then, as the humour of the situation struck me, my God, what a windy bunch! We were overhauling the Huns fast, and the rearguard of the 110s turned back to meet us, blocking our way to the bombers. Damn! There were at least 20 of them. The old excited feeling fluttered at the pit of my stomach. I remembered getting exactly the same feeling stepping into the boxing ring at school. Thoughts raced through my mind. How could we get to those bombers? I glanced up at the white trails far above us. They hadn't seen us, or else they thought we were a decoy and wouldn't come down. Ahead, the 110s were circling to meet us. I glanced back at Frankie, leading his section behind me to the left. Could one section hold off the fighters while the others streaked after the bombers? No. We would have to leave the Heinkels and content ourselves with a crack at the fighters. The leading 110 was abreast of us now, turning to come in behind us. I wheeled left, Frankie taking his section in to meet him, whilst I headed to cut off some of the others. A 110 turned and came straight at me from above, 6 streams of tracer spurting from his nose as he opened fire. Not a very experienced pilot, judging by the range at which he opened fire. I turned my head to see his tracer going 50 yards behind me. As he flashed past, I stall-turned to come in behind him, the rest of the section breaking away, each picking out an opponent. I dived after mine, and as he turned left, I pulled round inside him, got the deflection and pressed the firing button. No, damn it! I missed him, and he pulled hard round and went underneath me. I turned again in time to see another Spitfire on his tail. A burst of tracer and the Hun went down in a dive, steeper, and finally plunging vertically downwards, disappearing into the clouds far below. Good. That was one down. He obviously couldn't pull out of that dive. The clouds were only a couple of 1,000 feet up. Turning again, I climbed up towards 2 more Huns, getting into position behind one of them. As I got there, he saw me and began twisting and turning this way and that, whilst I strove to get my sights on and take a steady enough aim to fire. At last, he was right in the centre of the sight. I opened fire. One gun immediately stopped. Blast it! I wasn't out of ammunition yet. Must be a stoppage. It looked as if I was hitting the 110, but he still twisted in front of me, and I broke away to get into a better position. As I did so, another Hun came round on my tail, and we started circling in what the Germans so aptly term a Kurvenkampf. The Spitfire had a much better turning circle, and as I began to gain on him and come round towards his tail, he broke away into the opposite turn. It was a silly manoeuvre, as it brought me onto his tail almost at once, and I fired the rest of my ammunition. He broke away below me, and I lost him from sight. Feeling rather annoyed at having had no luck, I dived away towards the clouds, glancing behind me. The fight appeared to be almost over. Away to the right, a 110 was diving homewards, a Spitfire turning away from behind him and heading back towards the coast. The clouds below came rushing up to meet me, and suddenly the dazzling white vapour blotted out the sun and sky. Concentrating on the instruments, I dived on down, the cloud gradually getting darker as my height decreased, until below a different shade of grey told of the sea beneath. The cloud thinned abruptly, and I was out in the clear. It was very misty down here, and for a while I couldn't pick up the horizon. The artificial horizon had been upset in the dogfight, and was not working. The altimeter showed 2,000 feet, and I could tell I was still diving fast by the sound of the airstream and the noise of the engine, without looking at the airspeed indicator. I eased back on the stick and looked at the turn and bank indicator, which was in quite a steep turn. Pushing the stick over to one side, I got the kite more or less straight, and then a lightship appeared to my right. It looked rather unusual, as it seemed to be floating at an angle of 45 degrees. I wasn't straight yet, and correcting still more until the ship was in a normal position, I looked ahead and saw the line of breakers on the shore, and lined up my wings on this horizon. The beach and cliffs slipped by underneath, and I recognized a town to the south. 270 degrees should be just about right to get home, and resetting the gyro from the magnetic compass below it, I sat back and settled down on the course, idly watching the fields and lanes disappearing slowly beneath the wings. I felt contented. We had been on the job again, and after a couple of months' inactivity it was like a tonic. I was annoyed with myself for not getting anything. My eye must be a bit out. Ah well, wait till we get back and saw B-Flight's faces. This would teach them to go and have tea first. A town came into view beside the engine. Funny, I didn't recognize it, and I should be over familiar ground by now. I circled, trying to pick out some features I knew. From the look of the country, I knew we were somewhere south of the aerodrome, but I wasn't quite sure whether east or west. Just then I heard the ground station at the aerodrome calling another aircraft. Waiting until they had finished, I called up and asked for a course home. On to the new course, and the countryside began to look more familiar. Another transmission for a check bearing, and I knew where I was. The aerodrome appeared in front of me, and I dived down across it and came into land. All the rest of A-Flight was down and were talking to Crass, our intelligence officer, round the tail of one of the aircraft. Several of B-Flight, including the CO and Wilf, were also standing there asking questions and cursing their luck. Wilf shook his head sadly. "Damn it, isn't fair." We all laughed. At least A-Flight did. I got a hold of Crass to ask how we had done. 3 certain and 1 probable, he answered. Grumpy had 1 certain and a probable, and Sergeant P had a cert as well, and young Jock had got his first one. It was his that I had seen going down into the clouds. Sergeant P's remark had the laugh when he was told his seemed a certainty all right. Well, I knocked the port engine out of the wing, and the nose as far as the windscreen fell off as well, but he might have got home with a hell of a draft at his face. Chapter 10. A Question of Ammunition. A week later saw the squadron in action again. On August 24th, after lunch, we were ordered off to the London area as a covering patrol, whilst other squadrons down there were refuelling after a battle with the Boche. The CO was away at the time, and I was elevated to the leading position. It was a typical summer's day as we took off and climbed away south. The sun caught the haze below, making it difficult to see the ground. At 17,000 feet we were over the outskirts of the metropolis, still climbing, and watching the sun for any telltale glints which would tell of enemy fighters. Woody's voice came over the air to me. "There is some trade to the southeast of you." Message received and understood. As we turned towards the estuary, one of the rear lookout section called up. "Ack fire ahead and above." A pause, then, "Aircraft on the port bow above." Looking in the direction indicated, I saw some gleaming specks a mile or two ahead, and 2,000 or 3,000 feet above us. I opened the throttle wider and began climbing hard after them. Glancing down, the glint of sun on water showed the position of the Thames. The specks grew larger and resolved themselves into ME 109s, their yellow-painted noses shining golden in the sunlight. Ahead and below them was a formation of ME 110s, and in front of them again, the bombers. 12 Spitfires slid in underneath the 109s and crept up towards the 110s in front. It was obviously out of the question to get to the bombers, as they were too far ahead. The only thing to do was to wade into the 110s, of which there were about 2 squadrons. As we got into range, I singled out a target, and the rest of the formation spread out and followed in. I opened fire from almost astern, and the Hun went into a steep turn. As I followed him, I noticed a stream of tracer apparently going straight into him. For a moment I thought it must be from another Spitfire, but suddenly realized that it was coming just over the top of my cockpit from behind me. My heart missed a beat. Pulling sharply out of the way, I found another 109 on my tail. How he got there I don't know, for I certainly did not see any of the Huns break formation until I opened fire. Keeping in the turn, I got away from this gentleman, and feeling rather like a replica of that famous petrol advertisement, "That's shell, that was," had a good look round. Nobody seemed to be after me, and I turned in after a 109 ahead, coming in from the side at him. I got a good sight on him and fired a long burst until a large portion of his port engine came right out of the wing. He lurched over on his side and fell half inverted towards the glistening water far below. Keeping a good look round, I managed to watch him on his last journey and was rewarded by the sight of a huge splash of white foam as he hit the sea just off the coast. The fight seemed almost over now, for to the east a few aircraft were heading for the Belgian coast and a Spitfire was diving back towards home. No, there was nothing more to do but go back to the aerodrome. Then, as I turned north, a solitary 110 flew slowly past, half a mile away. Diving down a little, I turned in under his tail and closed in behind him. Where he had suddenly appeared from, I couldn't think, but the reason he was limping home so slowly was obvious now. His starboard engine was out of action, and I could plainly see the 3 blades of the stationary air screw standing mutely out from the bulge of the engine. Throttling back and somehow feeling a bit of a cad, I took very careful aim, checked the range, and pressed the firing button. Nothing happened. I pressed it again. No, I was out of ammunition. Sitting there just behind him, I swore softly to myself. The German pilot was obviously quite oblivious of my presence. What a shock he would have got if only I had some ammunition. Sliding out to one side, I pulled up over the top of the EA in a barrel roll, looking down through the roof of my cockpit as the aircraft became inverted. I laughed as I caught a glimpse of a pink blur in the front cockpit as the pilot looked up and saw me. He must have had the fright of his life. Slipping down the other side of him, I rolled out right way up, looking hard at the rear cockpit. The sliding cover was closed. If the gunner was on board, he must be dead. I noticed the pilot had opened up his one good engine wide, and a thin trail of black smoke was streaming back from the exhaust. I think he must have thought I was playing cat and mouse with him, and I suddenly felt very sorry for him. I could visualize his feelings as he strove to get away in his crippled aircraft, expecting at any moment to hear the clatter of bullets striking the fuselage and wings, and waiting to feel one plough through his body. I climbed and turned across his nose, rocking my wings as I straightened up and flew away from him. He would get home all right, as long as he didn't over-rev that engine. Good luck to him anyway. And all the way back I pondered on my feelings. Why should I have felt sorry for that German pilot? War is war, and no quarter is expected or given, and yet, once the heat of the moment was over, I felt almost glad that I had been forced to give him that quarter. How contrary is human nature! Tomorrow, perhaps, he would be on another raid in another machine and might shoot down one of our chaps, perhaps one of my flight. Perhaps he might come upon me gliding home with a dud engine and finish me off. I wondered if he would feel the same way I did, or whether the Nazi doctrine had killed all his decent feelings. Somehow I hoped it hadn't. Paradoxically, in a fight I always hoped the other chap was a decent sort of guy. It was so clean up there in the blue, the thrill of flying and the bigger thrill of fighting. And yet, if I had had some ammunition left, I couldn't have missed him, and I would have shot him down. Cold meat, and I would have done it, not because I hated that German personally, I didn't know who he was, but because I wanted to, and got a kick out of it. But if we had not been at war, Could I delight in killing? No. Sanity would prevail, and we should all become once more normal people. Yet that German pilot was fighting for the filthy regime which had caused the war. He probably believed in it and admired its teachings. Damn the stupid fool for being taken in by the lies and corruption which had been poured into his ears. God, if only I had had some ammunition. Chapter 11. Sad Promotion. August drew to a close, and then on September 5th, the squadron came home without the CO. I didn't go off with the squadron that morning, as I only came back from leave as they were returning. Young Leonard had got a 109, F had a probable Dornier, and Sergeant P, our Czech pilot, had also got a probable 109. Wilf rang through to the operations room asking for news. No news had come through yet. "He's probably bailed out," said someone. "Hope so. Who saw him last?" "I saw him heading into the middle of a bunch of 215s by himself. They must have got him. Crossfire, probably." The day wore on, and then at tea-time came the news that the CO's body had been found. He had apparently got out of his aircraft, but was too low or too badly wounded to open his parachute. A gloom descended on the mess, and there wasn't quite so much talking and laughter as usual as we sat drinking after supper that night. Next day, after lunch, Russell, our adjutant, rang me up. "Keep this under your hat until Woody rings up, but you've got the squadron. Congratulations." "Shut up and stop blathering," I said. "No, really. After all, you've had the ruddy squadron once before, so I suppose they think you might as well try to make a mess of it again." "I don't want any of your rudeness, B," I said coldly, using his surname. He laughed. "Good Lord. I shall have to salute you now, I suppose." "You're darned right. Has Frankie got A flight, then?" "No, F. It's a bit tough, but after all he's had a good deal more experience." He rang off, and I went back to the tea table. As I sat down, "I'm awfully sorry about this, Frankie, but I'm a ruddy squadron leader, and F goes up to flight lieutenant, and takes the flight. I am sorry, but it's just a question of experience, you see." Frankie took it very well, although I knew he was disappointed. He had been my deputy ever since Dunkirk, and when F came in and was told the news, Frankie congratulated him as sincerely as anybody. Drinks that night were on F and me. He took the promotion in his usual quiet way. He would make a damn good flight commander, and he couldn't have a better deputy than Frankie. On September 7th, the squadron went off on 2 patrols. The first at 11:25 being fruitless. No EA were seen. We were operating in a wing again, of 3 squadrons led by Squadron Leader B with his Canadians. The Czech squadron followed them, and we were on the top-covering squadron, having a better performance than the 2 Hurricane squadrons. In the afternoon, shortly after tea, we were off again, flying in the same formation as in the morning. Climbing south, we reached 17,000 feet, when a large formation of about 200 bombers and fighters was intercepted. They were flying east towards the coast, and the wing turned after them and climbed into the enemy formation. We were suffering from a disadvantage in height, and it looked as if only the Hurricanes would be able to get into range, as we were too far behind. High above the squadron was the top layer of the fighter escort, ME-110s and 109s. I began to climb up in an endeavour to get to them. As I did so, a 109 came screaming down just in front of me, a Hurricane on its tail. As the aircraft passed, the Hurricane broke away. Breaking up the squadron into sections, I opened the throttle and tore after the Hun with my section. As we closed in behind him, 4 Hurricanes descended on him as well. 7-1, most unfair, but the rest of the Huns were out of reach. It didn't take very long, although the German pilot fought us off magnificently, before he and his gunner bailed out and their aircraft crashed in flames into a field. I watched the crew land near the burning wreck, and apparently taken prisoner by a maid from an adjoining country house, and then climbed up again in the hope that there might be some fun still about. The sky seemed to be empty. The Huns and the Hurricanes, and even the rest of my section, had disappeared. I heard Wilf calling up the ground station and asking where the party had gone to. I called him up and told him I was in the same boat. I had lost everybody too. We got instructions to land and come back to the aerodrome. The rest of the squadron had had more luck than we had. Young Jock had got an HE-111 in flames and damaged another. Grumpy had got 2 109s, and Dolly, the squadron's ever-smiling Czech, had got a 110. Not so bad, after all. 4 down and no loss to ourselves. The bag for the wing was 20 altogether, for 1 or 2 casualties. Our arithmetic was getting better and better. 2 days later, the wing was in action again. A party I unfortunately missed, as I was not flying that day, and the total bag rose to 29. Again, for a negligible cost on our side. F got a Dornier, the Admiral, Sub-Lieutenant B, a Heinkel, and a bullet through his windscreen. Jock a 109 and Frankie a Heinkel. The total squadron bag was now 50 certain and 18 probables, for the cost of 4 killed and 1 prisoner of war. September the 11th. We took off and joined up with 2 other Spitfire squadrons to make up the wing. Again we were to act as a covering patrol over the London area. 36 Spitfires climbed up towards the afternoon sun. I was leading the show, and it felt like old times looking back at the formations behind me. At 22,000 feet, I turned east and flew along the Thames, watching to the south for any trade which might be about. I had been told over the RT that a raid was coming in towards the capital. As I looked, a cluster of black mushrooms of smoke appeared at about 20,000 feet, 2 or 3 miles away. It was the South London guns opening up. I called up the ground station and the rest of the formation as I sighted a swarm of aircraft in the middle of the Akak, and turned to meet them. It was the sort of interception a pilot dreams of. We were going for them head-on from slightly above. Behind the bombers I could see the fighter escorts stepped up in layers above their charges, and they couldn't touch us until after we had carried out the first attack on the bombers. I called up again on the RT, and then we divided on the 12 leading Heinkels. I took the right-hand Hun, the rest of the flight each picking out a target so as to cover the whole front of the formation. Down we went, rushing to meet them at something like 500 miles per hour, with the combined closing speed. A fleeting burst of fire, and we were into them. I think it must have shaken those Huns a lot. It must have been a rather frightening sight to see the Spitfires rushing to meet them, apparently in head-on collision. 48 guns of the leading flight spanning the space between with white pencils of tracer. I held to the last minute and then ducked to one side as the huge dark green monster flashed past. I caught an impression of the whirling air screws, a black cross outlined in white, a gun in the rear cockpit swinging after me, a pink blur of the gunner's face showing behind it. Then they were gone. I turned hard round to the left to come back. To my utter astonishment, almost every aircraft had disappeared. Above me, the flash of the sun on wings told me of a dogfight going on. No doubt the fighter escort and the rest of the Spitfires. But of what must have been over 50 bombers, not one could I see. Nor could I see the rest of the flight, much less the squadron. Then, towards the river, I saw 7 Heinkels turning for home, dropping their bombs as they turned. The leading bombers which we had attacked. There didn't seem to be much to stop them going on to the centre of London if they wanted to. Only me. But no, they looked to have had enough and were going home. Well, we seemed to have got 5 of them down in that first attack. Probably the leader had gone down, and these other lads were lost and didn't quite know what to bomb. Anyway, they were on the run. I turned after them, scanning the sky all the time for signs of fighters. 2 Me-110s swam into view and joined up one each side of the bombers. They made no attempt to interfere with me, one of them merely dropping back behind the Heinkels. I closed in and fired at him from dead astern. I hit him with the first burst, a shower of pieces flying off from his starboard engine as the air screw stopped. He made no attempt to avoid my fire. He just flew straight on. Puzzled, I broke away as I overshot him and turned to come back in again. Taking a sight on the port engine, I opened fire again. At the second burst, a huge cloud of smoke and flame belched out, and the aircraft slowly went down into a dive. Breaking away, I glanced down, but he was lost from view. Looking back at the other aircraft, I was amazed to see the remaining Me-110 diving away as hard as he could for home. I obviously couldn't catch him, and anyway, the bombers were more important to knock down. The Heinkels had tightened up their formation and were steaming along as fast as they could. I picked out the rearmost aircraft and then frowned. There were only 6. I counted them again. Definitely 6. I looked round, but there was not another aircraft to be seen in the sky. Where the other Heinkel had gone, I don't know to this day. When I broke away from the 110, I temporarily lost sight of the bombers, and it must have been that he broke away or was possibly shot down by Akak. I closed in behind the last Hun, and eased the sights onto one of the engines and fired. I stopped for a moment to steady my kite in the slipstream, and then fired again. Nothing happened. Breaking away, I climbed up to one side of the formation and came down in a beam attack on the leader. Still nothing happened. No return fire came from the Huns at all. Their crews might have been dead for all the response I got to my attacks. Turning round again, I closed in behind number 6 and opened fire at his starboard engine. After a short burst, a cloud of white vapour streamed out from below the engine. Ah! I'd got his radiator. I fired again, but my guns stopped after a second, out of ammunition. But not before I saw flames and black smoke come licking around the engine cowling. I broke away above him, and looking back saw there were only 5 Heinkels now. I could account for that. A thin streak of black smoke showed where number 6 had gone plunging down. Feeling rather exhilarated on getting 2 down, I dived back across the Thames and headed for home and a glass of beer. It was too late for tea. Chapter 12. Der Tag. September 14th saw the wing on 2 patrols, but no EA was seen. Perhaps the Hun was saving himself for the morrow. I think this was actually the case, for the next day saw the record bag of 185 Huns shot down. These only the certainties. The real total, therefore, probably even higher. We carried out 2 patrols. The first, at 11:30 hours, I very nearly missed, as my aircraft refused to start. After about 10 minutes, my fitter managed to get it going, and as 2 other aircraft had just been made serviceable, I took off with a section consisting of the Admiral and Jock. We climbed away south as hard as we could without much hope of catching up with the wing. At 20,000 feet just over the outskirts of London, I sighted some Akak fire ahead. We were luckier than I had even hoped. For as we drew nearer, I saw a loose formation of about 15 Dorniers, with several 109s above them. They were flying west, and it looked as if the wing had already been at them, as in fact they had. Keeping an eye on the 109s, which apparently hadn't seen us, I turned in from ahead of the formation and dived at the leader, the Admiral and Jock picking a target each side of me. We weren't quite dead ahead of the EA, and coming in at a slight angle, I misjudged the deflection when I opened fire, the bullets going behind the Dornier. I flashed through the formation and pulled up in a climbing turn as a 109 came down on me. He came at me from the side and dived straight on underneath me and disappeared. Where he went to, I don't know. He may have been out of ammunition and going home. The sky was clear above, the sun shining down from the blue of the heavens onto the dazzling layer of cloud 10,000 feet below us, the Dorniers standing out starkly black against the snowy whiteness. As I came round behind the formation again, I saw the Admiral's aircraft behind one of the EA, and marked the white streaks from the wings as he opened fire. Then I was closing behind my own target. I came in rather fast and fired a short burst as the aircraft bumped into the bomber's slipstream, breaking away hard down below the twin rudders as they seemed to rush almost into the cockpit. Pulling out of a half-loop, I began to turn again towards the enemy formation when I saw a Dornier diving past me going east. Reversing the turn, I followed, firing from the quarter at the starboard engine. As I slipped in astern of the Hun, a Hurricane swam up beside me, firing also. I turned away to one side and saw 2 more Hurricanes behind him. Damn it, who saw this Hun first? Then I realized that the Hurricanes had probably been chasing this Dornier when I had come in and attacked. Perhaps, after all, I was horning in on them. I looked back to see if there was anything else about. No, the sky was empty save for the Hun, the Hurricanes, and me. Taking my place in the queue, I waited my turn to fire. The German pilots seemed to be taking no evasive action at all, the Dornier just diving slightly towards the clouds. Getting impatient, I pulled out to one side and began a quarter attack, aiming at the starboard engine. This time I think I hit him, but it may have been one of the Hurricane pilots who was firing at the same time, as the EA began to dive more steeply, and as it went through a hole in the clouds, 2 white mushrooms blossomed forth as the wretched Huns bailed out. The pilot was probably dead, as only 2 parachutes were floating down. Throttling back, I dropped one wing to get a better view of the black-crossed aircraft. Behind, rushing over the trees and hedges, fields and roads to meet the stricken machine, I saw its shadow. As the 2 came nearer and nearer, a house loomed up, apparently in the path of the raider. With a sigh of relief, I watched it miss the obstacle, and then the shadow and master met, with a huge gush of flame, as the aircraft hit the ground and the petrol tanks exploded. I circled, watching the pillar of black smoke rising up towards the clear blue sky above, to mark the grave of another of Goering's pride. Turning back, I saw the 2 white shapes of the parachutes as the rest of the crew floated down. One landed in a field, and then I was on top of the other. I saw the black figure at the end of the shroud lines gesticulating violently, and felt tempted to give him the burst he was so obviously expecting. Anger surged up inside me as I remembered the unbroken layer of cloud over London, through which these brave Huns had been shovelling their bombs. Looking back, I saw the parachute swinging violently in my slipstream, only a few feet from the top of a wood, and laughed. "I hope that breaks your neck, you bloody little swine." The morning's party was only a very small foretaste of what was in store after lunch. The sun was only just past the zenith when we were in the air again, forming up in the usual wing formation. As we climbed away towards London, Squadron Leader B, Woody and I exchanged wisecracks, as we usually did on the way to our patrol line, in between more serious messages. The weather was fine, the golden blaze of the sun high in the blue picking out the fleecy layer of clouds far below us. At 2,000 feet, a message came crackling through in my phones. Woody's calm, familiar voice saying, "There's some trade heading northwest to the south of you." "Lovely," came from B in reply, and then ahead, some black puffs of smoke showed up a myriad of black specks. Huns, and plenty of them. The old feeling fluttered again at my stomach as I settled myself more comfortably in my seat, tested the reflector sight, which I knew perfectly well was working okay, and glanced round at the rest of the squadron. Looking back again at the rapidly growing black specks, I saw above them a tangle of white condensation trails. The whole sky ahead seemed filled with aircraft. As we got closer, I recognized the bombers as Dorniers, about 30 in each formation, stretching away towards the coast to the south. Above the bombers weaved Me-109s and 110s, the escort. Never before or since have I seen so many enemy aircraft in the sky at one time. There were literally hundreds of them. It was an amazing sight, and one which I shall remember all my life. It made the mass flypast at the Hendon display seem small by comparison. It must have been about the maximum effort of the Luftwaffe. As we climbed as hard as we could towards the Huns, the leading Dorniers crossed our bows and headed away to our right, with their attendant escort. I kept glancing up at those white trails just above, a gleaming speck at the head of each, showing the fighters themselves. As we headed across the stream of aircraft, I heard B call up, but I didn't catch what he said. Then I saw him turning away into the nearest formation of bombers with the rest of the Hurricanes, whilst I continued up into the escort with the Spitfires to try and hold them off while the bombers were being attacked. Glancing at number 2 of my section, I noticed that he was just beginning to make a trail, and looking up again as a 109 passed over the top of me, I judged we were about 1,000 feet below them. I have never felt so uncomfortable in all my life. We were a perfect target, and could do nothing to save continue climbing into the fighters, waiting all the while to be attacked from the ideal position, above and behind. I didn't feel scared now. There was too much to occupy my attention, but my sit-me-down was twitching as if I was expecting someone to kick me there, and all the time I was squinting up into the glare above, trying to keep an eye on all those damned Huns. Suddenly I caught a sight of a flash in my mirror, and turned as a couple of 109s came down on the rear section of the squadron. We opened out after a few seconds, split up as we swam into the middle of a whole horde of 109s and 110s. Why they hadn't attacked us before, I cannot think. But probably their idea was to draw us up into them to distract our attention from the stream of unescorted bombers, which I later found were following at intervals behind the leading mass of aircraft. It almost seemed as if they hadn't sufficient fighters to escort all the bombers they sent over. Ahead of me was a squadron of Me-110s, and after a quick look round to see that no other Huns were immediately concentrating on me, I climbed up after the rearmost 110. Unfortunately, before I could get close enough to fire, they saw me and paid me the compliment of all forming a defensive circle. Remembering the pilot who managed to get inside one of these circles, going round in the opposite direction and keeping the firing button pressed as the string of targets passed through his sights, I decided now was the time to do likewise. But for the fact that I was now below the Messerschmitts, I think I might have succeeded, but as it was I couldn't get into the middle of them quickly enough, and was forced to break away as the leader came round behind me. As I straightened out again and began to climb up, a pair of 109s descended on me, but I managed to sidestep, so to speak, and they passed harmlessly to one side, and pulled up in a climb ahead of me. As I opened the throttle wide and climbed after them, they did a very foolish thing. The leader turned left, and number 2, instead of following him, turned away in the opposite direction, right across my nose. He saw me as I turned after him, and putting on full inside rudder as he turned, skidded underneath me. Pulling round, half-stalled, I tore after him and got in a short burst as I closed up on him again before he was out of my sights again. That German pilot certainly knew how to handle a 109. I have never seen one thrown about as much as that one was, and I felt certain that his wings would come off at any moment. However, they stayed on, and he continued to lead me a hell of a dance as I strove to get my sights on him again. Twice I managed to get in a short burst, but I don't think I hit him. Then he managed to get round towards my tail. Pulling hard round, I started to gain on him, and began to come round towards his tail. He was obviously turning as tightly as his kite could, and I could see that his slots were wide open, showing that he was nearly stalled. His ailerons were obviously snatching too, as first one wing then the other would dip violently. Giving the Spitfire best, he suddenly flung out of the turn and rolled right over on his back, passing across in front of me inverted. I couldn't quite see the point of this manoeuvre unless he hoped I would roll after him, knowing no doubt that my engine would cut, whereas his was still going, owing to his petrol injection system. He would draw away from me. Either that or he blacked out and didn't realize what was happening for a moment, for he flew on inverted for several seconds, giving me the chance to get in a good burst from the quarter. Half righting himself for a moment, he slowly dived down and disappeared into the clouds, still upside down, looking very much out of control. The sweat was pouring down my face, and my oxygen mask was wet and sticky about my nose and mouth. I felt quite exhausted after the effort, and my right arm ached from throwing the stick round the cockpit. At speed, it needs quite a bit of exertion to move the stick quickly and coarsely in violent manoeuvres. Looking round, the sky seemed empty, and I dived down to follow the 109 and see if he had crashed or whether I could find him and finish him off if not. As I reached the top of a cloud layer, I noticed away to the west a formation of about 20 aircraft flying southeast. Climbing up as hard as I could, I got up into the sun above them and waited until they approached beneath me. They were Dorniers again, with no escort. Before I came down on them, I had a good look round but could see nothing else in the sky at all. I don't think they saw me until I was on top of them, and what tracer did come from the rear guns was not very close to me. I fired at the leader in a quarter attack, but with the speed of the dive I couldn't get in a very long burst and had to break away quickly underneath the formation, rolling over and pulling out in the opposite direction to that in which they were flying. As I pulled out, there in front of me was another formation of about the same number of Dorniers. I was in a fairly good position for a head-on attack, and since this seemed to be about the only way I could break up a formation of this size by myself, I sailed in at them. As I fired at the leader, I saw the aircraft on his right wobble a bit, and wondered whether my bullets weren't quite going where I thought they were, or whether the pilot just didn't like the look of a Spitfire coming at him head-on. The Huns rushed to meet me, and I remember involuntarily ducking my head as the leader's port wing flashed over the cockpit. Then I was through the formation and turning back after them again. Far from breaking up the formation, my efforts seemed to have had the opposite effect, as the Dorniers had closed up until they were flying with their wings almost overlapping. Those Huns certainly could fly in formation, and since there wasn't enough room to get through them again from the front, I pulled up to one side, got slightly ahead of the leader, and then came down in a beam attack. I was certain from the sight of the tracer that my burst hit at least one other aircraft, if not the leader. But there was no visible effect. They just sailed on towards the coast. Breaking away behind them, I noticed that the last man on the starboard flank of the formation was straggling a little. A steep left-hand turn, and I came in behind him, firing at one engine. I heard a sharp metallic bang, and then my gun stopped. I broke away, as obviously I was out of ammunition, and that bang I had heard was obviously a bullet from the German rear gunner. I quickly glanced over all the engine instruments, but all was well. He hadn't hit the engine. A last regretful glance after the Dorniers, and I turned for home, feeling rather annoyed at not getting any of those bombers. I was sure I had been shooting straight, but they must be carrying a lot of armour on them these days, blast them. Ah well, home, James, and find out how the others fared. Back on the deck once more, everyone was busy over their combat reports. Crass fussing round getting the score as he collected the completed forms. And a good score it was too. 12 certain and 5 probables. Sergeant R had got a bullet in his engine and had forced landed, and Sergeant P was missing. These were our only casualties. Young Leonard had excelled himself, and got 3 certain, 2 109s and a 110, and Grumpy had got 3 as well, all 109s. Grumpy, with some 109s, always reminded me of a terrier amongst rats. Of the others, Sergeant C had got a 109, Flight Sergeant S, a Dornier certain, and a 109 probable, and Wilf a 110 and a Dornier, both certainties, and Jock and the Admiral each a 109. Of the rest of the wing, Squadron Leader B hadn't been quite so lucky, as his squadron and the Czechs close behind had been jumped on before we could get into the escort and hold them off. But for all that, they had done well, the Czechs also having a good bag. The total for the day for the wing amounted to 52, our own casualties being covered on the fingers of one hand. That night the sun was blood red as it sank beyond the western horizon. Chapter 13. Out of Control. The Blitz was not yet over, but September 15th saw the climax of it. Activity continued, however, on a fairly heavy scale for several days, and the wing carried out at least one patrol almost every day. On the 18th of the month we went off 3 times, and the first 2 patrols yielded nothing. I decided I might go over to my office to get on with a bit of work. I was there when, shortly after 4 o'clock, the wing was ordered off again. Jumping into my car, which I always had with me for these occasions, I tore round to the dispersal point, just in time to see 12 Spitfires taxiing away down the aerodrome. Some cad had taken my aircraft. It didn't matter from an operational point of view, as Wilf used to lead when I was away at any time, but I was furious at getting left behind. At the same time, I couldn't help smiling and remembering another instance, when a flight commander found his aircraft unserviceable and ordered another pilot over the RT to give up his kite, whereat the latter developed mysterious RT failure until he was in the air. It showed grand spirit, and I could hardly imagine such a thing happening in a German squadron. Alternately, swearing and smiling to myself, I repaired to the operations room, there to watch the progress of the wing. Woody, as usual, had come in from his office to take over and very unsympathetically roared with laughter when I told him why I was there. As luck would have it, this 3rd patrol, which I had missed, was the one in which the wing got into a party, a large formation of Heinkels, Junkers 88s and Emmys being sighted east of London. I made my way back to dispersal point as the aircraft returned and waited with Crass, for the pilots to taxi in. From their faces it was quite obvious that they had had some fun. Out of the total for the wing of 28, The squadron had accounted for 6 plus 1 probable. Wilf had got a Ju-88. Leonard shared a Ju-88 and a probable 109. Dolly and Sergeant P, our Czech pilots, each an HE-111. And Grumpy, as usual, had added to his score with a ME-110. Flight Sergeant S had also got a Heinkel and shared a Ju-88 with Leonard, and F and his section had polished off another Ju-88 between them. Unfortunately, F had had to force land at E aerodrome with a bullet in his coolant tank. News came through that he was quite okay, however, to our relief. 2 days later came the news that Grumpy had got the DFM. We were all very pleased about it. September 22nd was a dirty day. Low rain clouds obscuring the sun. Taking advantage of this, a Dornier paid us a visit, dropping a stick of bombs along B-Flight's dispersal point. They were only small bombs, and apart from blowing one of the aircraft up on its nose and filling the cockpit with earth, no damage was done. F had taken off with his section just before this to try and intercept the raider, and caught him over the aerodrome, getting in a burst before the Hun got back into the clouds again. 5 days later, the wing was on patrol south of London, and intercepted a formation of ME-109s. The Hun by now had almost completely given up large-scale bombing raids, contenting himself instead with sending over 109s on offensive sweeps. Some of these fighters carrying bombs in order to increase their nuisance value more than anything else, I think, judging by the results they obtained. We were flying southeast at the time, and some bursts of AA fire ahead showed us a formation of about 20 or 30 109s, flying north in a loose formation. As they saw us, they turned to meet us, and Squadron Leader B waded into them, the rest of us following. As the squadron broke up, I noticed 2 yellow-nosed Huns creeping round underneath us to try and attack from below and behind. Half rolling, I dived down on them, getting in a short burst at each of them as they passed through my sights. I was coming down rather fast in a dive and felt the aircraft skidding slightly. My left hand felt for the rudder bias control and wound the wheel back. Still the aircraft continued to skid, and trying to pull out of the dive, I found that I couldn't. I was doing a fair rate of knots, and the controls had stiffened up a great deal accordingly. But a backward movement of the stick did not have the customary effect. Pressing as hard as I could on the left rudder pedal had little or no effect either, as it was almost impossible to move it at this speed. A glance at the airspeed indicator showed me I was doing well over 400 miles per hour, and the altimeter was giving a good imitation of one of those indicators you see in lifts. To say that I was a trifle worried about all this would be a slight understatement. I had started this blasted dive at 25,000 feet, and the altimeter now showed 10,000. I was just beginning to think about stepping out, and then began wondering whether I could at this speed. I decided to have one last attempt at getting control. Bracing myself against the back of the seat, I put both feet on the left pedal and pressed as hard as I could, pulling back on the stick at the same time. Relieved was hardly the word, as I felt the aircraft straighten up and saw the nose rising to meet the horizon. Determined to make no mistake about pulling out of the dive completely, I kept the stick back and not unnaturally blacked out completely as the controls regained their full effect. Easing the stick forward again, I came to, and was confronted with the sight of a parachute upside down, and apparently ascending instead of descending. Further examination of this phenomenon drew my attention to the fact that the sun was below me. I had completed a half-loop while I was blacked out without knowing it. I rolled out right way up and circled round the white mushrooms of silk, trying to recognize the pilot at the end of the shroud lines. High above me, 1 or 2 aircraft were still circling round, but the dogfight seemed to be over. Circling round, I waited until the pilot came to rest in the top of a tree, and then diving down, slowly this time, caught a glimpse of him climbing out to the ground. He was obviously okay, and I couldn't help laughing at his predicament. As he reached the ground, he waved, and I turned for home. Back on the aerodrome, I found out that it was Gordon who had taken to the silk. His machine had been set on fire, and he had had to get out in a hurry. He had left us a couple of months ago to take over a flight in the Czech squadron. Our score for the day was good. 7 109s down, plus 1 probable. F, P, S, Grumpy, and our Czech Sergeant P had each got 1, the Admiral had got 2, and Sergeant J had a probable, and I had had a fright. The trouble was later traced to a bowed rudder, and the rudder bias out of adjustment. This had prevented me from being able to trim the aircraft straight in the dive, the ensuing skid causing the rudder to blank off one side of the elevators, thus causing the effectiveness of this control to be greatly decreased. Later I went up to test the aircraft again, and all was well, the faults having been remedied. The same day we learned that Jock and Leonard had both got the DFC, and we had a celebration that night in the mess to mark the occasion. Chapter 14. Quiet Days. It was obvious now that the Blitz was over, and that, at any rate for the time being, the Luftwaffe had shot its bolt. Enemy activity declined, offensive patrols by Me-109s, some carrying bombs to increase their nuisance value, took the place of the mass bombing raids. As a result of this, there wasn't enough trade to go round, and although the wing continued patrols whenever any enemy activity occurred in the Channel, it became obvious that we should have to be very lucky to get any more action. As it happened, we did have a bit of luck, but not until November 5th. On this occasion I was unfortunate in missing the patrol, F leading the squadron. His RT, however, became unserviceable shortly after taking off, and Flight Sergeant S took over the lead. Over Canterbury, a considerable amount of cloud was experienced, and the squadron became separated from the rest of the wing. Shortly afterwards, a formation of 109s was sighted and attacked. The EA dived into the clouds and disappeared, but not before F had fired at one from 150 yards range and seen the cockpit cover break off. He fired again, giving a 5-second burst, and the 109 disappeared in a vertical dive into the clouds, and apparently crashed into the sea 10 miles south of Dungeness. Sergeant C claimed his first victim since joining the squadron. He climbed up after 3 EA, which was circling 500 feet above him, and after 4 turns got on the tail of one, the other 2 breaking away and disappearing from sight. Opening fire at the remaining Hun from about 200 yards, he fired 6 bursts closing to 50 yards before breaking away to see the 109 with smoke and flame pouring from the engine. In the afternoon, F, again, was lucky over the same area, running into another bunch of 109s and the new Heinkel 113s. This time he made certain of his opponent, and had the satisfaction of seeing the EA completely break up in the air after he had fired only about 20 rounds per gun. It was excellent shooting. Grumpy also added another to his score, chasing a 113 over the Channel and catching it over the French coast. It was the first and only EA of this type to be shot down by the squadron. Unfortunately, the squadron came back without H, one of our 2 Czech officers, and a report was later received that a Spitfire had been seen falling in flames over the Thames at the time of the fight. His body was never found, and it obviously must have been poor H who had been seen. The next 10 days were quiet, and although we carried out several patrols, nothing was seen. Then, on the morning of the 15th, 2 squadrons, Squadron Leader B's and ourselves, were sent off to patrol a convoy off the estuary. We climbed up towards the sun and set course over the banks of rolling mist covering the treetops. It was a glorious morning, the sun shining down from a cloudless blue sky onto the wisps of white vapour clothing the earth below. Out to sea the mist had cleared a little, and before long B picked up the convoy and began running up and down the line of ships. Owing to the limited visibility, he decided to patrol fairly low, at about 7,000 feet, whilst I climbed up behind him to keep a lookout for any higher stuff that might come in. Away to the south over the French coast, a tangled mass of smoke plumes high up in the blue showed where some Huns were having a morning trip. It was not our job to chase them, however, so I sat back idly watching the white trails weaving a frantic pattern against the heavens. Glancing farther to the east towards Dunkirk, I saw 2 more white plumes and watched to see which way the EA were heading. They seemed to be coming our way. Switching on my transmitter, I called up B and told him I was going up higher in case the Huns should come within reach. "Okay, pal," came back in my phones as I turned towards the trails. Climbing south, I edged round towards the sun to try and take the Huns by surprise. There was about 10 miles separating the 2 aircraft. and I called up Wilf and told him to break away with B-Flight and take the rearmost one while I went after the other with A-Flight. Up and up we climbed, and after a few minutes, Wilf called up and asked if I could head off his chap a bit, as they weren't gaining on him very quickly. Telling Grumpy with his section to break away and try to cut off the Hun in question, I climbed on after the other one. At about 22,000 feet, he passed over the top of us, heading up the estuary, and I turned in behind, getting between him and the sun. At 25,000 feet, I noticed that we were making condensation trails as well, and began to wonder whether our quarry would see us. We were still several miles behind him, and at least 5,000 feet lower, but I could now pick out the aircraft at the head of its white trail of smoke. I could see that it was a twin-engined kite, but we weren't near enough yet to recognize the type. The Ack batteries were firing at the EA, and I sat watching the white puffs of the exploding shells bursting below and behind him to come floating lazily back to meet us as we climbed on and on after him. I began to think we were never going to catch up, as we didn't seem to be gaining on the Hun to any great extent, and it seemed as if our climbing speed was the same as his cruising speed. Accordingly, I eased the stick forward a little until we were flying level, and we began to catch up. As we got nearer, I began climbing slightly again, trying to keep the happy medium between maximum climb and forward speed. We were now at almost 30,000 feet, and over the outskirts of London. Apparently, this was as far as the Hun wanted to go, for he turned slowly round the way he had come, and then he saw us, and did a very foolish thing. He dived down as hard as he could back towards the sea. As it was, I turned and dived after him, Jock and Arthur following in line astern. Down and down we went, the needle of the airspeed indicator going farther and farther round the dial until it showed 400 miles per hour. In reality, our speed must have been nearly 500 miles per hour. As in the rarefied air at these altitudes, there is quite a large error of anything up to 100 miles per hour in the instrument. The controls were solid now, with the force of the airflow over them, and it needed 2 hands and a lot of strength to move the stick even a little. We were gaining on the Hun now, and gaining fast, and at 10,000 feet I began to ease the sights onto the fuselage of the target. I say ease, but perhaps heave would be a better word. I was sweating with the strain of holding my aircraft steady in the bumps as I began to get the Hun's slipstream. My head felt thick, and I was almost deaf from the sudden change from the rarefied atmosphere above to the increased pressure lower down. At last I was in range, and squinting through the sight, I pressed the firing button. The muffled brrrp of the guns came to my ears as the streams of tracer leapt from the wings and flashed towards the EA in my sight. I fired 3 bursts, steadying my aim between each and then pulling away to the left, a stream of black smoke coming from the Hun's port engine as I did so. Straightening up, I watched Jock firing, and then the starboard engine spluttered, and a tongue of flame licked out and around the cowling. Good show, Jock. We've got him. I watched Arthur close in behind, and as he broke away, the EA pulled up in a climbing turn, and I closed in from the side and gave him another squirt. He turned over on his side, and a parachute blossomed out behind as the burning aircraft dived through a patch of cloud and crashed in a huge fountain of white foam and steam into the blue waters of Father Thames. We were now at 2,000 feet, and watching until the German pilot had been picked up by a boat. I turned and called up the other 2 of the section, heading home over the carpet of mist, still covering the land. After a while I picked up a town through a gap in the mist, and a few minutes later sighted a familiar landmark sticking up through the white vapour and came to the aerodrome. Landing, I found that B-Flight had accounted for the other EA, which had also turned out to be an ME-110. The 2 were obviously on reconnaissance flights, and it was nice to think that the Huns had lost 2 aircraft and a lot of photographs which they probably thought they could get without trouble. Wilf's scheme for getting the second 110 had worked admirably, and Grumpy had headed him off just as B-Flight came up behind the quarry. Thus 9 Spitfires had pounced on the wretched Hun at the same time, and it was small wonder that he had not survived the encounter. He had dived headlong towards the sea in an effort to escape, the Spitfires streaming after him, and 1 wing had broken off before he hit the water. It was rather hard to say who had been the most instrumental in getting him, as everyone except Wilf had fired. Over a glass of beer before lunch I heard Wilf's account. "The bastards just shouldered me out of the way. he said indignantly. "I couldn't get near enough to fire at all." Roars of laughter greeted this remark. That the flight commander, who was supposed to be leading the attack, should be pushed aside, so to speak, by the rest of his flight, all determined to get in a burst, struck everybody as being extremely funny. Chapter 15. The Day's Work. We settled down now for the winter, and a monotonous existence again, only alleviated by the fact that the days were shorter. Perhaps it might be well if I were to describe an average day in a fighter squadron at this juncture. The squadron stands by from dawn until dusk. During winter this does not entail any great hardship, but during the summer months it means that the pilots are on duty perhaps 17 hours each day. Enemy activity to a fighter pilot is a tonic compared to long periods of enforced idleness. Once having tasted action, all other flying rather loses its meaning and tends to appear rather pointless. Before the war, I had read numerous books written by pilots about the last war, many of whom had never flown since the armistice. It seemed extraordinary to me that anyone could give up flying once they had started, but now I begin to realize how they feel about it, and how we shall feel when the war is over, and the sky will be empty of enemy aircraft. From habit we shall still keep peering into the sun, looking for the telltale glint of a fighter above, knowing full well that no fighter will be there, and realizing that a sense of futility is bound to creep in. Fighting is the supreme goal towards which all our previous flying has been directed, and now we shall have reached that goal, and the game will be over. We shall still enjoy flying for its own sake, but it will seem insipid. Having tasted wine, water will not satisfy. But I am digressing. When there is no enemy activity, there is training flying to be done. New pilots must be taught the applied flying which they cannot learn anywhere else but in a squadron. The experienced pilots must keep their hands in, new tactics must be evolved, night flying training carried out, and so on. All this, and in addition, as far as the CO is concerned, quite a lot of office work. After breakfast then, if the Hun is quiet, the training flying commences and continues on and off all day. Good weather at dusk and some night flying probably rounds off the day's work. Except those down for flying, the remainder of the pilots are free until they come on duty again at dawn on the morrow. A pilot doesn't get very much chance for relaxation, except in the winter evenings, but plenty of leave is usually forthcoming and allows him the necessary mental and physical rest he requires. Dud weather means boredom, which is bad for morale. Given something to do, particularly with the enemy, everyone is happy. Too much action is worse than boredom, of course, and when a pilot has had a bellyful, away he goes to a flying school as an instructor for a rest from operational flying. Every day of the week seems the same. Sunday is just another working day. At the beginning of the war I always felt rather lost and never knew what the date was, but after a while one gets used to it, and it must be Sunday if the paperboy delivers the Sunday pictorial instead of the Daily Mirror. Leave brings temporary and welcome freedom. No longer does the ring of the telephone bell control your life, but the adjutant has got your address, and you might receive a telegram, "Return unit immediately," should circumstances demand it. As a matter of fact, during the Blitz I found it very hard to get chaps to go on leave. They were all afraid of missing a chance of getting at the Hun. Now, however, leave was eagerly looked forward to. The wing still carried out patrols in the hope of catching some 109s, and on November 28th a small formation was seen over Ramsgate, and F had a crack at them. The net result was 3 down and no loss to the squadron. Leonard having got one certain, Flight Sergeant S another, and Grumpy and Sergeant F sharing another. This was the last action the squadron was to have up to the time of writing, and brought the squadron score up to 91 certain and 30 probable, for our own casualties of under double figures. Although this score did not compare with those of other squadrons nearer the scenes of activity, at the same time we felt justly pleased with ourselves at arriving at that score with the loss of so few of our own chaps. The old faces were, however, fast disappearing through postings to other units. G and Eric had left us some time before to take over flights in other squadrons. Frankie soon followed them, and then Wilf left to take command of a new squadron which was forming. Grumpy and Flight Sergeant S had also been posted from the squadron to become instructors. Wilf, G and Flight Sergeant S had all been awarded gongs, medals to you, after Dunkirk, and Grumpy during the Blitz, to which was added a bar before he left us. F and Jock were soon afterwards given the DFG. And then 2 old faces were welcomed back to the squadron in John and Michael. John took over B Flight after Wilf's departure, but although he showed himself to be an excellent flight commander, it soon became obvious that he hadn't fully recovered from his experience that night in June. He resolutely refused to admit it, and was furious when eventually he was posted away as an instructor to give him a rest from the cares and worries of a squadron, and to give him a chance to get really on his feet again. New pilots kept arriving to fill the vacancies left, some to be posted again to new squadrons just formed after we had trained them up, and so it went on. Sometimes a section would be sent off to try and intercept a solitary Hun snooping about in the cover of the clouds on days of bad weather, but it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. And then one day we got a job after our own hearts again. A sweep was being carried out over northern France by some bombers escorted by fighters, and the wing was to provide a covering patrol for the main formation. We flew down to H, where the squadron had been stationed during Dunkirk, there to refuel before going over to the other side. Memories came flooding back as I led the squadron down and came in to land on the familiar aerodrome. It looked just the same as it did 7 months before. A few filled-in bomb craters showed up from the air, and the faces we saw were new. The pilots gathered in the watch office, talking and smoking while last-minute instructions were given and aircraft refueled. Then we went out on the tarmac again, to the spluttering and rumbling of engines being started up. I climbed in and ran up the engine with more care than usual, then waved away the chocks and taxied away down the field, the other Spitfires following one by one behind me to turn into wind and wait whilst the leading Hurricanes had taken off. Raising one thumb, I waited for the answering signal from the other section leaders, and then we were away, thundering across the green turf to rise slowly over the far hedge and climb up after the other squadrons, circling the aerodrome and waiting for us. As I got into position, I called up L, leading the Hurricanes, and the wing turned south and climbed away towards the French coast. We had instructions to patrol between Calais and Boulogne, and at about 25,000 feet we turned over Cap Gris-de-Nez and flew down the coast. Almost at once the flak opened up at us from the Calais area, and I turned to watch the black woolly puffs of smoke blossoming lazily out just behind us, and listening for the sound of the shell exploding, which would tell me that the bursts were getting too close for safety. The German batteries were putting in some quite good shooting, and some of the shells seemed to be exploding very close to us, although the familiar bop was inaudible. After a few minutes the flag stopped, and we ran on down the coast, only to be fired at again as we reached Boulogne. The Huns didn't seem very keen on wasting ammunition, and after a few rounds ceased fire and all was quiet once more. It looked very peaceful and lovely down there in the typical French countryside, with the sun shining down on the carpet of snow on the ground. They seemed to have had more of it over there than we had on the other side of the channel. Suddenly, down behind us, something moving caught my eye. Looking round, I saw an aircraft diving inland, 10,000 feet below us. It looked like a 109, but I couldn't be sure at that distance. I wondered if he had seen us, and wished I'd seen him sooner. We might have been able to have got to him, but it was too late now. We shouldn't catch him this side of Paris. As I turned over Cap Gris-de-Nez, I heard Woody's voice calling me, telling me to come home. Disappointedly, I turned and flew back over the blue waters of the Channel, glistening in the afternoon sun. Blast these Huns! Where had they all got to? And why wouldn't they come out and play? Then the white cliffs of Albion slid slowly beneath the wings, and we dived away northwards, towards the aerodrome. Chapter 16. In the Pale Moonlight. Daylight activity was almost negligible now, except for the odd EA coming in under cloud cover on days of bad weather. Goering was concentrating all his efforts on night attacks, and to help combat this, day squadrons began operating during the periods of moonlight. In consequence of this increased activity by fighters at night, the enemy's losses began to reach encouraging totals. On March 14th, 6 pilots were standing by for night operations, and as the sun sank in the west, the thunder of engines being run up in readiness for the coming flights reverberated across the darkening drome. One by one the stars came out, and as the last of the sun faded, the eastern horizon began to gleam as the moon rose slowly into the night sky. Half an hour slowly passed, and then the telephone bell rang in the mess hut as we sat smoking and talking. "First 2 aircraft off." I jumped to my feet, grabbing overalls from a nearby chair, and made for the door, Arthur at my heels. As I opened the door, I called over my shoulder, "Ring the flights and tell them to start up, somebody." Into my car and down to the road to stop outside B-Flight Hut. As I got out of the car, I glanced round to see where my aircraft was. The faint silhouettes of 6 Spitfires showed against the sky on my left, and I caught sight of the little flickering stabs of flame from the exhausts of one as the fitter sat warming up the engine. That was mine. I nipped into the flight hut to sign up for the flight, giving a hasty "good evening" to the flight sergeant, and then out again to run to my aircraft. The fitter got out of the cockpit as I approached and stood on the wing, bending down, waiting to help me into the cockpit as I did up my helmet. Catching my elbow as I pulled myself up onto the wing, he helped me into the cockpit, and as I settled myself on the parachute already in the seat, passed the harness straps over my shoulders and waited whilst I clicked them home, closed the door of the cockpit. "Okay, sir." "Okay, thanks." And he jumped down. Checking everything in the cockpit, I waved my hand over my head and waited until the dim figures of the fitter and rigger waved an OK from each wingtip, and opened the throttle. Another wave and the crew saluted, and I taxied out towards the dim line of lights of the flare path to the right. A green light came speeding down the aerodrome to rise slowly over the far boundary, the starboard navigation light of Arthur's aircraft as he took off. Glancing towards the light showing the position of the floodlight, I signalled on the identification lights for permission to take off. And as the answer flashed out, I adjusted the elevator and rudder trimmers and turned down the cockpit lights. Peering out over the side of the cockpit, the cold blast of air from the prop brought tears to my eyes, until I had turned into position to take off and settled back again behind the windscreen. As I opened the throttle and eased the stick forward, the green light of the undercarriage indicator shone out dazzlingly in the dark cockpit as the throttle lever operated the automatic switch. 6 seconds later, the bumps of the undercarriage ceased, and we were airborne. My right hand dropped to the control lever, and after a moment, the green light on the instrument panel changed to red as the wheels thudded up into the wings. Adjusting the airscrew pitch, throttling back, and closing the radiator to the cockpit hood, switching off the navigation light, I signalled on the RT and called up the ground station. The controller answered me, and I turned on the course he gave me, and began to climb up. It was a wonderful night, the midnight blue of the sky paling round the dazzling silver orb of the moon. Below, the ground showed up startlingly clear, roads and fields, hedges and rivers standing out plainly visible in the moonlight. What a night for bombing! At 15,000 feet, I got instructions to circle and await further instructions. Peering down, I made out the outlines of houses and streets below. A few minutes later, Woody's voice came to me over the air. "There are several raiders in your vicinity now at your present height. Keep circling and they will pass very close to you." Okay. Minutes passed. And then, below me to the right, I suddenly picked out the glint of something moving. As I looked, I picked out the faint form of a twin-engined aircraft flying north. Calling up the RT, I told Woody and received his acknowledgement. Diving down, I followed the aircraft, and as it turned left over the city, I got a perfect plan view. Then, as it straightened up, the glint of the moon on its wings faded, and it disappeared. Frantically, I turned this way and that in an endeavour to pick up the aircraft again, but it was no good. Suddenly, brilliant flashes of flame sprang from the ground. followed a few seconds later by a cluster of flashes just below and in front of me. The guns were having a crack at the raider. Although the explosions of the shells gave me a good indication of where the EA was, I couldn't pick him up again, and after a while, fresh instructions were passed to me. I had been up about an hour now, and since there was a good headwind waiting for me on the way back, Woody decided it was time to come back. 20 minutes later I was over the aerodrome again, at 1,000 feet, awaiting permission to come into land. There were some Huns overhead, and I would have to wait until they had gone before I could have the floodlight switched on the ground. It was hardly necessary in view of the brightness of the moonlight, but my landing would give away the position of the aerodrome to the EA overhead, and they might give us a present of a stick of bombs. I was still circling when the controller's voice called me, asking how much petrol I had left. Pressing the button beside the gauge on the instrument panel showed me that I still had about 30 gallons left. I passed this information to the controller and received a course to steer after one of the Huns. Climbing up, I set course and saw above me, against the dark blue of the sky, the silver trail of a condensation plume. Good show. This was the answer to a night fighter's prayer. Up and up I went until I was just below the tail, and then, flattening out, I tore along until abruptly I came to the end of it. Nothing was there. The Hun had either dived down or left this particular condensation area. I judged that he was some miles ahead of me, as the end of the plume looked some minutes old, by the way it had thickened out. I called up the controller again, and he confirmed my suspicions. The Hun was too far ahead now for me to catch him. Regretfully, I turned back and dived down. A few minutes later, I was circling the aerodrome again. I flashed for permission to land, and the light came back from the field. I lowered the undercart and flaps and turned in to land. As I approached the downwind hedge, the floodlight came on. The moon was so bright that the light on the ground in front of me seemed almost dim, although actually it was some thousands of candle power, and it was only as I felt the wheels bump on the ground, as I flashed into the beam, that I realized again how bright it really was. Taxiing in, I switched off and climbed out of the cockpit. As I jumped down to the ground and pushed my helmet off my ears, the fitter's voice echoed in my ear. "Aircraft all right, sir?" "Yes, thank you." "Did you see anything, sir?" "Yes, I saw one, but I lost him." "Bad luck, sir." And the man jumped up on the wing and began unscrewing the filler cap on the top tank, ready for refueling. From the roar of the engine and slipstream, I now found myself revelling in the peaceful silence of the night. The only sounds which came to my ears were the chugging of the tractor bringing the petrol tanker out to my aircraft, and the faint hum high overhead of a Spitfire climbing up into the moonlit heavens to try and find the dark invaders of the night. Lighting a cigarette, I made my way to where I had parked my car, and throwing my helmet and gloves into the back seat, pressed the starter and motored slowly back to the mess hut. The electric light had been turned out by now, and in the light of 2 hurricane lamps, I made out the dim forms of figures sprawled out in the armchairs, snatching some sleep ere they were called to take off. A can of cocoa was simmering on the coal stove in the middle of the room, and finding a cup, I dipped it into the steaming liquid and settled myself in a chair to enjoy it. The quiet voice of Crass in the chair next to me broke the silence. "Did you see anything?" "No. It's all right. You can go to sleep again." I heard a soft chuckle, and the intelligence officer closed his eyes. All was peace again, save for the noise of a Hun droning slowly overhead, and the sound of breathing from the still forms around me. Chapter 17. More Moonlight. The next night the Hun was active again, and so were we. 2 aircraft were dispatched at a time, and my turn came at 11 o'clock. It was another glorious night, and as I took off I couldn't help marvelling at the beauty nature was providing, and the evil use man was making of it. There is nothing in the world quite like night flying, and I don't think one can fully appreciate the beauty of a moonlit night save in the air. You seem so much nearer nature herself, and when the clouds cut off the silver light from the earth beneath, to climb up through the white vapour and see it shining like a white carpet below brings you into a new world, the loveliness and loneliness of which makes you catch your breath in awe. The sound of the engine and the rush of the air past the cockpit fade into silence as the spell takes hold. I was rudely awakened from my thoughts by the insistent voice of the controller asking if I was receiving him. I came back to Earth, as it were, and switched on my transmitter. "Receiving you loud and clear. Are you receiving me? Over." An affirmative came back to me and instructions for course and height, and I turned onto the given course and began to climb. Fresh instructions kept crackling in my phones as the controller directed me after a raider. Although I got very close to him, I saw no sign of another aircraft, and after a while I was given a new course, which took me out to the northeast of the aerodrome. At 15,000 feet, I cruised around following the courses given to me and then circled as the controller got me in the path of an incoming raider. 1 EA approaching you from the east at 15,000 feet. Okay. Still turning, I strained my eyes towards the east, hoping all the while for a glimpse of a shadowy shape coming towards me. But nothing materialized. Then, "Keep a good lookout. Plots show he is right on top of you." My heart began to beat a little faster, and I found myself praying for a glimpse of that Hun. Still I saw nothing, and then came the anticlimax. "He has passed you." I chased the invisible quarry for several minutes, and then the controller called me again. "EA has turned away to the north. I don't think it's worth chasing him anymore. Come back and then circle." "Okay." As I turned east again, a line of intensely white, flickering light suddenly appeared miles away towards the coast. The incendiaries. I watched the lights slowly turn to a steady red glow, and I knew that they had found a mark and had set something on fire. The 4 minutes being up, I circled again, yawning a little as I awaited more instructions. To the north, another stick of incendiaries suddenly lit up on the dark earth beneath. One by one they flickered out, and the lights died. Good. Those must have been on open ground. A few seconds later, a parachute flare lit up in the sky, to the northeast, and then another, and another. I called up on the RT and asked if I could go and investigate, and received an OK. As I headed out towards the flares, there came a flash, and one of them disappeared. A gun had opened up from the ground and hit one, putting it out. A few seconds later came another flash, and another flare went out. In answer, the Hun dropped 3 more, and then another 3. He seemed to have an unlimited quantity of the darned things. I still did not appear to be much nearer the scene of activity, and at that moment the controller called me up and told me to circle at my present position. There was another Hun coming in very close to me, and I started getting all excited again. I think I had circled for about a minute when a stick of incendiaries appeared in the ground almost underneath me. I turned quickly and came round on a course parallel to the line of bombs. I now had a very good idea of where the Hun was, as a bomb hits the ground only a few hundred yards behind the aircraft which drops it. In addition to that, I could tell what the raider's course was from the direction of the line of incendiaries. Alas, in spite of all this, I could see nothing. Then behind me to the north appeared another stick of incendiaries. Blast the fellow! He had turned right round, and I yanked the kite round in a steep turn after him. It was rather like a game of blind man's bluff, and then, to add insult to injury, a stream of big white sparks whizzed past my starboard wingtip. Tracer! The bugger was firing at me. Swearing and cursing to myself, I rammed the nose down out of the way so that I could see ahead, but he wasn't there. He must have caught sight of me silhouetted against the moon. Just then the controller's voice told me that the Hun was now a mile or 2 to the west of me. He must have turned round underneath me after he fired. Still feeling furious, I turned west and tore after him. But no, my luck was out, and when he turned away to the north, the controller called up and told me to come back and land. A glance at the petrol gauge confirmed his suggestion was a wise one, and I turned onto the homing course he gave me and began to lose height. Corrections of the bearing were passed to me every few minutes, and after a while I caught sight of the gleam of water below me and recognized the landmark. Another 10 miles, and as I came lower, I picked up the flare path and the aerodrome. At 1,000 feet, I circled the aerodrome, waiting till another Spitfire had landed. I have told earlier of an unfortunate night landing. Even in good moonlight, and when conditions are favourable, all the senses need to be alert. On this occasion, unlocking the hood, I pushed it back with my elbow until it locked home in the open position. A rush of cold air filled the cockpit, and I leant forward a little to get the utmost protection from the windscreen. My eyes felt tired, and the night air made them water, and I had to keep brushing the tears aside with my glove. Pushing the undercarriage lever out of the top gate, I pulled it down until it locked at the end of its travel, the red up of the cockpit indicator going out to be replaced a few seconds later by a green down, as the wheels locked home in the downward position. I throttled back as I came down the left-hand side of the flare path, and as I reached the end, checked the speed on the luminous airspeed indicator and pulled down the flap lever. The aircraft slowed and the nose dropped as the flaps came down, and feeling for the rheostat control of the cockpit's lights, I turned it until a faint orange glow from the hooded lamp lit up the airspeed indicator and altimeter so that I could read them more easily. 110 miles per hour. I put on left bank and turned half a mile from the downwind hedge until the nose came round in line with the flare path. The altimeter was showing 300 feet, the needle moving slowly round the dial as I lost height. I could see the hedge of the aerodrome boundary quite easily in the brilliant moonlight. The floodlight shone out in front of me, and as the hedge disappeared under the leading edge of the wing, I throttled right back and let the speed fall off to 95 miles per hour. The red light 50 yards inside the aerodrome boundary flashed past, and then the airscrew lit up in a shining disk as I passed the floodlight, and the beam illuminated the aircraft. A bump, pause, and then another, followed by a continuous jolting, and we were down. One after another the lamps of the flare path slipped by as I eased on the brakes, and as the aircraft slowed right down, turned off towards the dispersal point and taxied to where a dim figure was flashing a guiding torch to show me where to park the kite. As I neared him, he came running to meet me and grabbed the wingtip, guiding me in towards the chocks and a pile of cockpit and engine covers, marking my parking place. Braking, I gave a burst of throttle and turned the aircraft into wind and switched off, the engine spluttering until, with a final kick, the airscrew stopped. And all was quiet, save for the whirring of the gyros behind the instrument panel. I climbed out and answered the crew's usual inquiry about the aircraft. Yes, everything okay, thanks. Back to the flight hut to sign up after the flight that everything was in order, then talk on the phone to the controller about the trip, and then back to the mess hut for a cigarette and some cocoa, to flop down in a chair and take my ease until, perhaps, the telephone would ring, and it would be my turn to go off again. Chapter 18. Almost Like Old Times. The moonlight period was over, and 35 Huns had been knocked down in 7 nights by fighters and guns. March had gone out, and April had come in with a promise of spring weather. The month was 8 days old, and the aerodrome was basking in the noonday sun when the telephone rang in the mess hut. This was not an unusual occurrence, and I answered it without interest. Then I woke up, as I heard an excited voice from the operations room saying there was a 30-plus raid in the channel, and all aircraft were to come to readiness. I hadn't heard those once familiar words for months now, and as I passed the information over my shoulder to the rest of the pilots, their faces lit up as they leapt into activity, grabbing their flying kit and making for the door and the aircraft. A couple of minutes later, we were all ready and waiting when the order to take off came through. 3 minutes later, 9 Spitfires were thundering across the aerodrome, leaving me still wrestling with an engine which refused to start. After what seemed an age, it fired, coughed, and then picked up again. In a matter of seconds, the crew had the chocks away, and I opened the throttle wide and took off from where I was, racing crosswind over the green expanse of the aerodrome to rise over the far hedge and climb up towards the squadron, now wheeling high above me. The rest of B Flight formed up on me after a few minutes, and we climbed away towards the midday sun after A Flight and the Czech squadron, which was leading. They were climbing hard, and I found I could make little headway on them. It was a perfect spring morning with a visibility of at least 100 miles. The whole of southeast England was laid out like a map beneath us, and beyond the shining ribbon of the Channel, the French coast stood out clear and distinct. A broken layer of white fleecy clouds at 3,000 feet speckled the sunlit earth and blue waters of the North Sea with endless shadows. It was the sort of day when one thanks God to be alive, and yet here we were, going as fast as we could in the hope of getting a chance of killing some Germans. And yet we would be cleansing the earth in doing so, that we and many millions of others might enjoy the cleanliness of nature on just such a day as this. Yes, I felt sure God had amended his commandment in our case, and I fell to thinking of the cowardly hypocrites who clung to that same commandment. Thou shalt not kill. Baloney. I am not of a religious nature, but I have a bit of conscience, and I certainly had no regrets in killing as many Huns as possible. Maybe it was a rather drastic way of teaching them their sorely needed lesson. But it was the only way open to us now, and with that I came back to the job in hand. We were now at 18,000 feet, almost over the estuary, with the others still about a mile ahead and a couple of thousand feet higher. As I watched the leading squadron, white plumes began to form behind each aircraft to spread out into one thick woolly trail half a mile astern. I heard F call up L, the English CO of the squadron, and draw his attention to the trail, and the hurricanes lost height until they were clear of the condensation layer. Such blatant advertisement of our numbers and position was not conducive to a surprise attack should we meet the enemy. At last I came up just behind A-Flight, as they turned northeast off the coast to follow the other squadron of which I had now lost sight. At that moment the controller's voice came over the RT, saying that there was some EA to the south of us, and at the same time F called up saying he had sighted some aircraft diving away below us and requesting permission to investigate. I answered with an OK, and flew up and down watching one or two smoke trails which were weaving about high up further out to sea. I wondered whether they were a decoy sent to try and draw us away from the shipping we were guarding in the Thames. At length the plumes turned and headed towards the land. I climbed up a little and watched until I could see the little gleaming specks of the aircraft at the head of their white tails. And as they passed overhead, the sun glinted on the undersides of their wings as they banked, and I saw the red, white and blue roundels at each wingtip. OK, they were hurricanes. Up and down we flew, tacking on the down-sun run so that the sun was never at our tails. Minutes passed and still no formation was seen coming from the direction of the French shore. At last the controller called up again saying that the enemy activity had dispersed, and all was quite quiet again, but that we were to stay on patrol in case anything further should come in. Every now and then another squadron of Spitfires passed us on the same patrol line, and somewhere near at hand was the Czech squadron, although I couldn't see them. 20 minutes passed, and then I heard F calling up the ground station. His transmission was rather faint, and I wondered where he had got to, and whether he had managed to find any EA. The controller answered him, and then I heard him say that he had chased some aircraft which had turned out to be Spitfires. As I turned at one end of the patrol line, I saw far away to the southwest 6 little white plumes, standing out sharply against the deep blue of the sky. Ours or theirs, I wondered. As I watched, the smoke curved round and streamed out towards the French coast. Might ours be after something? But it looked rather like a small bunch of Huns going home. I kept an eye on them out of interest more than anything else, as they were much too far away to interest us, and finally saw the plumes stop as the aircraft dived down and left the condensation layer. And all the while I was squinting into the sun and scanning the sky for a glimpse of something suspicious, but nothing caught my eye. Then I heard the ground station calling L, telling him to come back and land. As L acknowledged the message, it was passed on to F and me, and I turned towards the land and began to lose height. Down we went, although at that height only the position of the nose and the feel of the controls told that we were diving, except for the needle of the rate of climb and descent dial which was showing 2,000 feet per minute down. My ears began to sing, and the noise of the engine and the rush of the air past the cockpit seemed less as I began to go a little deaf with the increased pressure of the lower air. I pushed a finger and thumb into the top of my oxygen mask and pinched my nose and blew until both ears cracked, and the rush of noise came back to me. Every few thousand feet I went through the same procedure, relieving the pressure on my eardrums and restoring the normal hearing. At 4,000 feet, the steady dive gradually became bumpy as we approached the top of the clouds and came into the disturbed air currents. The white masses of vapour rushed up to meet us, enveloped us, and then darkened below as the ground came into view. The bumps had increased now as we were in the rougher air just below the clouds, and the aircraft tossed about in the eddies. Automatically I corrected with the stick, as first one wing and then the other dropped. The other sections of the flight closed up on me in tighter formation, and I began looking round for a familiar landmark. Ah yes, that stream with the railway beside it. We were on our course, and I began peering ahead for a glimpse of the bunch of trees just south of the aerodrome. After a minute I picked it out and turned slightly until the nose of my kite was pointing at it. At the same time, half a mile to the right, 12 hurricanes emerged from the clouds above, diving towards the aerodrome now visible ahead. At 1,000 feet we roared across the green expanse and turned left round the circuit. Switching on the RT, I called the ground station and told him I was now over base, and then told the other section leaders to break away and land individually with their own sections. Then I came in and landed, to be followed in quick succession by the rest of the flight, and finally by A Flight, who had by now almost reached the aerodrome. I taxied in, waved away the other aircraft in my section, each to his individual dispersal point. I switched off, climbed out, and walked to the flight hut to sign up for the flight, and to light a cigarette whilst the others came in. Then back to the mess for a welcome drink before lunch. There might be better luck for us this afternoon. Conclusion. And now, as I sit penning the last of this book, the sun is streaming through the window, lighting a vivid pattern on the paper before me. Glancing back through the chapters, I realize what fun it has been writing them, and reliving those flights over the sunlit coast of Belgium and the lovely countryside of Kent. I have tried to take you up high into the blue with me, to meet the Luftwaffe and to give you an idea of what it's like up there. I hope I have succeeded. I am no ace, and I know of many who could tell you a far, far better tale than I, beside whose experiences mine are nothing. It isn't too easy writing a book in these times. Time is the great enemy, and I have had to write in spare moments between flights and after the squadron has been released in the evening. Mine is only one side of the picture, the easiest side, I think. Compare it with that of the bomber boys. Perhaps one day their story will be recorded by one of them, and that will be a book worth reading. But before I put my pen down for the last time, I want you to think of the lads who are, so to speak, behind the scenes. The fitters and riggers, the engineer officers, the flight sergeants, the backbone of the service, the controllers in the operation room, and all the other ground personnel who make it possible for the pilots to do their job. Working in the background. No glamour, no gongs, just getting on with it. So to them I say, thank you. The spring of another year of war has come. Hitler has walked into Yugoslavia, well, some of the way anyway, and his forces have reached the Egyptian border. Perhaps he thinks he's winning. Well, perhaps he does. They say he's mad anyway. But the day of reckoning will come what may, and then will follow the task of making Germany fit to exist in a civilized world. Some task, but we will do it. And, just a moment, the telephone has rung. Hello? Operations? Yes? Yes, speaking. 30 plus over the channel. Good show. Do you want us to take off right away? Okay, cheerio. Okay, boys, we're off. Somebody tell the flight. Sorry, I must go now. I can't write more. Where the hell's my Mae West? Ah, I've got it. I wonder if this is the beginning of another blitz. Invasion, maybe. Well, let 'em all come. The more the merrier. So long. The End. Spitfire was brought to you by Endeavour Waves, the audio imprint of Endeavour Media. If you enjoyed Spitfire, then check out our other books at endeavourmedia.co.uk. Follow us on Twitter.
And bedded it down with a parachute. Just as he was about to lie down, 3 bombs dropped into the nearby field. The regimental staff came running out and dived into any foxhole they could find. The bombs landed right in the middle of the field we were in, but the only casualties were 3 cows. If the whole German Luftwaffe came over, it couldn't have kept me from going to sleep. I slept 24 hours straight through. Chapter 12. Crash Landing into Normandy. In the first hours of D-Day, a lot of small actions were fought by groups banding together to fight, only to become separated again, said paratrooper John E. Fitzgerald. They may or may not have known each other. Those words certainly reflected his own experience, since landing in the dark, tangled branches of an apple tree. He couldn't find anyone from his regiment, or even his division. At one point, John linked up with a captain and private from the 82nd Airborne Division, which was also deployed behind Utah Beach. Suddenly, German anti-aircraft guns opened up near them, and they went into action. They got to within 25 yards of one gun by crawling on their hands and knees. John fired at 2 Germans while the captain destroyed the machine gun with a grenade. Perspiration broke out on my forehead. My hands were trembling, John recalled. It was the first time I'd ever fired at a living thing. They tried to reach a second gun, but were driven back by automatic machine gun fire. In the retreat, John became separated again, and once again, he found himself alone. It was beginning to dawn on him that he must have landed far from the intended drop zone. He wasn't the only one. Of more than 6,000 jumpers from the 101st Airborne, barely 1,000 had landed on or near the H-hour objectives, wrote one historian. John Fitzgerald had memorized his own unit's mission. Paratroopers in the 101st Airborne Division needed to wrest control of 2 of those critical causeways. So, when he found some men who directed him to a command post, he was disappointed to find only men from the 82nd Airborne Division. Nevertheless, he was still bent on trying to find his unit and get to the right place. I asked if anyone knew the direction to the beaches. Our battalion objective was to secure a group of causeways leading inland from them, but none of the men were sure. John felt torn. He knew his original mission was critically important. I wanted very much to find Colonel Robert Cole, but it was becoming apparent that I had landed in an area assigned to the 82nd Airborne. Unbeknownst to John Fitzgerald, Cole had also landed off target and spent the night making his way back to the beach over 3 miles of difficult terrain. As historian Joseph Balkowski observed, Cole was doing what every bold airborne leader did that night, gathering stray paratroopers and leading them on to an objective, regardless of their unit affiliation. Cole reached his destination at sunrise and soon had control of 2 causeways. In response to John's question, a sergeant pointed to a road, saying he'd spotted some men from the 101st Airborne Division on it. John set out. I had only gone a short distance when I was fired on by a machine pistol that was quickly joined by another firing from the opposite side of the road. The ferocity of the burst sent me sheepishly back up the road to the CP, command post. There might be a rivalry between the 2 divisions, John figured, but there was also safety in numbers, and it was definitely time to improvise rather than risk a solo and perhaps fatal attempt to strike out across enemy territory by himself. There was only one thing left for John to do. I decided to join the 82nd. John became part of a group of about 50 men. Their first goal was to protect a field for gliders that would be bringing in reinforcements and heavy equipment. Gliders usually flew when it was light, but about 100 would be making the dangerous attempt in the pre-dawn hours of D-Day. The first landings were scheduled for about 4 in the morning. Their cargo was critical. The gliders carried equipment paratroopers couldn't: ammunition, jeeps, water, medical supplies, anti-tank guns, mines, and grenades. The troopers overcame a small group of defenders and formed a perimeter defense around the field. Then they waited. It was a typical warm June night, said John. The moon would appear every now and then between the clouds. I had a long drink of water from my canteen and wondered what I would be doing if I were at home now. For the first time that night, I realized I was tired. Then he heard them. First, a drone of engines in the distance, followed by strange swishing noises. Adding to the swelling crescendo of sounds were the tearing of branches and trees by loud crashes and intermittent screams. The gliders were coming in rapidly, one after the other, from all different directions. Many overshot the field and landed in the surrounding woods, while others crashed into nearby farmhouses and stone walls. The gliders had been loaded with heavy guns, radios, and other arms too large to drop by parachute, said John. In a moment, the field was complete chaos. Equipment broke away and catapulted as it hit the ground, plowing up huge mounds of dirt. Bodies and bundles were thrown all along the length of the field. Some of the glider troops were impaled by the splintering wood of the fragile machines. While these gliders landed in the correct zone, many did not. Some gliders missed their designated area, scattering much-needed equipment in fields, marshes, and the flooded terrain of the Cotentin Peninsula. Historian Cornelius Ryan noted, "For the hard-pressed 82nd, the wide dispersion of the glider train was calamitous. It would take hours to salvage and collect the few guns and supplies that had arrived safely. In the meantime, troopers would have to fight on with the weapons they had carried with them." Seattle-born Edgar A. Schroeder was a member of the 320th Glider Field Artillery Battalion, 82nd Airborne Division. The 320th took part in the last glider mission of June 6th, scheduled not at dawn, but on Tuesday evening. This group would bring 12 105mm howitzers, 33 tons of ammunition, 28 jeeps, medical supplies, water, and 23 tons of additional material, military materials and equipment. The days leading up to D-Day were busy, as the glidermen, as they were called, worked to secure and chain down jeeps, large howitzer guns, and ammunition within the wooden planes. Ed's glider contained a jeep and a trailer full of ammunition for the 105mm howitzers, an accurate and powerful artillery weapon used for supporting infantry in the field. The soldiers themselves were issued anti-gas clothing Ed didn't much like. "This stuff was like bacon grease," he recalled years later, stiff and dank when the weather was cool and irritating to one's sweaty skin when it was warm. Soon after the landing, I cut a piece of nylon from a parachute to ease my badly chafed neck and protect it from the clothing. I still have that scarf, and by now it's in better shape than the neck. We also got the little sleeve flags to sew on, in case we might forget what country we were from. The landing was hard, and for a few minutes, Ed thought he might have broken his leg, but he managed to crawl out of the plane. The co-pilot and one corporal were injured badly. They had landed northeast of Sainte-Marie-Glisse, although their designated area was southwest of town. Ed was philosophical about it. He was in the correct province, or, as the American put it, oh well, so at least it was the right country. Ed also discovered disadvantages to landing later in the day. It wasn't, he reflected, exactly a bed of roses. We didn't have the advantage of darkness and surprise. The reception party was ready and waiting. We landed right in the middle of a fierce enemy counterattack. His first goal was to unload the equipment through a large tail section that could be unbolted and pulled aside. That, of course, was according to the book and under normal conditions. D-Day was not exactly a normal condition. The crash landing had damaged the bolts. After grunting and swearing for quite some time and so mad and frustrated that I was even oblivious to enemy fire, I finally gave up, cocked my carbine, and joined in the defense of the area for the rest of the night. D-Day was not automatically shut down at midnight, Ed reflected. Some of the bloodiest confrontations took place the following day and for many days thereafter. Ed was proud of the distinguished unit citation his outfit received for their contributions that day. It read, "Before they touched the soil of Normandy on D-Day, the men of the 320th were menaced by a barrage of ack-ack machine gun and mortar fire. On landing, they were immediately attacked by mobile Nazi anti-airborne landing groups. While other elements of the division were assembling, the battalion went into position, helped materially to push back the bitterly counterattacking Nazis. All night, superior German artillery attacked. All night, the 320th hung on, protecting the advance of our seaborne assault forces, helping to keep the Nazis from crossing the Merdere River. Ed never lost his sense of humor. When the veteran sent an oral history recording to historian Stephen Ambrose, he joked that he was always happy to talk about himself, his favorite subject. Yet at the end of the tape, he added, "I would like to dedicate this recording to the memory of my good friend and comrade at arms, Lieutenant Jesse Stewart. He was a little guy, but more than made up for his size and courage. He jumped in with the initial assault and survived, was later deserted by Lady Luck, and buried in Normandy." At the glider landing site earlier that morning, John Fitzgerald and other soldiers had rushed to help the wounded. A makeshift aid station was hastily set up to handle injuries. Medics were working feverishly, administering morphine, sulfa pills, and whatever bandages they had. He said they couldn't linger long. Word was passed to us by an officer that time was running out and we would have to leave soon. Their next objective, to help capture and defend the crossroads town of Sainte-Mère-Église, not far away. As they marched, John came upon some of the horrors of that night. Paratroopers who had come down in the wrong place. One had landed on a church steeple, others in the midst of a German command post. Many of the paratroopers were killed before they hit the ground or shortly after they landed. Some were still hanging in trees. They looked like rag dolls, shot full of holes. Their blood was dripping on this place they came to free. Seeing these first American dead and the way they had died had a chilling effect on us. When a short break was called, John leaned against a stone wall and instantly slipped into a deep sleep. When he awoke a short time later, it was almost light. While looking for water to fill my canteen, I spotted a well at the rear of a nearby farmhouse. On my way to the well, the scene I came upon was one that has never left my memory. He'd found a foxhole surrounded by the bodies of 9 German soldiers, the closest only 3 feet from a soldier who had made that foxhole his personal Alamo. He had fought alone, and like many others, he had died alone. I looked at his dog tags. The name read Martin V. Hirsch. I wrote the name down in a small prayer book I carried, hoping someday I would meet someone who knew him. I never did. Dispatch. Hedgerows and American Ingenuity. The Allied soldiers and glider pilots on D-Day faced a challenge they hadn't fully prepared for, the hedgerows of Normandy. Bob Bearden, a paratrooper with the 507th Parachute Infantry Regiment, 82nd Airborne Division, didn't even recall hearing the word hedgerow in his pre-invasion briefing. Yet, this distinguishing feature of the landscape soon became familiar territory to paratroopers and infantrymen. Like many of my fellow troopers, I immediately encountered 20-foot-high hedges, which were so impassable that not even tanks could penetrate them, said Bob. Used to divide farming acreage, most often pasturage for cows, the hedgerows had often grown together to form a canopy over somewhat sunken sand roadbeds where no sunlight ever penetrated. These dark-covered settings prompted much fear, and we quickly came by fine-tuned ears able to detect the slightest sound, like the activation of a rifle bolt or the click of a German MG-43 .30-caliber aluminum machine gun belt being run through the metallic breech of a gun in preparation for firing. General James M. Gavin agreed. He spent the first hours and days of the invasion rounding up troops, pushing through swamps and meadows, and trying to take villages, causeways, and bridges. It had been, he concluded later, surprisingly difficult. It was because of the hedgerows. Although there had been some talk in the United Kingdom before D-Day about the hedgerows, none of us had really appreciated how difficult they would turn out to be. All the bocage country of Normandy is cut up into small fields that have been handed down for centuries from family to family, and for centuries trees have grown up in the hedges between the fields. Rocks, old tree roots, and the roots of living trees and dirt entwined into an impenetrable mass. In each field a small opening occurred to permit a man, or in some cases a vehicle, to enter. These openings were invariably covered by machine gun fire, and thus each field was a small fortress in itself. But if Normandy's hedgerows slowed down the soldiers on D-Day, it wasn't long before American ingenuity found a way to conquer them. A sergeant named Curtis Grubb Cullen III is credited with coming up with a device to enable tanks to cut through the terrain. The idea apparently came during a brainstorming session about the problem, when a soldier from Tennessee had suggested that they put some saw teeth on the front of the tank and just cut through the hedges. As with the invention of the mulberry harbors, what at first started as a joke ended up inspiring an ingenious solution. Cullen designed a plow device with 4 steel prongs using scrap metal salvaged from a German roadblock. Cullen tried to give some credit to his comrade from Tennessee, but that was largely forgotten in the publicity about the device, which was brought to the attention of General Omar Bradley himself. "The invention came on the eve of its greatest need," said Bradley. Several weeks after D-Day, he received a call in his Normandy headquarters from General Leonard Giraud, commander of the 29th Division, asking him to meet. "We've got something that will knock your eyes out." Bradley found Giraud and his staff gathered around a tank with 4 tusk-like prongs protruding from the front, just as Sergeant Cullen had designed. They watched a demonstration. The tank backed off and ran head-on toward a hedgerow at 10 miles an hour. Its tusks bored into the wall, pinned down the belly. The tank broke through under a canopy of dirt. Immediately, they gave the order for round-the-clock production. As for where the metal came from, that was a no-brainer. Said Bradley, "Scrap metal for the tank tusks came from Rommel's underwater obstacles on the beaches." Recycling, Overlord style. Chapter 13. First Battles. The residents of a quiet village in Normandy went to bed on Monday night with no inkling that nothing would ever be the same, for them or for the town of Sainte-Mère-Église, which boasted a lovely 11th century church. But it had something else much more critical to the invasion's success: roads. It was, in fact, a crossroads town, with 6 major roads running through it, which made it one of the first objectives of D-Day. Any German troops bent on driving back the invasion would need those roads. As historian Joseph Balkowski put it, "The Americans could accomplish nothing without Sainte-Mère-Église." Although his original mission didn't include capturing the town, Lieutenant Colonel Edward Cannonball Krauss of the experienced 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment had managed to gather about 200 paratroopers in the darkness. When he found out they were near Sainte-Mère-Église, Krauss marched in anyway, leading this ragtag group. The soldiers initially met with little resistance. At 5 that morning, Krauss radioed news of the capture and raised an American flag from a pole in front of the town hall. It was an early, important victory, but everyone knew that once the Germans in the area were roused, they would launch a counterattack. The Americans had to be ready. And one of those who would take part would be lost and wandering paratrooper John Fitzgerald. John was now part of a group of soldiers from the 82nd Airborne Division, which included members of the 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment, who, unlike John, had seen combat before. Squads were hastily organized and soldiers sent to defend the town from counterattack, which wasn't long in coming. It would be John's first experience of battle. "We were given a position on a defense perimeter outside the town," John said. The Germans held the high ground to our front. They were quickly gaining control of the entire area and were shelling it with artillery and chemical mortars. The mortars would announce themselves with an unholy scream that was spine-chilling. A few seconds later, they would land, spreading shovel-sized fragments of shrapnel. One of Germany's strengths was its powerful artillery guns. They had longer ranges and were often hidden from sight behind hedgerows. In this case, the Americans were coming under fire from a powerful 88mm gun that was tucked away, all but invisible, in a wooded area. The fire was trained on the Americans' machine gun. To protect it, a sergeant moved it. There was only one problem. John and another soldier, also a stray from the 101st Airborne, were left in the gap where it had been. Then he endured a harrowing half-hour under fire, his indoctrination to battle. Rounds were coming in, one after the other. Most landed within feet of us. The impact of the shells threw up mounds of dirt and mud. The ground trembled and my eardrums felt as if they would burst, he said. Dirt was filling my shirt and was beginning to get into my eyes and mouth. The tales the Americans would later tell about the 88mm gun would make it a legend. It could be fired from a great distance to a target, and some said it had the accuracy of a rifle. By mid-afternoon, the Americans were still holding on. There was talk of tanks coming up from the beaches to help us, said John. When he finally ventured out of his foxhole, his ears were still ringing. I could not hold a razor steady enough to shave for the next few days. My friend said he had had enough and was going south to find his own unit, John recalled. He asked John to go with him. I thought it over for a while, and then suddenly realized the importance of the decision. Somehow I knew that whatever I decided would affect all my future decisions. I remembered the glider field, the paratroopers hanging from the trees, and the lone trooper at his Alamo. And I knew there were more reasons to stay than to go. The quiet was broken again by another attack. The Germans were recovering from their initial shock and seemed much better organized. We could see several squads of the enemy working forward to our left. They were being supported by 2 tanks firing from about 100 yards to their rear. Several machine guns were covering the advance, and mortar rounds began to land amongst us. It was difficult to return fire. Anyone with an ounce of brains was hugging the ground as closely as he could. I heard a lieutenant nearby yelling for a runner, but he could not find one. Up until now, I had been mentally on the defensive. My indoctrination to combat had been a shocker, but it was beginning to wear off. Now, John realized he felt anger. At the Germans, the dirt, the noise, and the idea of being pushed back. I ran over to the lieutenant and blurted out, "I'm a runner, sir. I worked for a battalion commander for over a year." "Good." The officer pointed about 100 yards away in an orchard. John was instructed to give firing directions to soldiers manning a mortar gun to adjust their aim. I zigzagged through the fields and ditches. The German tanks began to zero in on the farmhouse I was headed for. I had to crawl on my stomach for the last 25 yards. Machine gun fire was following me. My canteen had received 2 hits and water was running down my leg. For a moment I thought I was hit. John got the message through to the sergeant in charge. The mortar rounds began hitting their targets, and the German infantry, confused, drew back. With the last light of day, the attack came to a halt. With the darkness came the first quiet period we had since landing, said John. He picked up another canteen from a dead paratrooper and used the water to wipe the grime off his face, and the rest to make coffee. Hot biscuits and ham from my dinner rations rounded out the menu. I drifted off to sleep, listening to the sound of naval shells landing into the area that the Germans had just moved into, he recalled. The large shells passing overhead made a strange noise that sounded like a freight train passing through a station at very high speed. We would hear tremendous explosions in the distance, followed by tremors moving the ground that would loosen the dirt on the sides of our foxholes. When he was awakened at 3 a.m. on June 7th with the order to move out, It took John a few minutes to even remember where he was. 6 tanks, which had come up from the beach in the night, had joined the unit. They were a welcome sight, and the first confirmation for us that the landings had succeeded. Now that reinforcements were arriving, we were starting to meet the Germans on our own terms. John Fitzgerald stayed with the 82nd Division as the soldiers began to push north toward the port of Cherbourg. From a new recruit, he was becoming a tried combat veteran, but he found his emotions ran the gamut. One night I found myself leading a charge up a hill and had to be restrained by a sergeant. I had experienced that moment in combat when you become completely oblivious to any fear or danger. On another occasion, that same sergeant gave me a boot in the ass when I started to fall behind during an artillery barrage. Fear would come suddenly, at unexpected times for reasons unknown, and then would wear off. John gauged his acceptance by the quality of food he received from his fellow soldiers. One morning he got a K-ration breakfast with eggs, a special treat. I was becoming a member of F Company, 2nd Battalion, 505th Parachute Infantry, 82nd Airborne Division. It would be more than a week before John returned to his original company. He and about 50 other lost troopers were gathered together. A major thanked them for the help they'd given under challenging conditions. Then they were taken by a small convoy of trucks to their own units. The beaches were now secure, and the initial phase of the invasion was winding down. It was good to be home, John said. The 101st was my outfit. First, last, and always. John learned that his fellow paratroopers in his home regiment had been engaged in heavy fighting themselves. One of his closest friends had been wounded, and another killed. Others were still missing in action, or had been sent back to hospitals in England. A lot of the guys greeted me with, "We thought you were dead," John said. He'd been listed as missing in action because someone had reported seeing his body. As soon as I could, I reported to Colonel Robert Cole. He looked me right in the eye and said, "Fitzgerald, if I wasn't so damn glad to see you, I'd shoot you." The reason? Before they jumped, Cole had asked him to put some tape on his .45 holster so he wouldn't lose the gun out of it during the jump. Evidently, I became carried away with my task. Shortly after he landed, he had to drop on a couple of Germans. But when Cole reached for his gun, it took him several minutes to unwind the tape. In the meantime, the Germans escaped. John Fitzgerald was decorated for his service in Normandy, in 2 different divisions. He received a Bronze Star for actions with the 82nd Airborne Division, as well as one for service as a runner with Lieutenant Colonel Robert Cole with the 101st Airborne Division. John Fitzgerald had been assigned as a runner to Cole in the fall of 1942. He stayed with Cole in battles throughout the summer, and John was still serving with him when Cole was killed in action on September 17, 1944, during Operation Market Garden in Holland. Cole was awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously for his actions in Normandy. Look, listen, remember. Read more about the history of the 502nd Parachute Infantry, 101st Airborne Division at http://www.ww2-units/502.502.html. You can find Lieutenant Robert G. Cole's Medal of Honor citation at http://www.cmohs.org/recipient-detail/Cole-Robert-G.php and read more about his life and death in the Market Garden operation here. http://www.ww2-marketgarden.org audiobook.com/LTCOL Robert G. Cole.html. To read more about Sainte Mary Glisse today, visit the website of its Airborne Museum, http://www.airborne-museum.org/en/. Chapter 14. Approach from the Sea. Voices from the Beachhead. The assault on the Cotunton Peninsula had begun in darkness, when paratroopers like David Kenyon Webster and John Fitzgerald jumped inland from the beach itself. But the invasion plan for Utah Beach also included an amphibious aspect. The entire 4th Infantry Division, along with many specialized units, made their way through rough seas to land on the shore beginning at 6:30 a.m. On the following pages are the voices of soldiers who arrived on the Cotunton Peninsula, not from the air, but from the sea. Fire in the hole. Demolishing the beach obstacles. Everything lit up. Bombers went in, and so many shells exploded from ships' gunfire that it looked like the biggest 4th of July anyone could make, said demolition expert Orville B. Wakefield. I told the chief petty officer in our unit that no one could survive a bombardment like that. He said, "You can bet there will be someone waiting when we get there." He was right. Orville remembered the scene. The big guns of the battleships were booming behind us. They were so loud that they seemed to shake the boat. The surf was so rough that I was feeling seasick. By the time we hit the shore and put our feet on solid ground, we were just glad to be there. That sense of relief was especially true in my case, Orville added. I'm only 5 feet 6 inches tall, so when I got off the landing craft, I was in water up to my chin. Orville carried 2 sacks, the kind newspaper boys slung over their shoulders. Only his were full of explosives wrapped in old socks. When I got out of the landing craft and found that my legs would hardly hold me up, I thought maybe I was a coward. Then I realized that the problem came from those 2 heavy sea bags. The load of water and explosives in them probably came to more than 100 pounds. Orville used his knife to cut holes in the bags to drain the water, and then moved up onto Utah Beach. The beach obstacles, about 5 feet tall, reminded him of children's jacks, only these were made for the children of giants. They were designed to rip the bottoms out of landing craft. The job of the demolition unit was to destroy them as soon as possible. Soldiers of the first wave were already coming in as well, dodging around us and sometimes taking cover behind these giant metal pretzels because machine gun bullets and mortar rounds were arriving on the beach in large numbers, said Orville. We had to keep chasing the GIs away because they didn't realize how hazardous those obstacles had become. After they set the explosives, the soldiers took cover nearby. Someone shouted the usual warning, "Fire in the hole," and soon pieces of steel were flying into the air and then raining down. We'd been successful, said Orville. I don't think anything could have gotten by those obstacles because they were too solidly made. Of course, there was much more ahead for the soldiers who had to fight their way inland, reflected Orville. The GIs gathered at the seawall, sort of working up their courage to charge ahead. The officers would say, "Go!" and finally one brave man went up and over, then a second, and finally the rest. They looked like ants when they all went over that wall. When we first got ashore, there had been nothing but obstacles. Then men running, turning, and dodging. With the obstacles blown apart, the beach was transformed into a beehive, said Orville. Even though the tide was rising higher and higher on the beach, both landing craft and amphibian vehicles were now able to move ashore safely. By evening, there was a rush of vehicles. It was as busy as you could possibly believe. As far as I could see, the beach had been opened. Catching it in the face. Landing the soldiers in an LCVP. Marvin J. Parrott was a coxswain for a Higgins landing craft, and like Andrew Higgins himself, lived in New Orleans. Just after his 18th birthday in September 1943, Marvin signed up for the Coast Guard and was soon on his way to boot camp in Florida. That's where Marvin first heard about landing barge school. Of course, a lot of the kids didn't really know what that was, but having been born and reared in New Orleans, I had seen Mr. Higgins' crew building these landing craft. At landing barge school at Camp Lejeune in North Carolina, Marvin learned how to operate a Higgins boat, which featured a droppable front ramp that enabled heavily equipped soldiers to exit straight out instead of having to struggle to climb over the sides. As the new recruits practiced, instructors took notes and made assignments. Marvin was chosen to be a boat operator, a coxswain. He practiced bringing the boat into a target area from 12 miles out to sea using a magnetic compass. It was a bit, he said, like driving a bulldozer in water. Marvin's LCVP, landing craft vehicle personnel, was approximately 36 feet long and 10 feet wide, and could hold about 36 fully equipped soldiers. Marvin explained, every one of these fellas had backpacks on with like 80 or 90 pounds of gear. Everything they owned was on their person because they didn't know whether it would be the next day or a month from now, before they could get more supplies. Although Marvin was confident of his skills at the helm, there was another, more serious problem he faced: being seasick. Here I am, a coxswain in a foreign invasion, but at that point in time, I really thought that maybe they might have to put me off the ship because I was bordering on what might be termed as a chronic seasick person, which of course could get you into another area of duties. But what happened? For 7 straight days, man, I was throwing up green because I had nothing in my stomach. One doctor suggested he stuff his stomach with soda crackers and go up on deck by the bow and breathe the fresh air as vigorously as he could. It worked. The early hours of D-Day found Marvin on the attack transport ship USS Bayfield, APA 33, anchored 11 or 12 miles offshore as part of Force U, destined for Utah Beach. Also on board was a gunner's mate named Yogi Berra, who would go on to become a famous Major League Baseball Hall of Famer. On his first trip, Marvin struggled to keep his landing craft in line with about 12 others as they approached the beach. It was important to stay close to the other boats so that the soldiers would be with their own units once they landed. Ahead, he could see machine gun bullets raining into the water. Anyone in their right mind would want to stop. Marvin said, "But you can't do that. You can't stop." The 36 soldiers in his boat were quiet as they approached the beach. Marvin could feel the men staring at him. Finally, one said, "Look, Cox, we landed at Sicily and Salerno a few months ago, and the coxswain there put us off in about 3 or 4 feet of water. And we're telling you, you better not do that today." Marvin assured the soldier he'd do his best to bring them in right to the sand. But Marvin ended up with an unexpected problem. A chaplain in the boat became violently seasick. He just stuck his head out over the side of the boat up to the wind, and of course, as you might imagine, it was the windward side, and I caught it all in the face, said Marvin. He couldn't see a thing. My trusty motor machinist mate in charge of the engine, seeing my dilemma, he reached over and got a bucket of seawater and said, "Close your eyes, boats." Marvin replied, "They're already closed, man. Hit me." After 2 buckets of seawater, Marvin could see again. Around him, the soldiers burst out laughing, and he got them into shore safely. Marvin took his landing craft back to the Bayfield, where, to his surprise, he was asked to take just one person to shore: the boss. The man reminded Marvin a bit of the movie star Clark Gable, complete with a mustache. He was Major General Raymond Tubby Barton, commander of the 4th Infantry Division. "I'm proud to tell you that Marvin Parrott, U.S. Coast Guard, brought him ashore safely on D-Day in my New Orleans-made Higgins landing craft." Briefing. Higgins Boats. Supreme Commander Dwight D. Eisenhower fretted about landing craft throughout World War II. His aide, Harry Butcher, once noted, "Ike says that when he is buried, his coffin should be in the shape of a landing craft, as they are practically killing him with worry." No wonder Ike is credited with calling Andrew Jackson Higgins the man who won the war. The boats he designed helped to revolutionize amphibious landings. Originally from Nebraska, Andrew Jackson Higgins, 1886 to 1952, became a businessman and boat designer in New Orleans. In 1930, he incorporated Higgins Industries. Higgins built boats that could navigate shallow waters and marshes of the Gulf Coast for oil and gas exploration. This led to government contracts designing landing craft. Higgins Industries became one of the largest manufacturers of naval combat boats during World War II. The first boats were designed without ramps, which meant troops had to jump over the side to disembark. This wasn't practical in combat conditions, which led to the innovative front ramp design, which was so integral to the D-Day landings. Higgins Industries became an innovator in another way. According to the National World War II Museum, the company was employing over 25,000 people by the end of 1943 and was the first workforce in New Orleans to be racially integrated. His employees included undrafted white males, women, African Americans, the elderly, and handicapped persons. All were paid equal wages according to their job rating. They responded by shattering production records, turning out more than 20,000 boats by the end of the war. Look, listen, remember. Find out more about the Higgins boats at the National World War II Museum. www.national-ww2museum.org/sites/Higgins-in-fact.pdf. Chapter 15. On Utah Beach. Starting the War from Here. Major General Raymond Tubby Barton didn't actually expect to see Theodore Roosevelt Jr. alive again. Ted Roosevelt was in poor health. He walked with a cane and had a heart condition he kept hidden. But when Barton went ashore on Utah Beach on the morning of June 6th, in Marvin Parrott's boat no less, the eldest son of former President Theodore Roosevelt was there to greet him. At 56, Brigadier General Ted Roosevelt was the oldest man and highest-ranking officer to land at D-Day. He had convinced Barton to let him command the first wave of troops at Utah Beach, believing that it would help settle nervous young soldiers to know he was there. General Omar Bradley said of him, "A brave, gamey, undersized man who trudged about the front with a walking stick. Roosevelt helped hold the division together by personal charm." One night by the side of the road in Sicily, Roosevelt told Bradley that he'd talked to every man in the 1st Division, and he'd bet the soldiers could recognize his voice even in the darkness. Roosevelt proceeded to call out,
"Hey, what outfit is that?"
"Company C of the 18th Infantry, General Roosevelt," a hearty voice called back. Not only was Roosevelt on the beach, his rallying cry there has become part of D-Day unforgettable lore. The first wave of men in about 20 boats had been put on the beach farther south than the destination. None of the landmarks they'd been briefed to look for were visible. Realizing the error, Theodore Roosevelt gave a now famous exhortation.
"We're going to start the war from here."
Because the 4th Division was green to fire, it was difficult to anticipate how it might act on the assault, observed General Omar Bradley later. If Roosevelt went in with the leading wave, he could steady it as no other man could. for Ted was immune to fear. He would stroll casually about under fire while troops about him scrambled for cover, and he would banter with them and urge them forward. With that in mind, Bradley wrote to Roosevelt and asked him to serve as a spare brigadier general with the 4th Infantry Division, and to help lead Green troops in battle. Bradley had warned Roosevelt that he might get killed under fire. He never got a reply to his letter. Instead, Roosevelt showed up in person in London. He broke out of the hospital in Italy, where he had been stricken with pneumonia, and reported to me in London a few days later with a raging fever. After the D-Day invasion on July 13th, Bradley was about to give Roosevelt another assignment to help out a struggling division in Normandy. He telephoned Eisenhower's headquarters at almost midnight and got an approval from the Supreme Commander the next morning. It was too late. Overnight, Roosevelt passed away unexpectedly of a heart attack. "Ted died as no one could have believed he would," said Bradley, in the quiet of his tent. Ted Roosevelt, Jr. did more than inspire the first troops to land at Utah Beach. According to General Omar Bradley, Roosevelt helped turn what might have been a disaster into a success by day's end. With the skill and instinct of a veteran campaigner, he quickly improvised an attack to secure an exit across the lagoon that had caused us such anxiety and planning. As the lead regiment pushed across this marshland toward the lateral road 3 miles inland, it radioed reassuring reports to the 4th Division on the Bayfield, said Bradley. Theodore Roosevelt, Jr. received a Medal of Honor, the nation's highest military award, for his actions at D-Day. His Medal of Honor citation reads in part, "His valor, courage, and presence in the very front of the attack, and his complete unconcern at being under heavy fire, inspired the troops to heights of enthusiasm and self-sacrifice. Under his seasoned, precise, calm, and unfaltering leadership, assault troops reduced beach strong points and rapidly moved inland with minimum casualties." He thus contributed substantially to the successful establishment of the beachhead in France. And Utah could be counted a success. Despite the nighttime chaos and dispersed troops, the tragic loss of paratroopers, the machine gun and sniper fire. On the beach, the bombs dropped prior to H-hour had hit their targets. Demolition experts cleared the beaches before high tide, and German reinforcements were effectively hampered. By evening, 22,000 men and 1,800 vehicles had come ashore, noted historian Cornelius Ryan. With the paratroopers, the 4th Division had secured the first major American beachhead in France. As General James M. Gavin had discovered, the drops for the paratroopers of the 82nd Airborne Division were the most scattered. The Americans met with stiff German resistance from German troops in the area. That meant that for most of June 6th, paratroopers were forced to group together into impromptu units and hold whatever ground they could until infantry reinforcements pushed inland from the beach. Despite these challenges, Gavin could also report success. By daylight, D+1, June 7. The 82nd Airborne Division occupied an area roughly triangular in shape, 5 or 6 miles on a side, on the English Channel side of the Merdere River. To the east, it occupied the town of Sainte-Mère-Église. A number of the troopers had jumped into the town and had been killed by the German occupying forces. One trooper had dangled from one of the spires on the church and saved himself by feigning death. But the town was in Allied hands and able to withstand counterattacks until reinforcements from the beach arrived. In part, that was thanks to a group of 43 soldiers under the leadership of Lieutenant Turner Turnbull of the 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment. Turnbull's men encountered a German regiment at Neuville, to the north. Even though the Americans were outnumbered, they managed to keep the enemy from moving south into Sainte-Mère-Église for hours, enabling the Americans to solidify their hold on the town. With 27 wounded or dead, Only 16 soldiers of Turnbull's band were able to withdraw. Some of the wounded were captured, but later freed. Thousands of soldiers took part in D-Day. The stand at Neuville, by less than 50 members of one reinforced platoon, became one of the most strategically important actions of the day. It came with a high cost. Turner Turnbull was killed the next day. He was posthumously awarded a Silver Star for his bravery. Wrap-up. Utah Beach and the Cotunton Peninsula. Very little went as planned in the assault on the Cotunton Peninsula. Thick cloud banks made it hard for the C-47 pilots flying in tight formations as they worried about crashing into each other. Pilots carrying the paratroopers had been ordered not to take evasive action so as not to get off course, but in thick anti-aircraft fire, some did anyway. Soldiers were often stranded without extra ammunition or supplies as bundles of equipment sank out of sight in flooded fields. And while paratroopers like John Fitzgerald in the 101st Airborne Division missed their drop zones, the situation for those in the 82nd Airborne Division was, if anything, worse, with some soldiers landing miles outside the target area. Not everything went according to plan at Utah. Paratroopers landed in a scattered fashion and sometimes far from their original drop zones. It took officers hours, sometimes days, to find the men in their unit. Strong currents meant that landing craft deposited soldiers of the 4th Infantry Division far from their target sites. Despite these setbacks and the challenging terrain, the soldiers persevered. Omaha Beach would be more difficult and even more deadly. Dispatch. The spymaster forgets his cyanide. William J. Wild Bill Donovan was another old soldier who, like Ted Roosevelt, wasn't about to miss D-Day, even though the Secretary of the Navy had forbidden him to take part because of his position. Donovan was head of the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, America's first spy agency and the precursor of today's Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. Soon after Pearl Harbor, President Franklin D. Roosevelt had tapped the well-known attorney and colorful World War I hero to lead the new organization. The highly decorated Donovan, he received the Medal of Honor, Distinguished Service Cross, Silver Star, and other medals during World War I, was then in his 50s. Donovan was returned to active duty and promoted to general. In May 1944, Donovan left Washington, D.C. for London to check on pre-invasion efforts organized by Colonel David Bruce, chief of OSS activities in Europe. Donovan sat in on meetings and briefings and never hesitated to weigh in. For instance, at one meeting he said, "Gentlemen, I find that here in London you have been doing too much planning. Plans are no good on the day of battle." That would certainly turn out to be the case on D-Day. Somehow, the old soldier managed to get himself onto a ship and then into Normandy, arriving in the area behind Utah Beach. Spying 3 French villagers in a nearby field, Donovan announced his intention of talking to them to see if they were members of the French resistance. Warned by an American captain of the dangers, he nevertheless forged ahead, dragging his second-in-command behind him. The Frenchman disappeared, leaving the 2 OSS leaders crouching behind a hedgerow as German machine gun fire broke out. "David, we mustn't be captured. We know too much," the general declared. David Bruce agreed, and then asked his boss if he'd brought his cyanide pill with him. Donovan said that yes, he had indeed brought along 2 suicide pills. Thereupon, still lying prone, he disgorged the contents of all his pockets. Bruce said later, "There were a number of hotel keys, a passport, currency of several nationalities, photographs of grandchildren, travel orders, newspaper clips, and heaven knows what else. But no pills." "Never mind," said Donovan. "We can do without them. But if we get out of here, you must send a message to Gibbs, the hall porter at Claridge's Hotel in London. telling him on no account to allow the servants in the hotel to touch some dangerous medicines in my bathroom." After the pronouncement, designed to protect the welfare of any nosy hotel maids back in London, Donovan whispered, "I must shoot first." "But can we do much against machine guns with our pistols?" wondered Bruce. "Oh, you don't understand," he said. "I mean, if we are about to be captured, I'll shoot you first. After all, I'm your commanding officer." Luckily, it didn't come to that. Both men escaped unharmed, except for a bad cut on Donovan's throat after David Bruce fell on him to avoid fire, and Bruce's steel helmet nicked him. It's not clear if Donovan ended up with a scar, but David Bruce left Utah Beach that day with a story he would tell for many years. Reader's Invasion Briefing. Omaha. And now we come to Omaha, Hell's Beach, bloody Omaha, unforgettable and terrible. For this great seaborne assault, which the free world had toiled so hard to mount, only about 3,000 men were leading the attack, wrote the great D-Day historian Cornelius Ryan. The buildup was so carefully timed that heavy equipment, like artillery, was expected to be landed on Omaha Beach within an hour and a half, and even cranes, half-tracks, and tank recovery vehicles were scheduled to come in by 10:30 a.m. It was an involved, elaborate timetable which looked as if it could not possibly hold up. The timetable did not hold up. Far from it. The 6-mile stretch called Omaha Beach was the longest of D-Day's 5 landing areas. It lay second from the west, between Utah Beach and Gold Beach. Its high sandstone bluffs offered excellent opportunities for the Germans to build defense fortifications, and they had. The cliffs themselves were too steep for tanks or vehicles, but there were 5 exits, or draws, off the beach, leading inland. While the plans were far more detailed than presented here, it's helpful to think of Omaha as divided into 2, since each part was assaulted by a separate army division. Eastern part of Omaha. The 16th Regiment of the 1st Division was deployed on the eastern part of Omaha. The eastern part was subdivided further into smaller sections codenamed from east to west Fox Red, Fox Green, and Easy Red. Western part of Omaha. Soldiers of the 116th Regiment of the 29th Division landed on the western part of the beach, which had also been subdivided. From east to west, these sections were called Easy Green, Dog Red, Dog White, and Dog Green. The final westernmost area was called Charlie, the target area for Army Rangers who would also assault a cliff called Point du Hoc. More on that later. German defenses. The Germans had mounted a series of defense strongholds or gun nests on the bluffs overlooking the entire beach. These were called Widerstandnest, abbreviation WN. Well protected and camouflaged, they contained powerful cannon-like guns trained directly on the beach and on the draws. Some of the defense bunkers in this area were new and had only been completed in April and May. By then, there were 15 WN strongpoints along the beach. The bunkers, often encased in thick concrete, were manned by German troops and officers. They contained a variety of large guns and mortars, as well as ammunition storage rooms. The strongholds allowed the Germans a clear view of the beach and the soldiers in the landing craft struggling in the water. The draws. Another important aspect of the Omaha Beach landing area was its exits, also called draws. Once soldiers landed, they needed to advance inland as quickly as possible with their equipment and vehicles to prevent being thrown back into the sea. Omaha Beach had 5 such exits. 4 of these were mostly rough tracks or ravines between the bluffs, but one, on the western part of the beach, near Dog Green and Charlie, was a paved road. It was called the Vierville Draw, since it led inland to a village by that name. It also led to a coastal road. All these things combined to make the Vierville Draw one of the most strategically important points on the beach. Of course, what was obvious to the Allies was also clear to the enemy. The Germans had erected a defense stronghold named WN 72, right next to the Vierville Draw. It had only recently been completed in May 1944. Another gun nearby helped to protect the road itself. The Germans were in the process of adding guns to other bunkers as well. In other words, the crucial Vierville Draw was the most heavily defended point on Omaha Beach. What went wrong? The goals for the assault troops at Omaha included capturing inland villages and controlling coastal roads, linking up with British forces from Gold Beach, and capturing the guns at a high promontory called Pont d'Oak between Omaha and Utah Beach. Many things went wrong at Omaha. The tide in Normandy is ferociously fast and extreme. The difference between high and low tide is more than 20 feet, and the tide rises at a rate of 1 foot every 8 minutes. Strong currents and winds pushed landing craft consistently eastward, away from their precise targets. This resulted in separated units and stranded seasick, waterlogged, and lost soldiers. Just as on Utah, many of the protruding beach obstacles were mined, but on Omaha, they weren't demolished before the landing craft arrived. Another critical factor was the failure of the pre-assault bombing by Allied planes and ships to destroy German defensive positions. The enemy's powerful guns remained intact. The Allies also faced more troops than expected. Word that elements from experienced German troops of the 352nd Division had been moved into the area came too late to impact the plan. Taken together, all these factors made Omaha Beach the deadliest landing site. On D-Day, it was the selfless, courageous acts of individuals against extraordinary odds that made the difference. Only a few of their stories are told here. Part 5. Omaha. Then we saw the coast of France, and suddenly we were in the midst of the armada of the invasion. People will be writing about this site for 100 years, and whoever saw it will never forget it. There could not be so many ships in the world. Martha Gellhorn, war correspondent. The thought came that the crusade in Europe had been called off as a bad job, and that we waterlogged few were left to struggle alone in the great dark seascape. The first assault wave, already on the beach, did not resemble a battle line as much as it did heaps of refuse deposited there to burn and smolder unattended. Charles R. Cawthon, 116th Stonewall Regiment, 29th Infantry Division. USS Augusta, 3:35 a.m., off the Normandy coast. It was 3:35 a.m. when the clanking bell outside my cabin called the crew to battle stations, said General Omar Bradley. He grabbed his helmet and hurried to the bridge. The moon hung misted in an overcast sky, and the wind still lashed the channel. Off in the Cotentin Peninsula, almost 30 miles to the west, both airborne divisions had already been dropped. H-hour for the beaches would be next. Truman Tubby Thorson, Tubby was, it seems, a popular nickname for high-ranking officers, a top general on Bradley's staff, shook his head at the heaving black waves. "I don't like it, General. The DDs, duplex drive amphibious tanks, are going to have one hell of a time in getting through this sea." "Yes, Tubby, I'm afraid you're right, but at this point, there's nothing we can do." As Bradley knew all too well, final decisions or last-minute changes about the tanks, and most everything else, now rested with commanders on the front lines of combat. By now, Overlord had run beyond the reach of its admirals and generals, he reflected. For the next few tortured hours, we could do little but pace our decks and trust in the men to whom the plan had been given for execution. As the Augusta moved into position for firing its guns, Bradley plugged his ears with cotton. The ship was mounted with 8-inch turret guns that were now trained on German machine nests and concrete bunkers high on the bluffs overlooking Omaha Beach. Omaha's formidable defensive fortifications covered not only the beach, but the draws, the exit routes inland. One bunker, located on the eastern part of Omaha, was manned by 39 troops. It contained no fewer than 7 machine guns, 2 mortars, 2 anti-tank guns, and 2 field guns. Built directly into cliffs and the crests of hills, these fortifications were well camouflaged. Even so, many had been identified in advance by Allied intelligence. But there were more guns than the Americans realized, and the time allotted for naval bombardment was short. In the spring of 1944, the Germans had added more firepower to the beach defenses, meaning that some artillery batteries at Omaha escaped detection and were not targeted. Military historian Stephen Zaloga, who has written extensively about the German defense of Omaha, notes that one reason that the U.S. Army was so unprepared for the scale of defenses on Omaha Beach was their relatively late appearance. In other words, much of the naval gunfire was ineffective. Later, a German soldier in one of the Omaha defensive strongholds commented on the rockets launched from one aspect of the pre-invasion naval bombardment. Rockets from Allied LCT-R rocket ships offshore. All the rockets landed in front of us. Some hit the beach, but most landed harmlessly in the water. On the Augusta, Naval Officer John Mason Brown described the first salvos from the ship. At 6:10, we prepared to fire. In the pilot house, we see our guns pause ominously. Pause and point. Then we wait. We wait. And just when we are holding our twice-inhaled breath, the Augusta quivers beneath us. The sound invades our ears. Even the cotton cannot hold it back. It roars at well-timed intervals, like a volcano trained to choral action. Each time the roar comes fore or aft, the Augusta lurches slightly, as from a groundswell of noise. The smoke ahead of us is heavy whenever the forward turrets have their say. Thereafter this smoke vanishes, like the flames which beckoned it into wide rings, even as the smoke evaporates, screening a conjurer's trick. Fog and clouds of smoke obscured the coastline. The bombers of the 8th Air Force could be heard overhead, roaring towards the shore to destroy these guns of Hitler's Atlantic Wall. But at Omaha, they didn't succeed. Not until later did we learn that most of the 13,000 bombs dropped by these heavies had cascaded harmlessly into the hedgerows 3 miles behind the coast, Bradley said. And that meant that many of these deadly German guns, more than the Allies even knew, were aimed and ready to stop anyone and anything emerging from the sea. H-hour was 6:30 a.m. In the minutes and hours that followed, John Mason Brown felt removed from the action on shore. Seen through binoculars on the large ships, the shore is an anthill in turmoil. The death cries do not reach us, said Brown. The falling bodies we do not see. The first desperate dash through the water is beyond our vision. The first contacts with the barriers and obstacles we can only guess at. The first and all-important hand-to-hand test of arms we do not see. We do not even hear the sulphurous stammering of the machine guns. The initial confusion is not ours. We know only this unholy and disquieting calm. For the soldiers at Omaha, nothing was calm. Not in the wave-tossed boats, not in the cold, rough sea, and not on the deadly sand. Voices from Omaha Beach. What we carried. About 2 a.m., we were called out to get ready. Instead of our regular backpacks, we had been issued an assault jacket, a sort of vest-like garment with many pockets and pull-strap fasteners to yank off in a hurry. In the various pockets we stored K-rations, a quarter-pound of TNT with fuses, hand grenades, a smoke grenade, and a medical kit with a syringe and morphine. Besides our regular M1 clips, we had 2 slings of ammo belts across our shoulders. On our backs, we carried an entrenching tool, a bayonet, and a poncho, and whatever else we could stuff in. Our rifles were wrapped in a protective cellophane wrapper with an inflated life preserver tube strapped to it to keep it afloat. Altogether, our equipment weighed about 70 pounds. It was an awkward assortment, around which we buckled a rubber life belt, which was to be inflated by squeezing a CO2 tube. John J. Barnes, 116th Regiment, 29th Infantry Division. Here is a list of what I had on me. First, we started with the invasion vest, and the helmet, of course, 4 bandoliers across my chest, full of cartridges, 2 hand grenades, 1 smoke grenade, 1 M1 rifle and cartridge belt, 1 full canteen, 1 invasion gas mask, 1 bayonet rifle, 1 pole charge, explosive device, with 30 pounds of TNT, that's about 6 foot tall. In my vest pockets, I carried 2 pairs of socks and underwear, 3 days of sea rations, 2.5 cartons of cigarettes, old letters and pictures, 1 raincoat, and 1 apple from breakfast. I figured I must have had about 75 pounds altogether extra weight. I also had a small folding shovel. Charles Chuck H. Thomas, 16th Infantry Regiment, 1st Division. In the boats. In my boat there was no conversation. Talk would have been difficult in any event above the roar of the engine, the wind, slamming of the waves against the ramp, and the laboring of the bilge pump that just managed to keep up with the water washing in over bow and sides. We simply stood packed together, encased in equipment, inarticulate with the noise and with the enormity toward which we were laboring. Charles Cawthon, 116th Regiment, 29th Infantry Division. The towering gray-black waves smashed against our small boat, attempting to swallow it up. All the boats were tossed around like matchsticks. We were immediately soaked up by the icy English Channel's 10 to 15-foot waves. The bilge pumps were not capable of handling all the water in the boat, so we had to bail out the water with our helmets. There was not only water in the boat, but also floating vomit. Unlike so many others, I was not afflicted by the vomiting caused by seasickness. My theory for not vomiting was to chew gum, suck on candy, and keep swallowing. Harold Baumgarten, 116th Infantry Regiment, 29th Infantry Division. In my own boat, and many others I discovered, we had to rip up the floorboards and use our helmets to bail out the water, and on top of that, some of the fellows were vomiting. And a little later on, while being shot at, you can imagine the situation there. With the bailing water with your helmet, dodging bullets, and vomiting all at the same time. Not much fun, I can assure you. James W. Eichner, 2nd Ranger Battalion. Gradually we began to see shapes of other boats, many small ones, many larger hulks. We heard the noise of planes droning overhead, flying off toward the coast. Now we could see the anti-aircraft fire lighting up the sky, arcing the night. The seasickness seemed to end as more men stood up and watched the growing sight. Then a flash, followed by a mighty roar, came from one of the black hulks we had just passed. It was a gun of the big battleship, whose great shadow loomed behind us. The bright flash, the loud roar, and the reverberation that followed was overwhelming. Dawn lightened, and we could see more and more ships and more planes in the sky. We were entranced at this huge scene. Someone shouted, "Take a good look! This is something you will tell your grandchildren." No one muttered the question, "What if we don't live?" John J. Barnes, 116th Regiment, 29th Infantry Division. in the water. Suddenly a swirl of water wrapped around my ankles, and the front of the craft dipped down. The water quickly reached my knees. Quickly the boat fell away from me, and I squeezed the CO tubes in my life belt. Just as I did, it popped away. The buckle had broken. I was going under. I was unable to keep my head above the surface. I tried to pull the release straps on my jacket, but I couldn't free them. Lieutenant Edward Gearing grabbed my jacket, and using his bayonet, he cut the straps, and others helped release me from the weight. I was all right now. I could swim. John J. Barnes, 116th Regiment, 29th Infantry Division.
There was a strong undercurrent carrying us to the left. Sergeant Philip Stretchick, who had received the Distinguished Service Cross for his actions on D-Day, and the medic were carrying an 18-foot ladder, which was to be used for crossing the anti-tank ditch, or any other purpose which might arise. They were struggling with it in the water just about the time that I was having my worst trouble staying afloat. As the ladder came by, I grabbed it. Stretchick yelled and said, "Lieutenant, we don't need any help." But hell, I was busy trying to get help, not give it. John Spaulding, sometimes spelled Spaulding, 16th Regiment, 1st Infantry Division. Bringing in 6 tanks on Landing Craft Tank 1171. We were due at 8:30 to land our first tanks. There were ships everywhere, and merchant ships everywhere, and balloons flying, and God knows what, and it was rough. Couldn't get in anywhere. It was all cluttered up with junk, broken down landing craft, assault craft, broken down tanks. We couldn't get in, so we were told to push off down the beach and see if we could find somewhere to beach, and we eventually went in. The beach itself was chaos. I mean, it was just a mass of moving things, and then we were being shelled from a bunker. We were being shelled from both ends. We were under these heavy guns being blasted by the Yankee battleships. Every time they fired, I think we lifted out of the water. You weren't scared because you were so busy, but we watched our tanks go off towards the gully they were trying to get up, and they were all shot up before they got off the beach. All the tanks we landed. We saw them all shot up. Austin Prosser, Royal Navy Reserve. If I'm going to die. We were all wearing the new sleeveless combat jackets, with all kinds of pockets. Everything was impregnated against the eventuality of a gas attack. This included long johns. I did not wear mine that morning. I figured if I'm going to die, I'm not going to go scratching myself. I was a rifleman. Demolition man. I estimated that I had approximately 85 pounds on my person. When the ramp went down, I inflated my Mae West life vest, and I went down. The water, was up to my neck. The beach was mined at low tide with those jumping mines that detonated when you stepped on them. There were mines floating on the surface, too. They were setting these off with automatic weapon fire and shelling from 88s, a powerful German gun, and mortars. There were many yards of water to get out of. Many were hit in the water and drowned as a result. At one point I found myself trying to take cover behind one of those fence post type obstacles. I must have looked like an ostrich hiding, but believe me, at the time it looked like a wall. I was seasick and exhausted and scared to death. I was wounded 3 times at very short intervals. I lost all my fear and knew I was about to die, made peace with my Maker, and was just waiting. I could not move, confusion all around. After what seemed like an eternity, I was seen by 2 of my buddies. They did a very brave thing. They exposed themselves under fire, came down and dragged me up to the wall. Between all my wounds, loss of blood, and all the pieces of shrapnel, my whole body was affected. I thought I was dead. It still feels like yesterday in my mind. John H. McPhee, 16th Regiment, 1st Infantry Division. Things going badly. Signs that things were going amiss abounded. Had I been battle-wise enough to read them, Those silent guns of the battleship, indicating that it was out of touch with the assault and fearful of firing into it, a trickle instead of stream of return traffic from the landing of the first wave, which told of craft either destroyed or landing badly off target. Still another was the vacant sky, where we had expected to see fighter bombers diving and strafing the beach. Charles Cawthorne, 116th Regiment, 29th Infantry Division. Chapter 16. Some Kind of Prayer. On the eastern part of Omaha Beach. Breakfast that morning was at 3 a.m. on board the U.S. Coast Guard troop transport USS Samuel Chase. Along with the soldiers, photographer Robert Capa was served hotcakes, eggs, sausages, and, of course, coffee. And like many others, he found it hard to eat. An hour later, the soldiers from the Fighting First Division assembled on the open deck, watching as the landing boats swung from cranes, about to be lowered and loaded for the eastern part of the beach. Capa stood with them. Waiting for the first ray of light, the 2,000 men stood in perfect silence. Whatever they were thinking, it was some kind of prayer. The photographer was silent, too. He found his thoughts wandering to pleasant memories of the past, visions of green fields, pink clouds, peaceful grazing sheep. None of us was at all impatient, and we wouldn't have minded standing in the darkness for a very long time. Capa was also thinking of what lay ahead, of the photos he would take when the sun came up. And it would come up, he knew. The sun had no way of knowing that this day was different from all others, and rose on its usual schedule. The seas were rough. Instantly the men got soaked. Even those who hadn't eaten breakfast got sick. Puke bags had been provided, but they weren't enough, since everyone was puking. The coast of Normandy was still miles away when the first unmistakable popping reached our listening ears. We ducked down in the pukey water in the bottom of the barge. An African-American boatswain, returning from the shore with an empty boat, flashed an encouraging V for victory sign. It was light enough now, and Capa took his first camera from its waterproof wrap. He had 2 cameras, both loaded with film. These were the days before digital. The bottom of the Higgins boat hit the sand in waist-deep water, about 100 yards from shore. Around him, the men began to wade out onto the easy red sector of Omaha Beach. Capa's photographs help us see, though we can never really know, what it was like. As he paused to take his first picture, Capa suddenly felt a kick from behind. The boatswain had assumed Capa stopped because he was frozen with fear. Capa moved off. The bullets tore holes in the water around me, and I made for the nearest steel obstacle. Capa snapped a few photos. The tide was coming in. The sea was cold and rose to his chest. He wanted to keep moving forward. The bullets chased me back every time. He saw a DD tank ahead, half burned, sticking out of the water, and decided to try to make for its cover. He had to wade past floating bodies. Behind the tank, Capa got pinned again by heavy fire. He snapped more photos, then gathered his courage to make a final push toward the sand. There seemed to be no let-up in the fire. The tide kept coming in, higher and higher. It reached the farewell letter he'd tucked into a breast pocket. At last, he waded in behind 2 soldiers, staggered to the sand, and threw himself down. The beach here sloped a bit, affording a little protection if he pressed himself flat. Capa changed cameras and began to shoot again frantically, one picture after another, barely raising his head. Above the boots and faces, my picture frames were filled with shrapnel smoke. Burnt tanks and sinking barges formed my background. Now both cameras were empty. Capa reached into his bag for a new roll of film, but his wet, shaking hands ruined the film. I paused for a moment, and then I had it bad. The empty camera trembled in my hands. It was a new kind of fear shaking my body from toe to hair and twisting my face. I unhooked my shovel and tried to dig a hole. The shovel hit stone under the sand, and I hurled it away. The men around me lay motionless, only the dead on the waterline rolled with the waves. In the water, an LCI, landing craft infantry, probably large, came close, and medics poured off it. Kappa wrote later, "I did not think and I didn't decide it. I just stood up and ran toward the boat. I stepped into the sea between two bodies, and the water reached to my neck. The riptide hit my body, and every wave slapped my face under my helmet. I held my cameras high above my head, and suddenly I knew that I was running away. I tried to turn but couldn't face the beach and told myself I am just going to dry my hands on the boat." He climbed up on deck, and in the next few minutes, everything seemed to happen all at once. He felt a hard shock, and then all at once, something was flying through the air. He thought it was feathers, but it was kapok. It had been stuffed inside the jackets of men, and those men had just been blown apart by a mine explosion that had ripped away part of the boat. The skipper of the boat was crying. His assistant, right near him, had been killed. Kappa went down to the engine room. He managed to dry his hands and load his cameras again. He went back on deck and took a picture of the beach. A boat came by and picked up the survivors off the LCI, now sinking fast. He looked again at the beach, but he didn't get into the water. Kappa ended up back where he'd started, on the USS Samuel Chase. The last wave of soldiers was being lowered into landing craft. But the decks weren't empty. They were already full, with wounded and the dead. He put down his cameras and spent the rest of D-Day helping with stretchers. Later, he started taking pictures again. Then things got confused. I woke up in a bunk. My naked body was covered with a rough blanket. On my neck, a piece of paper read, "Exhaustion case, no dog tags," i.e., a soldier's identification tags. My camera bag was on the table, and I remembered who I was. Robert Kappa was next to another man, the only survivor from an amphibious tank crew. The soldier said he should have stayed on the beach. I told him I should have stayed on the beach myself. Back in England, Kappa was offered the chance to go to London to give a broadcast. He said people wanted to treat him like a hero. He turned down the offer. Instead, he went back to the beachhead in the first available boat. A week later, he got word that his pictures were the best of the invasion. However, he was also told that an overexcited darkroom assistant had turned on too much heat at the end of the process, ruining all but 8 of 106 pictures. Those that survived were slightly out of focus. When they were first printed, Robert Kappa noted ruefully, the captions under the heat-blurred pictures read that Kappa's hands were badly shaking. But they weren't. Not then they weren't. Look, listen, remember. Robert Kappa's few surviving photographs have become the most famous pictures taken of D-Day. The pictures epitomize the courage of the men who braved chaos, confusion, and death on Omaha Beach on D-Day. Kappa later gave his World War II memoir the title, Slightly Out of Focus. To learn more about the Hungarian-born American photographer, visit the International Center of Photography at
https://www.icp.org/browse/all/all/constituents/all/all/1. Chapter 17. A Scene of Havoc and Destruction. On the eastern part of Omaha Beach. Albert Mominy, 16th Regiment, 1st Infantry Division, on Fox Green, eastern part of Omaha Beach. Packed tightly onto a fully loaded landing craft, Corporal Albert Mominy carried not a camera, but a rifle and 2 boxes of machine gun ammunition. He and 34 other infantry soldiers from the 16th Regiment, 1st Infantry Division, were headed for Fox Green, on the eastern part of Omaha Beach. The 16th Regiment would lead the assault wave with 4 companies, about 750 men each, carried in on 24 landing craft. Many of the men, including Albert, had combat experience in the Mediterranean. It would help them achieve their D-Day mission, to land and push inward along 2 exits, called the Saint-Laurent and Colville draws. They expected to encounter some resistance from German defenses that hadn't been destroyed in the pre-invasion bombings. Although they didn't yet know it, that resistance would be much fiercer than anticipated. Just getting to the beach turned out to be more difficult than he expected. The rough sea with spray from the waves coming over the bow made it difficult for the coxswain to maneuver the craft, said Albert. So right from the beginning we were in trouble. It seemed to me we were going in circles. Once they almost drew close enough for the soldiers to disembark, but they backed away again under heavy machine gun fire. Trying to maneuver and correct their position took up precious minutes, and then more minutes. Albert's boat had been scheduled for landing at 6:40 a.m. Now they were more than an hour late. The tide was coming in, covering the obstacles that were laced with deadly mines. And then they hit one. About 400 yards from shore, the craft gave a sudden lurch as it hit an obstacle, and in an instant an explosion erupted, followed by a blinding flash of fire. Flames raced around and over us. It happened so quickly, so fast, said Albert. I remember my first impulse was to get out of the craft. Not all could or did, especially the men who had the flamethrower strapped to their backs. They never had a chance. Before I knew it, I was in the water. Engulfed by fire, Albert's stricken landing craft had come to rest partially out of the water, stuck on some underwater obstacle. Instinctively, he jumped clear of the flames. The first thing I remember doing was to pull the emergency release straps on my combat jacket and let it slip into the water, he said, knowing the heavy jacket would drag him down. Then he inflated his life vest. A veteran of campaigns in North Africa and Sicily, Albert knew to keep moving. A few other survivors clung without moving to the sides of the remains of the boat, making them easy targets for German machine gunners on shore. Albert said, "It was because they panicked. It was their first time in action." Albert kept propelling himself toward the shore. At 5 feet 1 inch, he was just tall enough to meet the Army's height requirements. It seemed to take a long time until the sea became shallow enough that he could wade. I was exhausted and in shock. A few times I stumbled, picked myself up, and struggled, trying to force myself to continue on. 30 yards to go, and then 20. I started to catch my breath when I heard a voice shouting, "Come on, little one, come on, you could make it." It was his lieutenant, urging him on. And it worked. It seemed like someone had awakened me from a dream. I looked ahead and saw him at the water's edge. I lunged towards him, and as I reached him, he grabbed my hand and pulled me out of the water, then practically dragged me to the cover of the overhanging cliff, which gave us ample protection from the enemy fire. Albert's eyebrows and hair were singed from the explosion. He was lucky. Only 6 of the 35 soldiers on board escaped unharmed. As I sat underneath the safety of the cliff with the men of I Company, some wounded, others badly burnt, the suddenness of all that happened and the nearness I'd come to death gradually wore off. Albert took in the abandoned tanks and vehicles, medics tending the wounded, equipment littering the sand. All I could see was a scene of havoc and destruction. Albert and others stayed on the beach, disoriented, separated from their units, and exhausted. It wouldn't be until the next morning when Albert was able to find his unit again and return to the fighting fronts. Charles Chuck H. Thomas, 16th Regiment, 1st Infantry Division, on Easy Red, eastern part of Omaha. Easy Red belied its name. It was not an easy place to be that morning. But that's where 20-year-old Chuck Thomas was headed on his first day of combat as a member of Company C, a rifle unit of the 16th Regiment, 1st Infantry Division. Others in the division, nicknamed the Fighting Fronts, were combat-hardened veterans of amphibious assaults in North Africa and Sicily.
Chuck, however, was a new replacement. He'd trained on anti-tank guns, but when he arrived in England in the fall of 1943, his new commanding officer told him with a laugh, "You're a rifleman now. We don't lose many anti-tank men." As they crossed the English Channel on board the Samuel Chase, Chuck had tried to memorize landmarks on the briefing map. Trees, farmhouses, hills and hedgerows, and the beaches we were to land on, everything in detail. Like many others, he got little sleep. Like many others, he took seasickness pills that didn't work. And, like many others, his journey to shore was a nightmare. The planes bombed the beach, the warships shelled. We got in Higgins boats on deck so we didn't have to climb down rope ladders like some other boats. The water was very rough. I would say the waves were about 4 or 5 feet. While I'm not sure exactly where we tried to land, it was supposed to be easy red. On their approach, the coxswain was killed trying to open the ramp on their Higgins boat. The lieutenant tried next and was wounded in the arm. They finally got it open, and then I was last off the boat because I had a pole charge, a 6-foot pole with 30 pounds of TNT attached to it. Chuck had also tied a life belt on it so the pole would float. I was in the corner. I stopped to pick up a smoke grenade. Someone dropped it as if I didn't have enough to carry. Anyway, the guy running the boat yelled to me to get off. I yelled back that I wasn't in any hurry. The water was deep, over Chuck's head. Although I knew how to swim, I was scared because there were bullets landing all around, and I had 30 pounds of TNT to worry about, which could explode if struck. I had my helmet strapped around my neck, and I was dragging my rifle by the sling with one arm underwater, and I couldn't reach the bottom. Then, besides all that, a sergeant bobbed up next to me, yelling, "He can't swim," Chuck went on. So I pushed my pole charge into him. I told him to hang on, and I left him floating. He did make it in. It felt like an hour before he touched the beach, though later Chuck guessed it was only about 15 minutes. When I finally got to shore, there were a lot of wounded and dead. But you couldn't tell who was who, and we had orders when we reached the beach to get as far in as we could and don't stop to help any wounded because the medics would take care of them, and we could get shot ourselves if we waited too long. So I reached the first layer of shale or rocks, or whatever they were, shingles I guess they called them, and I stayed there because the next layer was crowded with men being killed and wounded. Some were trying to dig in with their bare hands. There were mortar and artillery shells landing all over the place. Then, as I crawled up to the second layer of shale and fired my rifle at the smoke-filled hill, you couldn't see the enemy, but he could sure see us. One guy next to me had a slug through his helmet. It went through a pair of socks he had carried inside his helmet, but didn't hit his head, so he was lucky. After resting, Chuck crawled back down to the waterline to try to drag in some ammunition carts and short-barreled mortar guns. He also saw 3 tanks. 2 had been knocked out by German guns. Men were also trying to get the 3rd operational. Colonel George A. Taylor was there directing fire. They fired one tank that was left and yelling that we were being killed on the beach, "Let's go inland and get off the beach." Get off the beach. That wouldn't be easy either. Chuck found a path going up a hill. A sergeant from his squad yelled to watch out for mines. They were everywhere. I made the top after an engineer with a mine detector put tape down to show where the mines were. By now, it was close to 11 in the morning. When we got to the top, I could see the whole beach. What a mess. And the LCTs and LCIs were trying to get nearer to land. There were only about 25 or maybe 30 guys after we met at the top of the hill. So we divided up and went down both sides of the fields along the hedgerows. We had no radio or communications to anyone. As far as I could see, the Germans could have swept us off with brooms if they knew we were there with so few men, Chuck said. My best buddy from Chicago named David put on his glasses and said, "Now I can see." 10 minutes later he was killed, going into a barnyard. I felt sick about it. That afternoon, they ran into German machine gun and artillery fire as they made their way inland. Chuck spent the night of June 6th dozing in a ditch, and somehow he had managed to keep a snack. It calmed down a little, and I ate my apple left over from breakfast. June 6th was the first of many days of combat for Chuck Thomas, who fought through the summer and into the fall, battling all the way into Germany, where he was wounded. He was discharged and returned home in December 1945. Once, before a night patrol, a soldier named Jake, who was also from Chicago, borrowed Chuck's watch, which had a luminous dial. He was killed on that patrol. After the war, at a memorial service in Chicago, Chuck asked Jake's mother if a watch had been sent home with his belongings. Yes, she told him. There had been a watch. "It was a gift from my brother before I went overseas," said Chuck. "But I didn't tell her it was my watch. I thought it best that way." Chapter 18. A thin, wet line of khaki. On the western part of Omaha Beach, Charles Cawthon, 116th Regiment, 29th Infantry Division, on Dog Red, western part of Omaha Beach. Farther west, the craft carrying Captain Charles Cawthon and other members of the 116th Regiment, 29th Infantry Division, was headed for Dog Red, near the middle of Omaha Beach. "We were in among the beach obstacles, big, ugly structures of iron or logs, partially covered by the rising tide." The Tennessee natives saw no evidence that demolition experts had been able to clear paths through this deadly minefield. Their boat jolted to a sudden stop. They were stuck on a sandbar, 200 yards from shore. But at least they were in one piece. The coxswain lowered the ramp. The men stumbled out into cold, shoulder-deep water. As his lifebelt lifted him up on the crest of a wave, Charles saw a line of dark objects in the distance. Some of the larger ones, recognizable as tanks and landing craft, were erupting black smoke. Higher up the beach were a line of smaller dots, straight as though drawn with a ruler, for they were aligned along a seawall. Scattered black specks were detaching themselves from the surf and laboring toward this line. And now he was one of those black specks. Charles spied a house set back from the beach, a landmark familiar from his pre-invasion briefing. That was good news. They seemed to have landed in the right place. In fact, the currents and winds wreaked havoc that morning, taking many boats off course. Some soldiers found themselves on unrecognizable stretches of sand, their memorized briefings rendered meaningless. One confused company of the 116th Regiment put to shore 2 miles from their target site. A company of the 16th Regiment fared even worse, landing so far to the east they were virtually isolated on a narrow stretch of beach directly in front of a German defense stronghold. Charles fell into a pattern, riding the waves ever closer to the chaos ahead. As each wave receded, he was able to touch bottom. Then he was lifted again on the next wave. Like it or not, he was being pulled to Normandy on the rising tide. The up and down motion gave him quick, snapshot-like glimpses of what lay ahead. From the crests, the beach was visible, and then in the troughs, only the green-black water. And as he drew closer to Omaha Beach, Charles could see something else. Its exploding horror. Charles crouched, trying to stay below the surface of the water as much as possible. He thought it was now about 7:30 a.m. He'd already seen enough to guess that the promised naval and air attacks hadn't been very effective in destroying the German guns. The havoc they had wrought was all around in an incredible chaos. Bodies, weapons, boxes of demolitions, flamethrowers, reels of telephone wire, and personal equipment from socks to toilet articles. Hundreds of the brown lifebelts were washing to and fro, writhing and twisting like brown sea slugs. The waves broke around the disabled tanks, bulldozers, and beached landing craft that were thick here in front of the heavily defended exit road. The incoming tide was narrowing a wide stretch of sand. Beyond that was a bank of stones ending at a seawall. Against the wall were soldiers of the first assault teams. Some were scooping out shelters. A number were stretched out in the loose attitude of the wounded. Others had the ultimate stillness of death, but most were just sitting with backs against the wall. Charles tried to get his bearings. While I was straining to see above the debris and still stay in the dubious protection of the water, one of the explosions that was still rippling up and down the beach erupted close by. There was a jar to the side of my face, and blood started streaming off my chin. He realized that this killing zone was no place to linger. He tried to rise, but his new combat assault jacket, with its many pockets, had become so waterlogged he felt as if he carried the weight of the entire English Channel. My overriding doubt on the edge of Omaha Beach was not about success of the invasion, but over whether I would ever make it up the steep rise for 20 to 30 yards with my burden. I had long preached the Army's hopeful maxim that a good soldier never abandons his equipment, but without a second thought I jettisoned the assault jacket into the litter in the surf, and, free of its weight, went lumbering up the beach, streaming water at every step. Charles reached the wall, gasping for air. He began to retch up all the salt water he'd swallowed. Minutes later, a colonel appeared beside him and said it was time to get the assault moving inland. Gradually my lungs and stomach stopped heaving, and taking thought that this was, after all, a battle in which I had responsibilities, I took my pistol from its holster and from the plastic bag that was to have protected it from water. He discovered it was useless, gritty with sand and totally unusable. Charles noticed other discarded firearms littering the sand around him. If the Germans had been smart, he thought, the enemy soldiers would have left their gun emplacements and come down to sweep up every exhausted wet American. Charles was still sitting there when Major Sidney Bingham, who commanded Charles's battalion, the 2nd, appeared and announced, "This is a debacle." Charles had to agree. The words suited the scene. Most of the men in Bingham's unit had landed on an exceptionally well-fortified stretch of beach near one of the draws, or exits. Historian Joseph Belkowski notes that, in the invasion's first hour, enemy troops occupying these strong points had inflicted dreadful casualties on Bingham's men, leaving most of the survivors paralyzed behind the shingle. Bingham ordered Charles to get moving. Charles's original job had been to set up a battalion command post with field telephones and radios. In the piles of debris, he began to look for wire, a telephone, and other communications equipment. He spied a reel of telephone wire coated with sand, but no telephone. As Charles poked around in the debris, dashing and dodging behind anything that might shield him from fire, he was hit again, this time on the other cheek. Realizing that any attempt to set up communications was fruitless, he decided to follow the major, who had set out up the bluff. Charles eventually found a path, though it didn't seem to be the one he remembered from his pre-invasion briefing, but he realized so many things about that original plan hadn't come to pass. The foot soldier who survives in combat long enough, that is to say a few hours, learns that plans and circumstances seldom coincide. Our plan did not provide for 4 to 5 foot waves, winds up to 18 knots, or for an additional German division in the defenses. The results of these unforeseen factors were shock, inertia, and disorder, said Charles, who would later recall the afternoon and night of D-Day as a time of confused scenes that sometimes faded or ran together, his memories concealed by the fog of battle. The only salvation of the day was the initiative and enterprise of a relative few who rose above the wreckage of the plan. The wreckage of the plan. From the deck of the USS Augusta, General Omar Bradley continued to train binoculars on the hazy shore, trying to assess what was happening to the tightly orchestrated invasion schedule. He was getting only fragmentary reports by radio. As Charles Cawthon was experiencing, establishing field communications wasn't feasible in these battle conditions. Bradley recalled that, as the morning lengthened, my worries deepened over the alarming and fragmentary reports we picked up. From these messages we could piece together only an incoherent account of sinkings, swampings, heavy enemy fire, and chaos on the beaches. The enemy fire was indeed extremely heavy. When the bombers and the naval ships failed to hit their target, the German defenses on the cliffs of Omaha, already more robust than any other beach,
were left largely intact. Soldiers struggling off landing craft found themselves assaulted by fire from 85 machine gun nests, 35 pillboxes containing machine guns, 35 rocket launchers, 6 mortar pits, and 8 large concrete gun bunkers. By 8:30, the 2 assault regiments on Omaha had expected to break through the water's edge defenses and force their way inland to where a road paralleled the coastline, a mile behind the beaches, said Bradley. But when 8:30 came, the general hadn't even received confirmation of the landing. And then, around 10 in the morning, he got a dismal report confirming his fears. Some of the DD tanks had been swamped and never made it to shore. 2 tank divisions comprised of 32 DD tanks had been scheduled to land on Omaha. 32 tanks of the 741st Tank Division, designated for the eastern half of the beach to support the 16th Regiment at Easy Red, Fox Green, and Fox Red, were launched according to the original plan. About 6,000 yards or 3 miles from shore. This proved disastrous. 27 of the 33-ton vehicles foundered in the heavy seas, leaving soldiers without armored support as they emerged from the water and tried to cross the beach. The tanks of the 743rd Division, scheduled to support soldiers in the 116th Regiment on the western half of Omaha, fared better. After seeing the treacherous waves, 2 officers ordered the LCTs, landing craft tank, to come as close as possible and put the tanks down as near to the shore as they could. It was a decision that helped to save not only the lives of the men in the tanks, but those on shore. While General Bradley was increasingly worried about the fate of the Army assault troops, Admiral Alan Kirk, also on the Augusta, was concerned about the naval landing craft. A small boat was deployed to get close to shore for a better look at conditions. The scouts returned with discouraging news. Soldiers were pinned against the seawall, unable to advance. German machine guns were sweeping the beach while the enemy's longer-range artillery fire was continuing to harass the landing craft. Boats were having a hard time getting safely into shore for another reason, too. Much of the difficulty had been caused by the underwater obstructions. Not only had the demolition teams suffered paralyzing casualties, but much of their equipment had been swept away, said Bradley. Bradley knew the situation was dire, not only for troops already on the beach, but for the carefully laid plans to bring in reinforcements. There was due to arrive at noon in the transport area off Omaha Beach a force of 25,000 troops and 4,400 more vehicles to be landed on the second tide. However, only a portion of the initial assault force of 34,000 troops and 3,300 vehicles had as yet gotten ashore. Those additional troops were essential. Without them, the Allies might not be able to weather a strong counterattack should one materialize. The situation was so critical, Bradley began to wonder if the follow-up troops should be diverted to Utah and the British beaches. Still, he held off a little longer before making a decision, hoping for better news. In the meantime, the battle belonged that morning to the thin, wet line of khaki that dragged itself ashore on the Channel coast of France. Chapter 19. 29. Let's Go. On the western part of Omaha Beach. Harold Baumgarten, 116th Regiment, 29th Infantry Division, on Dog Green, western part of Omaha Beach. It was 6:15 a.m. on my watch, and we heard the frightening sights and sounds of thousands of 5-inch rockets headed toward the beach. It is too bad that they did no damage to the fortification and obstacles or injury to the awaiting defenders, said Harold Hal Baumgarten. The white steeple of the Vierville-sur-Mer church could now be seen to our left on the top of the bluff. This was our guide for finding Dog Green. I could still see the obstacles with their mines attached on the beach. Looking down at my watch, it was 6:30 a.m., and some of my buddies from Company A were directly in front of us. They were getting ready to land on the shores of immortality. Hal Baumgarten was in one of 6 boats bringing the initial assault team of Company A of the 116th Regiment to the beach. Dog Green was the narrowest sector and also the most heavily fortified, for good reason. It was near the Vierville Draw, the paved road that connected to a coastal highway, which made it the most useful and therefore strategically important passage inland. The significance of invaders gaining access to a road suitable for tanks and other vehicles wasn't lost on the Germans. They had erected a strong point on the bluff consisting of 4 defense nests, 3 of which were relatively near the draw itself: WN-71, WN-72, and WN-73. WN-72 was the smallest but most important of the defense nests in this strong point. It was designed to physically block the entrance to the Vierville Draw, thereby cutting off access to the main paved road off the beach, explains military historian Stephen Zaloga. The nest contained a bunker with a powerful, dangerous 88mm gun. It was also new, not having been completed until late May. The bunker itself was made of steel-reinforced concrete, 6.5 feet thick, which protected it from artillery fire. These factors combined to make Dog Green the deadliest spot on D-Day. But as the first assault landing craft of the 116th Regiment fought through the seas to the shore, no one yet knew this, certainly not Captain Taylor Fellers, Company A's leader, who, like almost 36 of the company's 210 men, hailed from Bedford, Virginia, where the company had its roots in a historic Virginia National Guard unit. Fellers was proud of his men, writing home that, "I am beginning to think it is hard to beat a Bedford boy for a soldier. I am truly proud to be commanding my old hometown outfit, and just hope I can carry them right on through and bring all of them home." It was not to be. 19-year-old John Barnes, like Hal Baumgarten, was a new member of Company A. Assigned to the unit after arriving in England following his basic training. John recalled Captain Fellers addressing the replacement soldiers for the first time. "My name is Captain Taylor Fellers," he drawled in a strong voice. "This company will be in the leading wave of infantry in the invasion of Europe. You men will be part of a great force to the end of the war. Good luck." Now that day had come. Company A gathered early. It was dark up on deck that morning as we lined up by boat teams. Everyone checked each other's equipment, said John. I don't remember any famous last words, but guys shouted out to their friends in other boats. I didn't. I still felt like an outsider, not knowing most of them more than 4 months. As John's landing craft approached the shore, it had become light enough to make out the single spire of the village church. It was Vierville. We knew it from the photographs we had been shown in our briefings. We were right on target. The LCA, landing craft assault carrying about 35 men, roared ahead, buffeting the waves. And that's when their boat began to sink, from an undetected leak or striking an obstacle. I had heard no noise nor felt any impact, said John. In just a few minutes, Company A was short one boat. Its soldiers spilled into the water, trying to stay afloat. One man would go under and not come up. The rest would survive and be taken back to their British troop ship, the SS Empire Javelin, which they had left at 4 that morning. By the time they had returned, they had been gone for 9 hours. Their lieutenant went back to the beach on another boat, but left the shaken soldiers behind to return to England to be rearmed and re-equipped. He left Sergeant Roy Stevens, a Bedford, Virginia man, in charge. Roy's twin brother Ray was also in Company A. There was no doubt that Stevens would get us back, since he was concerned about his brother Ray, remembered John. We had no weapons, no equipment whatsoever, no helmets, nothing but wet clothing. But unlike most of the men in Company A, John and the others in his boat were still alive. Hal Baumgarten's boat had come close enough to shore to scrape sand.
The front ramp of the Higgins boat came down. The lowering of the ramp was like a signal for every German machine gun to open up on the exit from our boat. Company A would be decimated in minutes by the attack. Hal made a split-second decision to run toward the beach. The sound of the German machine guns was frightening due to their speed of fire. We were now running with our rifles across our chests. While running, we witnessed horrible sights, which would become horrible memories for a 19-year-old to harbor. Another instantaneous thud sounded behind me, to the left, and that soldier was gone. Hal took cover behind a beach obstacle. Soldiers around him were being hit, or were already dead. He got off one shot, but his rifle had been hit by fire. It was useless. Now I was weaponless, surrounded by dead buddies, and the pillbox on the right was shooting up the sand around me. At that moment, an 88mm shell went off right in front of me. A fragment of it hit me in my left cheek. It felt like being hit with a baseball bat, but the results were much worse. My left cheek was ripped away, the left upper jaw was gone, and teeth and gums were lying on my tongue. My left cheek was actually flapping over my ear as my blood poured out into the now 4 inches of dirty channel water. The tide was coming in rapidly, about 1 inch a minute. I washed my face in this water and luckily did not lose consciousness. I thought to myself, when will I die? Hal managed to crawl for the seawall and moved along it until he found a protected spot. Reinforcements were supposed to follow, Hal knew, including some with heavy weapons. But word of the slaughter at Dog Green had gotten through to commanders offshore, and the beach was shut down to further landings. Captain Fellers and probably 2/3 of the soldiers in Company A had been mowed down by German machine gun fire within minutes of landing. Roy Stevens' twin brother, Ray, did not survive. The men who were left had no leaders, no direction, no reinforcements, and very nearly no hope. To Hal, the beach looked as if it had been painted red. We were left on Dog Green to fight and or die. With 6 medics trying to help, Hal recalled, there were about 4 rows of dead and wounded in front of the wall. One of the aid men suggested that Hal try to head east to be evacuated. There was no way I was going to quit fighting. My job was to fight the enemy. Hal recited a Hebrew prayer and stayed where he was. And then about 11 that morning, something remarkable happened. Hal saw 51-year-old Brigadier General Norman Dutch Coda, pistol in hand, running up the beach from the west. Hal couldn't talk because of his wound, but other soldiers called out to the general to get down and take cover. Still, said Hal, it was reassuring to us to see this brave man on the beach. Like Ted Roosevelt at Utah, Dutch Coda was in the right place at the right time. And like Roosevelt, he was fearless and dedicated to the soldiers who served under him. He drew stares and exclamations as he strode down the beach, exhorting the soldiers to move. Over the years, there have been several versions of the words Dutch Coda shouted that morning. Captain John Ron, Jr., of the 5th Ranger Battalion, whose men, as we shall soon see, were determined to get up the bluffs to help secure Pointe du Hoc for the Allies, recalled the general shouting, "Rangers, lead the way!" Captain Bernard S. Feinberg, a dental surgeon with the 116th Regiment, remembered Coda's encouragement as well. "No sense dying here, men. Let's go up on the hill and die." And with those words, he started to tap soldiers on their butts and said, 29, let's go, our divisional yell. Said Hal Baumgarten. The call was, 29, let's go. And we went. Some of the famous words, sometimes attributed to Coda, may have been spoken, or perhaps were echoed, by Colonel George Taylor, commanding officer of the 16th Infantry Regiment, who landed on the beach a couple of miles east. Like Coda, Taylor strode along trying to rouse shocked and leaderless soldiers huddled against the sea wall. According to Captain William Friedman, Taylor looked around and in a great stentorian voice screamed, "Get the hell off the beach! If you stay on, you're dead or about to die!" It was almost 1:30 p.m. when General Omar Bradley on the Augusta received a message that troops, formerly pinned down, were advancing up the brush-covered slopes behind Omaha, fighting their way through German defenses. They were moving, slowly, and in small groups, but despite all odds, they were moving. What he called the shadow of catastrophe, which had hung over their heads all day, lifted, just a little. Radio operator Corporal John Pinder helped to make it possible for such crucial messages to be sent on D-Day. Although seriously wounded in the face and able to see from only one eye, he waded again and again into the sea to rescue needed communication supplies. He was hit and killed in action on Omaha Beach. John Pinder was awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously. Despite his injuries, Hal Baumgarten was one of the men who began to move up the bluffs. He joined a small group which he dubbed the Walking Wounded. One man had a bandaged thigh, another had blood dripping from his hand, a third seemed to be from a ranger battalion, but Hal couldn't see the patch on his shoulder since that was covered in blood too. They headed up and inland, hoping to reach the village of Vierville, and then head west along a road to the highest promontory overlooking Omaha Beach. It was called Pont du Hoc. Briefing. We were there. "You know, I really think that people didn't know we were there," said John Noble Roberts, an African-American D-Day veteran. But they were. About 1,800 African-Americans took part on D-Day, including men in the 327th Quartermaster Service Company and the 582nd Engineer Dump Truck Company, which worked on Utah Beach to help demolish mines and open roads. The first unit to land in Normandy was the all-black 320th Anti-Aircraft Barrage Balloon Battalion. There were about 600 men in the 320th, which was a VLA unit, which stood for Very Low Altitude Barrage Balloons. Some of these balloons could be handled by as few as 3 or 4 men. It was one of the few units on D-Day deployed to both Utah and Omaha beaches. The gas-filled barrage balloons were designed to prevent enemy planes from dive-bombing ships or other targets, since striking one of the wire cables of a balloon could severely damage an aircraft. The 320th was responsible for erecting a balloon curtain to protect the beaches. About 2 weeks after D-Day, the 320th had more than 140 balloons flying over the beachheads. The first men from the 320th on the beach at D-Day were its medics, who set up a first aid station. One of these was Waverly B. Woodson, Jr., who was wounded by shrapnel as his landing craft approached the beach, yet worked for 18 hours straight to help others. All day we medics continued to dress many, many wounded and consoled the frightened. With all of this going on, I didn't have time to see how bad I was wounded. I know I was, but I only wanted to help the survivors," wrote Woodson. This was a horrible day for everyone. This D-Day, Army prejudices took a back seat as far as the soldiers helping one another was concerned. However, afterwards, it was an altogether different story. Even to this day, the black soldiers were never given credit for their outstanding service beyond the call of duty. Woodson received a Purple Heart and Bronze Star for his actions on D-Day. A recently discovered memo indicates he had also been recommended for a Medal of Honor, but neither it nor a Distinguished Service Cross was ever awarded. He died in 2005, and his family has continued to advocate for recognition. No African Americans were awarded the Medal of Honor during World War II itself. In 1993, the Army commissioned a study to review whether racism had played a part. 7 Medal of Honor recipients were then identified, and Congress passed legislation to bypass the normal time limit. By then, only one veteran, Vernon Baker, was alive to receive the Medal of Honor from President Bill Clinton on January 13, 1997.
Look, listen, remember. Read about Waverly Woodson Jr. and his barrage balloon battalion in the book by Linda Herview entitled Forgotten, The Untold Story of D-Day's Black Heroes, at Home and at War. You can also find out more about World War II African American Medal of Honor recipients at the United States Army Center for Military History, http://www.history.army.mil/MOHB.html. The story of Waverly Woodson's family's efforts to have his heroism recognized are covered in this ABC News story, http://abcnews.go.com/us/medal-hero-overlooked-medal-honor-story-ID equals 3511460. Dispatch. John Noble Roberts. For John Noble Roberts, serving as a steward in the U.S. Coast Guard didn't mean being safe from the dangers of combat. Born in 1924 in Louisiana, John arrived in England in January 1944. On D-Day, he served on LCI, L-93. This was a large landing craft for infantry, which could carry approximately 200 troops. John was one of 2 African Americans on the ship. After letting off their first load of troops for Omaha Beach, John recalled what happened next. At about 10 o'clock, we went back to one of the big transport ships and picked up another load of troops. It was just a short trip from the transport ship to the beach. As we went back with our second load, the tides were going out. The troops disembarked, but the landing craft grounded on a sandbar and came under German fire. I was taking a message from the commanding officer to the engine room because the intercom was no longer working, said John. He told me to go down to the engine room and tell them to rev the engines full to try to get us off. As I was coming down from where he was to the main deck, about halfway down that, a shell came through and exploded underneath me. It took my leg off from the knee down. I remember hopping off the ladder down to the deck. Pharmacist mate Charles Mudgett was there. He came and put a tourniquet on, and that saved my life, I'm sure. Look, listen, remember. To see a photo of John Noble Roberts, visit http://www.telegraph.co.uk/news/world news/Barack Obama/African-American-Veterans-D-Veterans-Trip-Normandy.html. Chapter 20. The Rangers at Pointe du Hoc. The operation there was one of the most unusual, one of the most daring, and one of the most dangerous in all of military history, said James W. Eichner. And because of that, it will always be the subject of books and movies. Ranger Jim Eichner was talking, of course, about Pointe du Hoc, about 4 miles west of Omaha Beach. This steep promontory rose 100 feet above the sea, the highest spot between Omaha and Utah, and the perfect place for defense fortifications. Even before a gun battery was completed there, the French resistance had smuggled out plans to alert the Allies. And when built, the emplacement held 6 large 155mm guns, a powerful artillery weapon, with a range of up to 12 miles. This meant ships and soldiers on both Utah and Omaha beaches were within range. No wonder Pointe du Hoc was considered by Overlord planners to be the most dangerous battery in France. Plans called for naval ships to bombard Pointe du Hoc on the morning of June 6th, but the havoc these guns could cause meant its destruction could not be left to chance. Instead, it would be left to a select, well-trained group of men, the Army Rangers. The mission fell to Lieutenant Colonel James E. Rudder and troops from the elite 2nd and 5th Ranger Battalions. "No soldier in my command has ever been wished a more difficult task," said General Omar Bradley. Preparations began long before D-Day, when Rudder and his men trained on stony cliffs on the Isle of Wight in Great Britain, experimenting to find the best climbing equipment. The Rangers evaluated ladders used by London fire brigades. These would be mounted on amphibious trucks called ducks, or DUKWs, brought ashore to the foot of the cliff and raised. In the end, the DUKWs foundered, or were struck, and weren't much help. Luckily, the Rangers had also devised other methods of ascending the cliffs. They brought rope ladders, as well as lightweight metal ones, pre-assembled in 16-foot lengths, both of which the soldiers could bring with them right in their landing craft. The entire Ranger group was divided into 3 on D-Day: Force A, Force B, and Force C, each with a distinct mission and timetable. Force A, consisting of about 225 men landing in 9 LCAs, would be led by Rudder himself. "We were thankful that he was there," said Jim Eichner later, adding, "I'm sure I would not be here today if he had not led us on the assault." The other Rangers were part of a reinforcement and backup plan. The soldiers in Force B, the smallest group, would make their way up bluffs and inland after landing on the nearest sector of Omaha, called Charlie. It was located just west of Dog Green and the important exit called the Vierville Draw. And like others near that deadly stretch, these Rangers would come under heavy fire, with about half the 65 men killed or wounded as they struggled ashore. The largest backup group, Force C, was to wait offshore for 30 minutes until receiving a signal from Rudder, which hopefully would come at 7 o'clock a.m. The code, "Praise the Lord," would be radioed if Rudder and his men had succeeded in taking Pointe du Hoc and its guns. The signal was "tilt" if they hadn't. If Force A failed, or no signal came at all, Force C would also make an overland attack, climbing the bluffs and then heading about 5 miles north to Pointe du Hoc over land. If the Rangers there didn't need them right away, they would serve as backup for other forces on Omaha Beach. Any way you looked at it, Pointe du Hoc was an amphibious, complex operation requiring daring, luck, precise timing, and good communications. And, like most everything else at Omaha Beach that morning, it didn't go according to plan. "Just as there was enough daylight to make out the headlands, things didn't look right," recalled Jim Eichner. They were too far east. The currents had once again wreaked havoc with the LCAs. "Colonel Rudder convinced the British officer who was in charge of that craft that he was in error and made him flank right," he said. "And then we had to parallel the coastline for a couple of miles, and we were within small arms range. I can remember when the first small arms hit our boat, and I said, 'My God, these guys are playing for keeps.'" The delay cost them about 40 minutes. Instead of landing on the dot of 6:30 a.m., the boats arrived around 10 after 7. By then, the Germans were alerted. As Jim put it, "The enemy had time enough to get up out of those underground bunkers and shake his head, clear his brain, and take us under fire." Jim was the last one off his landing craft and managed to bring in a supply of mortar shells without getting hit. Others before him had already begun the ascent, following the plan they had devised in practice. They'd shot off rockets with the grapnel hooks attached. The grapnel device dug into the ground and was strong enough to support the rope and the weight of 3 men.
In testing, the rockets could propel the grapnels up to 200 feet in the air, and now, during the real thing, it had worked. "We of course did this many times in England," explained George Kirkner, another member of the assault team, "and we could work it down in time so that a man carrying normal combat equipment and gear could scale a cliff in under a minute." By the time Jim Eichner got to the base of the cliff, several ropes had already been set. "There was a rope right in front of me, and so I started up that cliff, and there were 2 or 3 guys ahead of me. The enemy was leaning over and shooting at us and throwing down hand grenades by the bushel basketful." But within the first half hour, most of the Rangers reached the top. What they found there came as a complete surprise: telephone poles designed to look like the long muzzles of big guns. The real guns were nowhere to be seen. Where were they? Sergeant Leonard Lamel, platoon leader of Ranger Company D, was struck in the thigh before his feet even hit the beach below the cliff. It didn't slow him down. "It wasn't bad at all," he said some years later. "I don't know if it was a machine gun bullet or a rifle bullet. It just went through my right side through the muscle and fat, if I had any fat. I got fat now, but didn't have it then." Len and the other men in D Company stormed the cliff, like we play a football game, charging hard and low, and when we got over the top, nothing stopped us. Went right into the shell craters for protection because there were snipers around and machine guns firing at us. At the top, they kept going, looking to reach the coast road that ran between Utah Beach and Omaha Beach, since their orders also included setting up a roadblock on that main road. "We set up our roadblocks and our observation post, and we saw these markings in this sunken road. It looked like something heavy had been over it," said Len. On a hunch, Len went exploring. "And so Jack Kuhn and I went down this sunken road, not knowing where the hell it was going, and we came upon this veil, or this little draw with camouflage all over it, and lo and behold, I peeked over this, just pure luck, over this hedgerow, and there were the guns, all sitting in proper firing condition, the ammunition piled up neatly, everything at the ready, but they were pointed at Utah Beach." In the distance, Len spotted a group of perhaps 75 Germans. Later he speculated it might be a gun crew getting orders from an officer, but for now, the coast was clear. "Well, there's nobody here. Let's take a chance," I said. "Jack, you cover me. I'm going in there." Using the 2 grenades he had with him, Len knocked out 2 of the guns. They ran back to get more, stuffing them in their jackets. Before they finished off the others, another Ranger patrol had done the job for them. "And we just stumbled on them. Just pure luck. It was nothing brave or calculating or by design. We were just a couple of Rangers looking for the guns. That's all." By 9 in the morning, the big guns had been destroyed. "This is probably one of the most fantastic things that happened in the war, as far as I'm concerned," said Ranger George Kirkner years later. Many would agree. The Rangers had taken Pointe du Hoc. Keeping it proved to be harder. The Germans, whom Len Lamel had spotted, soon mounted a fierce counterattack. Rudder's Rangers, running low on ammunition, suffered heavy casualties through the night and the following day. But they held on to Pointe du Hoc until reinforcements began to arrive the next evening. Of the 225 men in Force A, less than 75 were fit for duty. Rangers also played a critical role on the beach that day and the next. Although Jim Eichner tried to radio Force C, the group never could decipher any radio messages. As he saw the dangers near Dog Green, Force C's leader, Lieutenant Colonel Max Schneider, redirected 14 LCAs to land a half-mile to the east until he found a safer spot on Dog White, away from the deadly guns of the Virville Draw. Although one group of Rangers broke through to help defend Pointe du Hoc, Schneider and his men were critical in securing the beachhead and the village of Virville throughout the night. "I have always felt that Schneider was the unsung hero of Omaha Beach," said Herbert Epstein, a member of Ranger Force C. He was certainly my hero, and I credit him with saving my life and countless others. Ranger John Ron, Jr. recounted what happened when the Rangers encountered General Norman Dutch Coda that desperate morning. After landing, Ron described seeing a man coming along the beach toward them, shouting encouragement to soldiers crouched along the seawall. Ron jumped up and ran over, telling the general that he and others in Colonel Schneider's 5th Ranger Battalion had just made it to shore with few casualties. The general started toward Schneider, who snapped to attention and saluted. Coda asked, "Are you Colonel Schneider of the Rangers?" "Yes, sir," Schneider replied. Coda then told him, "Colonel, you are going to have to lead the way. We are bogged down. We've got to get these men off this goddamn beach." After Coda finished speaking with Colonel Schneider, he turned toward the men nearby and said, "Rangers, lead the way." They did, and those words have become the rallying cry for Army Rangers to this day. Look, listen, remember. Watch a video of James Eichner, Leonard Bud Lamell, and other Ranger veterans as they recount their D-Day experiences in the American Battle Monuments Commission's Stories of Pointe du Hoc. https://www.abmc.gov/multimedia/stories-video//du-hoc. Leonard Bud Lamell died in 2011, and Jim Eichner passed away in 2014 at the age of 100. This story shall the good man teach his son, and Crispin Crispian shall ne'er go by from this day to the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. For he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. William Shakespeare, Henry V, Act 4, Scene 3. Part 6. Aftermath. More than courage. This time the challenge is not to fight to survive, but to fight to win, the final victory for the good cause. Once again, what is demanded from us all is something more than courage, more than endurance. We need a revival of spirit, a new unconquerable resolve. King George VI, radio address to the people of Great Britain, June 6, 1944. After it was over, it seemed to me a pure miracle that we ever took the beach at all. Ernie Pyle, War Correspondent. Voices after D-Day. In the fields. Most of the fields were disfigured by parallel rows of tall wooden stakes which had been driven into the ground, and by crashed gliders lying like the broken bodies of great prehistoric birds, for whose destruction the wooden stakes had been planted. Vernon Scannell, British soldier, 51st Highland Division. In a village, June 7th. The rugged, independent peasants of Normandy who refused to knuckle under to German authority are overjoyed at the arrival of the Americans. There are 1,900 civilians still living in one village, from which the doughboys today cleared the last snipers, digging them out of basements, churches, bedrooms, and shops, from which they were firing through windows at our advancing troops. Most civilians had gathered in a large farmhouse at the edge of town to escape the fighting in the streets. Don Whitehead, War Correspondent. The enemy dead. We climbed the steep bluffs on the bulldozed road that had cost so many lives to build and passed by a large compound filled with German prisoners of war. Most of these men, who were quite relieved to be out of the war at last, were standing silently, looking over the great invasion fleet out in the Channel. Shortly thereafter, we began to see the German dead, lying in various places along the road and in various attempted hiding places along the hedgerows and remains of buildings. It was apparent that for snipers, at least, One of the worst places to fire from was up in the branches of a tree. Nearly everyone that opened fire from a tree was killed almost at once, and the bodies often dangled there for days. There was simply not much time to worry about the dead, particularly enemy dead. Robert Bradley, Combat Medic, 120th Infantry Regiment, 30th Infantry Division. From the Air, June 10th. I went up in a Piper Cub, small airplane today, to take a look at the wedge driven into continental Europe, and what I saw was both beautiful and awesome. We saw armored vehicles rolling slowly along hedgerows, raking the undergrowth with machine gun fire to drive out snipers, while behind them came doughboys taking cover in trees and hedges as the attack moved forward. The plane swung out over the beach, and there stood our tremendous invasion fleet stretching as far as I could see. Ships were moving in to discharge their cargoes, and small boats scurried around, weaving white wakes about the bigger ships, which were pouring more men, guns, and supplies ashore. Don Whitehead, War Correspondent. On a hospital ship. There were destroyers and battleships and transports, a floating city of huge vessels anchored before the green cliffs of Normandy. Barrage balloons, always looking like comic toy elephants, bounced in the high wind above the massed ships, and invisible planes droned behind the gray ceiling of cloud. Troops were unloading from big ships to heavy cement barges to light craft, and on the shore our tanks clanked slowly and steadily forward. Then we stopped noticing the invasion, the ships, the ominous beach, because the first wounded had arrived. It will be hard to tell you of the wounded. There were so many of them. There was no time to talk. There was too much to do. They had to be fed, as most of them had not eaten for 2 days. Shoes and clothing had to be cut off. They wanted water. The nurses and orderlies, working like demons, had to be found and called quickly to a bunk where a man suddenly and desperately needed attention. Martha Gellhorn, War Correspondent. Under fire. The fury of artillery is a cold, mechanical fury, but its intent is personal. When you're under its fire, you are the sole target. All of that shrieking, whining venom is directed at you and at no one else. You hunch in your hole in the ground, reduce yourself into as small a thing as you can become, and you harden your muscles in a pitiful attempt at defying the jagged, burning teeth of the shrapnel. Vernon Scannell, British soldier, 51st Highland Division. Reporter's Notebook. Those Bitter Sands, Ernie Pyle. By the time we got there, the beaches had been taken and the fighting had moved a couple of miles inland. All that remained on the beach was some sniping and artillery fire, and the occasional startling blast of a mine geysering brown sand into the air, said reporter Ernie Pyle. That plus a gigantic and pitiful litter of wreckage along miles of shoreline. Submerged tanks and overturned boats and burned trucks and shell-shattered jeeps and sad little personal belongings were strewn all over those bitter sands. That plus the bodies of soldiers lying in rows covered with blankets, the toes of their shoes sticking up in a line as though on drill, and other bodies, uncollected, still sprawling grotesquely in the sand or half hidden by the high grass beyond the beach. That plus an intense, grim determination of work-weary men to get that chaotic beach organized and get all the vital supplies and the reinforcements moving more rapidly over it from the stacked-up ships standing in droves out to sea. A long, thin line of anguish. There in a jumbled row for mile on mile were soldiers' packs. There were socks and shoe polish, sewing kits, diaries, Bibles, hand grenades. There were the latest letters from home. There were toothbrushes and razors, and snapshots of families back home staring up at you from the sand. There were torn pistol belts and canvas water buckets, first aid kits and jumbled heaps of life belts. I picked up a pocket Bible with a soldier's name in it and put it in my jacket. I carried it half a mile or so, and then put it back down on the beach. I don't know why I picked it up, or why I put it down again. Always there are dogs. Always there are dogs in every invasion. There was a dog still on the beach, still pitifully looking for his masters. He stayed at the water's edge, near a boat that lay twisted and half sunk at the waterline. He barked appealingly to every soldier who approached, trotted eagerly along with him for a few feet, and then, sensing himself unwanted in all the haste, he would run back to wait in vain for his own people at his own empty boat. Over and around this long, thin line of personal anguish, fresh men were rushing vast supplies to keep our armies pushing on into France. Ernie Pyle's pieces about World War II appeared in hundreds of newspapers, bringing the war to Americans back home. In 1944, he won the Pulitzer Prize for his reporting. Pyle was killed by a sniper on an island off Okinawa on April 18, 1945. Chapter 21. The Miracle of a Toehold. By the end of June 6th, soldiers from the 1st and 29th Divisions, with help from Army Rangers, had fought their way off Omaha Beach and held positions around 3 villages near the sea: Vierville, Saint-Laurent, and Colville. Paratroopers had held important roads and towns, securing the way for soldiers from the 4th Infantry Division to push inland. British and Canadian forces at Sword, Juno, and Gold had achieved at least some of their objectives. Although the Allies did not meet all their objectives, and fierce fighting would continue, they had not been pushed back into the sea. They had secured a toehold. On D-Day +4, General Omar Bradley moved his headquarters from the Augusta to the shore. The Supreme Commander and even Winston Churchill came to see what had been achieved by so much effort. The Mulberry harbors began to operate, and the capture of Cherbourg occurred by the end of June, followed by the opening of the port. By the end of August, the Allies had liberated Paris. The plans, so long made, so minute in detail, so grandiose in scale, so hazardous in execution, had become history. One trembled to think of what would have happened had they miscarried, said Naval Officer John Mason Brown. The toehold had been secured at an extraordinary cost. Although actual casualty counts still vary, for many years historians used a figure of 10,000 Allied casualties, including 2,500 killed. Recent research puts the total of Allied dead higher, at 4,413, 2,499 Americans, and 1,914 from other Allied nations. Renowned D-Day researcher and author Joseph Balkowski uses the figures of 3,686 casualties, dead and wounded, at Omaha, and 589 casualties at Utah. There were more than 2,000 injuries and 200 deaths among the airborne troops. The total number of German casualties for the day is unknown and may have ranged between 4,000 and 9,000. More than 120 vessels were lost or damaged. Yet the numbers cannot tell the full story of D-Day, nor can any summary of military history, the long Overlord campaign throughout 1944 that led to the heartbreak of lost battles like Market Garden, the hard-won winter ordeal of the Battle of the Bulge, the unspeakable conditions found in the liberation of concentration camps, and the final victory in May 1945. The Allies, and Operation Overlord, persevered thanks to skilled and talented leadership and the dedication of millions of workers behind the scenes. But most of all, thanks to ordinary young men who risked and sometimes sacrificed all. This book ends with a few of their stories. Hal Baumgarten, behind Omaha Beach. On D-Day, Hal Baumgarten, private in the 116th Regiment, 29th Division, the unlikeliest survivor of the slaughter at Dog Green, was miraculously moving. Along with a few other battered and wounded men, he worked his way up the bluffs, roused by General Norman Dutch Cota's fearless example. Hal and the other soldiers in his ragtag group encountered sporadic gun nests, snipers, and small groups of enemy soldiers. Already wounded twice on the beach, once in his left cheek and once when shrapnel penetrated his helmet, Hal was crawling to a hedgerow when he felt a stinging sensation in his left foot. It felt as though a rock had hit his foot. It wasn't a rock at all, but his third wound of the day. He had tripped a small bullet-shooting mine. Afternoon became evening. Just after midnight, they were ambushed. Hal was wounded once again, this time through his lip, jaw, and gums. He was now alone in a ditch. 6 other soldiers with him had been killed. As he lay semi-conscious, Hal had a strange sensation. He felt a hand on his shoulder and heard a voice in broken English telling him everything would be fine. He might have been hallucinating, but years later, a German veteran recounted that he had seen soldiers in that ditch and that one was alive. Hal always wondered if a German soldier had spoken to him that night. At 3 a.m., I felt like I was dying. I was cold and clammy and had a needles and pins feeling throughout my whole body. I was awake with no severe pain, even though I had been wounded 4 times in the last 20 hours, he said. The last time I had eaten anything was more than 30 hours earlier. I kept drinking water from canteens that were no longer of any use to their owners. The young soldier might not have held out much longer. Then he spotted a U.S. Army ambulance in the moonlight. Unable to yell because of his wounds, he fired his gun into the air to get attention. Miraculously, the ambulance men stopped, spotted him, and loaded him inside. Even then, Hal's ordeal wasn't over. At an aid station on the beach the next day, German snipers began firing, killing a medic and wounding Hal yet again, this time in his right knee. It was his 5th wound of the battle. Hal Baumgarten's injuries would require months of recovery and plastic surgery. He also had to deal with the sometimes shocked reactions to his appearance before his face and mouth were rebuilt. It taught him something. Before that experience, I would have found it inconceivable that I could be shunned and embarrassed because of my appearance. I learned a valuable life lesson at that time. To look beyond the superficial in my fellow man. People should show respect, regardless of physical features, race, ethnicity, or sexual orientation. This became invaluable in my later life as a physician. Hal died on Christmas Day, 2016, at the age of 91. In addition to his work as a doctor, he dedicated himself to honoring World War II veterans through his speaking, writing, and commitment to the National World War II Museum. His descriptions of his ordeal on Omaha Beach inspired some of the most searing war scenes ever made in the film Saving Private Ryan. William Dayton Brandstratter on a minesweeper. As Hal Baumgarten discovered when he was wounded by a sniper at an aid station, danger didn't end on June 6th. William Dayton Bill Brandstratter was a motor machinist's mate, 2nd class, assigned to the engine room on the USS Tide, AM 125, a minesweeper. An experienced mechanic, he was assigned to the engine room. The Tide fared well on D-Day itself. The next day, June 7th, the 221-foot-long ship continued to sweep mines off the coast of Normandy. Bill, or Branny as he was sometimes called, was on his way down to the engine room to take care of a small job when a crewmate offered to go instead, saying, "Branny, you've been down below decks long enough." As a result, Bill was sitting on the mess deck, taking a break to eat some cheese, when the ship hit a mine with such force the Tide shot out of the water. "I went up into the air like a rocket," Bill recalled. He lost consciousness for a time, and when he came to, a crewmate asked if he was all right. I said, "Well, yeah, I am, but my leg hurts me so. Just straighten my leg out." He looked, and he said, "Hell, you don't have any leg from the knee down, Bill." I said, "Yeah, I do, because it's up under me here by my hand." The bone had snapped and was bent at a horrifying angle. Bill's left arm was broken, too. They heard men shouting to abandon ship. A crewmate grabbed Bill and dragged him to the port side, where PT 504, patrol torpedo boat, commanded by John Bulkley, had come alongside to rescue the crew of the sinking ship. Bill was set down close to the commander, who was holding a megaphone and shouting orders. When the PT boat was just getting ready to pull away from the minesweeper, he looked down at me and said, "You gonna make it, son?" I said, "Yeah, if I just had a cigarette." At that time, of course, I was still smoking. Nearly everybody did then. The skipper, who'd just lit a cigarette, took it from his mouth and put it in the mouth of the wounded sailor. Bill didn't remember much after that. Back in England, Bill found out just how serious his injuries were. He had a fractured skull, a broken back, and 2 dislocated knees. His left arm and both legs were broken. His injuries required dozens of surgeries and eventually the amputation of 1 leg. Despite this, Bill Brandstratter felt lucky to be alive. Only moments before, he had been in the Tide's engine room. Most of the men there died. You just never know when sitting or standing in one place instead of another is going to make such a difference. John Fitzgerald, paratrooper. In the second week of July, John Fitzgerald, now back in his original 101st Airborne Division unit, moved to an area close to Utah Beach. It was close to the same place the division had jumped and glided into in what seemed an eternity ago. We spent most of our time cleaning our clothing and equipment. We knew we would be going back to England soon and wanted to look our best. I'm sure the experience of D-Day affected each man in a different way. Each of us had learned something about ourselves and about war. I had some time to think. From what I had seen, the performance of the American paratroopers had exceeded the most optimistic expectations. They were dropped into a strange land in the black of night. Many were separated from their units, and some were completely alone. The single quality that emerged above all others was their ability to adapt to changing situations. They fought with a quality of courage that was outstanding. Their biggest contribution was turning the confusion caused by the scattered drop to their advantage, said John. On July 12th, John Fitzgerald boarded a landing craft for the trip across the English Channel and looked back toward shore. I murmured a short prayer of thanks for leaving here alive. I took one last look and knew I would never forget Normandy. In fact, it would be nearly a year before the end of the war in Europe, and 14 months until the final surrender of Japan. Ahead, for the Allied forces, lay enormous challenges. Breaking out of Normandy, the liberation of Paris, the Battle of the Bulge, and pursuit of the German army to Berlin. Those months of fighting still lay ahead, with more lives to be lost. But because of the sacrifice and courage of the men who braved the dark skies and stormed the sands of Normandy, victory was possible. They had achieved, as Ernie Pyle put it, a toehold that was, at the same time, a kind of miracle of planning, execution, and raw courage. Father Francis L. Sampson. After the invasion, Father Francis L. Sampson spent 2 weeks at Cherbourg, celebrating Mass in a small church in a nearby village. The little church there had suffered some damage during the battle, but still stood. The pastor's house, however, had been completely destroyed. Each Sunday, Father Sampson took up a collection for repairs from the Allied soldiers who attended Mass. The poor priest, with tears in his eyes, tried desperately to tell me how grateful he was, and that this was more than his congregation had been able to contribute in a whole year. Some of Father Sampson's duties were harder to face. As he waited for transportation back to England,
A young soldier named Frederick Fritz Nyland came to ask for help in finding his brother, who he thought was buried in the cemetery at Sainte-Marie-Glisse, about 20 miles away. Father Sampson had access to a jeep and drove the soldier there to check. The roster, however, showed the name of Robert Nyland, not William Nyland. "Oh gosh, Father, that's my brother too. He was a lieutenant in the 90th Division," said Fritz. A few blocks away, at another cemetery, they found the grave of his other brother. Fritz thought his third brother, Edward, was also lost, since the family had received information that he was missing and presumed dead. "We managed to get Fritz sent back to the States," Father Sampson noted. Fritz was assigned non-combat duties so that his parents would be spared losing all their sons. After the war, it was learned that Edward had not died, but instead had been captured. He survived a Japanese POW camp and returned home to his family. Steven Spielberg's film, Saving Private Ryan, was loosely based on the brothers' story, with Fritz serving as the model for Private James Ryan. In December 1944, Father Sampson himself was captured and became a prisoner of war. He survived 4 months in a German POW camp. He returned to active duty, served in the Korean War, and ended his military career as Chief of Chaplains for the U.S. Army. After the war, Father Sampson reflected, "It didn't seem possible that these young men, who had been so confident, and whose hands I had shaken before we boarded the planes, were in eternity now." At a memorial service after the war, he asked those present to think of those who had given their lives. "See them standing before us, row after row of them. They all look familiar, happy, energetic American boys full of the vigor of youth. What now do they expect of us? What can we do for them now that they are dead? Do they ask for praise, grandeur, eloquence? I think not. No, I think they would resent any attempt on our part to place halos about their heads. But if they could look down upon our country today and see us working together for the ideals upon which our country was founded, if they could see us cooperating with one another in the spirit of understanding, then, said Father Sampson, he could imagine these soldiers in heaven saying with pride, "That's my country. Those are my people. And what I died for was worth dying for." Even if most Americans never visit the white crosses in the cemeteries of France, they will never forget the men who fell here, and the debt owed those who brought down the most horrific tyrant the world has ever known. Author and naval officer John Mason Brown ended his own reflections with a cautionary note. "We respect our heroes more for their willingness to die than for their ability to live," he wrote in 1944. But he added, "If only men could learn to act in time. If only men could realize that the maintenance of a proud peace requires more vigilance than the prosecution of a just war. Yes, and equal courage, and greater character and characters, because the last people on earth who want a war are the men in their right senses who must fight it. Remember them." Handwritten inscription found in an autographed used copy of Fragments of My Life with Company A, 116th Infantry Regiment by John J. Barnes. John's landing craft sank before reaching shore, but the other 5 boats of A Company came under intense machine gun fire on Dog Green on Omaha Beach. John died in 2013 at the age of 88. This is Michael Yurchak. We hope that you've enjoyed this production of D-Day, the World War II invasion that changed history, by Deborah Hopkinson. This program was produced at Dion Audio. and directed by Idris Wardell. Executive producer Melissa R. Ellard. Print edition published by Scholastic Focus, an imprint of Scholastic Inc. Text copyright 2018 by Deborah Hopkinson. Production copyright 2018 by Scholastic Inc. All rights reserved. For more information, including extensive source notes and a bibliography, see the print edition of D-Day, the World War II invasion that changed history, from Scholastic Focus. Quartermaster's Department. World War II Timeline. January 1933. Adolf Hitler becomes Chancellor of Germany. His Nazi Party gains prominence, and he begins to assume powers of a dictator. October 1936. Germany and Italy sign a cooperation treaty. July 1937. Japan invades China. November 1938. A violent attack against Jews, called Kristallnacht, takes place. Shootings, mass deportations, and the murder of 6 million Jews in Germany and the countries it occupies ensue. March 1939. France and Great Britain agree to protect Poland. April 1939. Italy invades Albania. August 1939. Germany and the Soviet Union sign a non-aggression agreement. September 1st, 1939. Germany invades Poland. The Soviet Union invades Poland on September 17th, and the two countries divide Poland. September 3rd, 1939. In honor of their agreement with Poland, France and Great Britain declare war on Germany. April 9th, 1940. Germany invades Norway and Denmark. May to June 1940. Germany attacks France and the Low Countries of Europe, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Belgium. Germany occupies northern France and the coast. The Vichy government, a French regime which cooperates with Nazi Germany, is established in the south. June 10th, 1940. Italy attacks France and enters the war. September to October 1940. Italy invades Egypt and then Greece. Germany joins the Balkan campaign the following spring, invading Greece and Yugoslavia. June 1941. Germany invades the Soviet Union, breaking its agreement. December 7th, 1941. Japan attacks the United States at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. December 8th, 1941. The United States declares war on Japan and in the following days goes to war as an ally of Great Britain against the Axis powers of Germany and Italy. November 1942. The United States and Great Britain launch a campaign in North Africa. July 1943. The United States and Great Britain invade Sicily. September 1943. The United States lands troops in Italy. Italy surrenders, but the Allies continue to battle German troops in the north of Italy. June 6, 1944. The Allies invade Normandy on D-Day. August 1944. Allied troops reach Paris. September 1944. The first U.S. troops enter Germany. October 1944. U.S. troops land in the Philippines, having battled to win back territory taken by Japan. December 16, 1944. The final German offensive, the Battle of the Bulge, begins. Spring 1945. The Allies continue to drive back the Germans. By mid-April, Soviet troops have surrounded the German capital of Berlin. April 12, 1945. President Franklin D. Roosevelt dies. Harry S. Truman becomes president. April 30th, 1945. Adolf Hitler commits suicide. May 7th to 9th, 1945. Germany surrenders. August 6th, 1945. The United States drops an atomic bomb on Hiroshima. August 9th, 1945. The United States drops an atomic bomb on Nagasaki. August 15th, 1945. Japan surrenders. September 2nd, 1945. Japan signs surrender papers, officially ending World War II. Glossary. 88mm gun. A powerful and versatile German anti-aircraft and tank gun. AA. Anti-aircraft artillery. Atlantic Wall. German defensive fortifications along the west coast of Europe. Battalion. An army unit usually consisting of 3 or more companies. Battery. An artillery group that has several guns. Boatswain. Officer in charge of ship's equipment and crew. Bocage. Normandy hedgerow countryside. C-47. Douglas twin-engine transport plane. Sea ration. A combat ration consisting of canned food. Causeway. A raised road above water or marshy lands. Cossack. Chief of Staff Supreme Allied Command, the forerunner of SHAEF. Coxswain. Boat operator. Cricket. A metal clicking toy used to identify friendly soldiers. DD tank. Duplex drive amphibious tank. Doughboy. Slang for soldier, used especially in World War I. Flak. Anti-aircraft fire. Flank. Area to the right or left. Force O. Naval Task Force for Omaha Beach. Force U. Naval Task Force for Utah Beach. Gooseberry. Artificial breakwater created off the coast of Normandy by sinking old merchant ships. Howitzer. A short cannon. K-rations. Waterproof boxes dipped in wax containing 3 meals, plus additional items, such as water purification tablets, matches, toilet paper, can opener, and cigarettes. LCA. Landing craft assault. Carries about 35 men. LCI. Landing craft infantry. Designed to carry up to 200 troops. LCT. Landing craft tank. Able to carry up to 4 tanks. LCVP. Landing craft vehicle personnel. Liberty ship. Cargo ships built for use in World War II. LST. Landing ship tank. Can carry about 1,600 to 1,900 tons. Luftwaffe. German Air Force. Material. Military materials, supplies, and equipment. Minesweeper. Ship that can detect and disarm mines. Mortar. A cannon loaded from the front. Mulberries. Code name for the artificial harbors designed to allow troops, equipment, and supplies to flow into France after the invasion. Operation Neptune. Code name for the amphibious assault aspects of Operation Overlord. Operation Overlord. Code name for the Allied invasion of Normandy and plan to defeat Germany. OSS. Office of Strategic Services, wartime intelligence agency and precursor to the CIA, Central Intelligence Agency. Panzer. German tank. Phoenix. Large concrete structures used in the creation of the Mulberry harbors that were sunk to provide breakwater. SHAEF. Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force. Ultra. Allied intelligence operation to decrypt intercepted enemy messages. Key people in this book. John J. Barnes, infantry soldier headed for Omaha Beach. Harold Baumgarten, infantry soldier on Omaha Beach. Omar Bradley, general commanding the U.S. First Army. John Mason Brown, theater critic, member of Navy Admiral Kirk's staff. David Bruce, chief of OSS in Europe. Harry Butcher, aide to Supreme Commander Dwight D. Eisenhower. Robert Capa, photographer who landed on Omaha Beach. Charles Cawthon, American captain who landed on Omaha Beach. Winston Churchill, Prime Minister of Great Britain. Robert G. Cole, Lieutenant Colonel of the 101st Airborne Division. Norman Dutch Coda, general who rallied the troops on Omaha Beach. William J. Donovan, head of the OSS. James W. Eichner, ranger at Pointe du Hoc. Dwight D. Eisenhower, Supreme Commander, Allied Expeditionary Force. John E. Fitzgerald, paratrooper who parachuted behind Utah Beach. James M. Gavin, general who commanded the 82nd Airborne Division. Martha Gellhorn, American war correspondent. Len Griffing, paratrooper who parachuted behind Utah Beach. Adolf Hitler, Führer of Germany and leader of the Nazis. John Howard, British major who led operation on Pegasus Bridge. Roy Howard, British glider pilot at the River Orne Bridge. Leonard Lommel, ranger at Pointe du Hoc. Albert Momini, infantry soldier on Omaha Beach. Bernard L. Montgomery, British general in charge of Allied ground forces in Operation Overlord. Frederick E. Morgan, British officer charged with initial planning of Operation Overlord. Marie-Louise Osmond, Normandy resident. Marvin J. Parrott, coxswain on a Higgins Landing craft, Utah Beach. Ernie Pyle, American war correspondent. John Noble Roberts, Coast Guard serviceman. Erwin Rommel, German officer charged with Atlantic Wall defenses. Franklin D. Roosevelt, 32nd President of the United States. Theodore Roosevelt, Jr., General and son of President Theodore Roosevelt. Francis L. Sampson, Catholic priest and chaplain. Edgar A. Schroeder, glider pilot who landed behind Utah Beach. James Martin Stagg, British meteorologist. Joseph Stalin, Premier of the Soviet Union. Bert Stiles, American bomber pilot. Charles H. Thomas, infantry soldier on Omaha Beach. Harry S. Truman, 33rd President of the United States, who took office after Roosevelt's death in April 1945. Orville B. Wakefield, demolition expert, Utah Beach. David Kenyon Webster, paratrooper who landed behind Utah Beach. Don Whitehead, American war correspondent. Waverly B. Woodson, Jr., medic in the 320th Anti-Aircraft Barrage Balloon Battalion.